This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for the 4th round of the County Championship 2024. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me. Hampshire in town, Surrey have won the toss. That's the news from the middle, and Rory Burns have popped the visitors in. There is one change to the Hampshire side. They've brought in Brad Wheel for the first time this season, replacing Ian Holland, and plenty of changes for Surrey. Daniel, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, let me run you through that Surrey team. Rory Burns winning the toss again. He will open alongside Dom Sibley. They've had a great start to the season with the bat. Ollie Pope is back here at the Oval, where he averages a tick over 90. Jamie Smith is keeping wicket. That'll tell you something. Yes, Ben Folkes has been rested by England. I might have a little chat about that in a moment. Dan Lawrence, the fresh from his 100. Ryan Patel keeps his place. Cam Steele, leading wicket taker with 20 wickets this season. Goodness me, all to the leg spinner. Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. So that is quite the 4-pronged pace attack, as it always is when Surrey are in town. But let us just ponder very briefly. Ben Folkes. Now, is this reasonable? Is it what he would want? Is it? I know he's a wicket keeper, and there are strains of being a wicket keeper. Up at Lancashire in the first game at Old Trafford, massively rain-reduced game. Surrey were in the field for 80-odd overs. Yes, last week at Kent it was a sticky-ish situation, but half the first day was lost to rain, and half the last day was lost to Surrey winning. So yeah, and also, is this an indication that England are really actually going to use Ben Folkes? Because I think it will somewhat irk Surrey members if Ben
I would
Folks is
interpret
rested
it,
for
yeah.
England and then doesn't get selected.
No, sure. I would interpret it as a good sign for Folks in terms of his England prospects. They have been rotating the England senior squad through the championship in the first 3 rounds, and to not do that with Folks would suggest that he's not on the radar for the first Test match. So a lot of water to go under the bridge. It's a long time until that first Test match with a T20 World Cup between times. England are announcing their squad. I think it's on Monday, aren't they? Which Folks, of course, won't be part of, but still, that's the England men's team and their next commitment. Some games against Pakistan as well in May in the build-up to that World T20. But look, if Folks were playing the whole way through and everyone else was getting a rest, I'd read it perhaps the other way. But equally, I see the frustration that a crucial game, they always are against Hampshire. Surrey enjoy such a great record in these contests over the years. You mentioned Ollie Pope before. Ollie Pope's got a sterling record against Hampshire, including an unbeaten century in the chase here 12 months ago. So Hampshire having won as many games as Surrey in the last 2 years, it was bonus points and batting points especially that meant that Surrey were able to put a gap between themselves and Hampshire, who finished third in both of those campaigns. And I mean, on paper, they're still a strong side. Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton, the new opening partnership. Ali Orr coming over from Sussex during the winter. Fletcher Middleton making his first century for the club last week against Warwickshire. Nick Gubbins, as I lose my spot on the screen, Nick Gubbins has made 100 last week and a couple of 50s the week before it at 3. James Vince, the captain, at 4. Tom Press, young gun, former England 19s captain, at 5. Then Liam Dawson, the ever-reliable all-rounder. Ben Brown, the wicket-keeper. James Fuller carded at 8. The reliable Abbott and Abbas combination who'll take the new ball, and Brad Wheel with extra pace back in the side for the first time in the season. Daniel, before we commence proceedings today, there's going to be a moment of silence here for Raman Sabarao, the former Surrey, Northamptonshire and England player who passed away on the 17th of April, aged 92. Raman played for Surrey in 1953 and 1954, and following his playing career was a prominent administrator and the chair of Surrey County Cricket Club from 1974 to 1979. He gave his life's work to the sport, and in 1991 was awarded the CBE for services to cricket. Among his many accomplishments, Raman was instrumental in establishing what is today known as the Surrey Championship, devising the Test and County Cricket Board, and in orchestrating the Save the Oval appeal in 1998. So a moment of silence for a man who made 3 Test centuries, a couple of them in that famous Ashes stoush of 1961. A fine player, a fine administrator, passing away at age 92 last week.
Yes, it's become a bit of a feature, hasn't it? At the start of the season, we had Derek Underwood's death, which was a great sadness. Raman Sabarao is a huge figure around here, a huge figure in administration, in cricket administration. Very inventive guy, quite a dashing player for his time as well. His career wasn't enormously long, but his life was. Born back in 1932, and the players now lining up to remember him and what he's done for the game, what he's done for a number of counties. The creation of the Surrey Championship, of course, a very significant thing in this neck of the woods. There was no competitive cricket, it was all friendly cricket in the club scene those days. It's the minute silence commences.
Minute of silence complete. Raman Sabarao. He was England's oldest living Test player at 92. Of course, he was a high-profile match referee in the 1990s as well, when that became a bit of a thing. So, a contribution deep into his life. Retired from Test cricket at just 28 for broader commercial career opportunities, but went back and gave to the game in other ways. And you mentioned before, was prominent here at the Oval, that Save the Oval appeal back in 1988, which you'd remember, Daniel, and recognised by the ECB during the week in their statement, and by Surrey today, the club restarted.
Yep, a towering figure in cricket in this country. But who is now the oldest living Test player?
Yeah, it's a good question. We can
Mickey Stewart.
Mickey Stewart, there you go.
Andrew Samson tells us Mickey Stewart is the oldest living Test player.
And they'll be playing today on the strip all the way across, right in front of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion sign. Sometimes we play over towards the Bedser stand in a county championship game, but as you can see, almost smack bang, well maybe not quite, maybe one strip over, but nevertheless it'll be the short boundary towards the Galladari stand, as it was a fortnight ago here against Somerset when Surrey was set 209 in 19 overs and had a real dart of that. Didn't quite get there, but they cleaned the clock last week, taking all 24 points in their clash at Abbott.
Only team in the county championship to do that. Yeah, right. Either Division 1 or 2, I believe. The only side to get maximum points, 24 points. Now the pitch, if you want to be sort of oriented, if you've been watching the live stream here, as Colo mentioned, last time was 2 strips more in the middle. So we're 2 strips further to the cricketers' side, the gas holder side.
That is quite a short boundary then, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, we thought of the boundary being a factor here a fortnight ago, the shorter side of the ground accentuated yet further here. Daniel, you can lead us away. We're going to see Ali Orr facing the first ball, the left-hander, with 3 slips, make that 4 slips, and Kemar Roach ball in hand.
It's a beautiful looking field, isn't it? And what a bold move from Rory Burns. He's, I think, taken the view with Surrey that he wants to get in amongst them quick, especially this time of the year when the weather is variable. The forecast for days 2 and 3 is a bit messy, to say the least. So I think he's taken the view that you've got to take 20 wickets to win the match, so let's get cracking at it. And we've got a very attacking field. 4 slips for the left-handed Ali Orr. Oh, there's a bit of bite straight away there. See a little bit of bounce, which will encourage the Surrey bowlers. It looks like there might be a bit of grass left on that pitch, which will encourage them. 4-pronged pace attack, but the story for Surrey this summer has been Cam Steele. A lot of their batters have had successful starts to the season. The openers and Dan Lawrence, Jamie Smith's impressed on a few occasions with cameos, but the real story has been how a leg spinner has taken 20 wickets in what's effectively 3.5 games because of the rain at Lancashire.
Yeah, in combination with Dan Lawrence as well. He was elevated to number 3 last week and made his first century for his new club, but wickets in the first 2 games especially, which means there's been fewer wickets for the seamers. So Roach has played all 3 games and only got 3 victims so far, 1 in the second innings here against Somerset and a couple last week against Kent, 1 in either innings.
Now Ali Orr,
yes,
very exciting player, left-hander, bit of a dasher, moved from Sussex. Gets right forward to that one. Is it Ali Orr who was run out at the non-strikers end 3 times?
3 times in 3 matches, I think it was last season. It was a remarkable run that he went on. I mean, it did affect his season. Last year at Sussex, he didn't pass 50 on, well, more than one occasion, made 67 against Gloucestershire in September, but middling returns, to say the least, having had that breakout 2022, which ended with a bombastic 196 on the final day. So just when it looked like he was ready to launch, and there was chat about maybe he'd get on an England Lions tour, it didn't, I guess, like second album blues to an extent, which was the catalyst for his move over to Hampshire, to their rival. But
when he gets going, he's fun to watch. Seen a bit of him. But I do a podcast with Stephen Finn, and I said to him, I mean, how unlucky can you get to be run out at the non-strikers end 3 times? And this wasn't, the man cad, so to speak. Oh, he's got after that. Goodness me. It was there to be hit, yes, but Roach has put the tempter in early, and Ali Orr took the bait. Anyway, Stephen Finn responded with, it's not unlucky. If it happens the first time, then you should make sure that you're wise to it. You think, this is a bit harsh. Basically, the ball had been hit back quite hard on each occasion. He's looking for the run, little flick on the finger of the bowler onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. But he was having none of that bad luck stuff, was Finney. And he's underway with a nice trademark cover drive. Well, will it be hauled in? I'm not sure it is. Actually, no, it's just touched the boundary rope there. So first boundary of the innings, first runs of the innings, end of the over 4 without loss. was having
Yeah,
none of that
I thought the
bad
criticism
luck
of him was
spinning.
a little bit much last
And he's
year.
underway.
You saw that, didn't you? Well, once
Nice
he's unlucky,
cover
but
drive.
beyond that, it's a flaw
Well,
or an
will it
error
be hauled
from
in?
a
I'm not sure it
non-striker.
is, actually.
I'm
No,
not
it's
really
just
sure
touched the
if you're
boundary
backing
rope
up
there.
properly.
Yeah.
That is to say, if you're departing at the point where the ball's left the bowler's hand, in keeping with the laws and all the rest of it, that you have the ability to get back if the ball's smacked back at the stumps via deflection. I'm not sure if there's you'd have to be almost sort of standing on the splice at the non-striker's end, then you're not backing up properly for the vast majority of balls that aren't hit that way. So it did clearly affect his season. But he's spoken at length about how facing Abbott and Abbas and Barker in the nets all the way through pre-seasons helped improve his game already. And he's got this new opening partnership with Fletcher Middleton, who's about to face his first ball here. Middleton making his first 100 for the club last week.
Eccentrically spelt Fletcher as well. We'll come back to that in a moment. Oh, an edge first up. That's going to run down to the boundary for 4, but Dan Worrell, who is lethal with the new ball, with his very first delivery, gets a little bit of movement, lands well in front of second slip there, or even maybe third slip.
Week.
Eccentrically
Might have
spelt
bisected them
Fletcher
from
as
our
well.
angle.
We'll
That's
come
how
back
it
to
looked. We'll see it again here.
No, it is just gone through his
Misjudgment,
legs. Yeah.
Not quite the half volley, that awkward length.
And not quite warmed up yet, Worrell, so that might be why it didn't carry. Edge now this time is taken. Well, almost identical delivery this time with a little bit more nip, little bit more bite. And Fletcher Middleton goes off just his second ball, a 2-ball 4, and Surrey have struck straight away. Of course, it's Dan Worrell, 8 for 1.
The quintessential Dan Worrell dismissal as well. That was 12 mile an hour quicker than the first ball, according to the radar, up at 86, and no concerns carrying on that occasion. Middleton on that off-stump line had to play. We'll see the replay here, but Worrell, who missed the first couple of games with that neck injury, that is spot on from him. Played with the angle bat, but carries comfortably.
Edge now this time is taken. Good catch from Ollie Pope. Back in the side. After being rested the previous game. Edge now this time is taken. But that is just the start that Surrey wanted with the new ball. Almost identical, and that is why delivery this time with a little bit more, isn't it? A little bit more grass perhaps on the pitch, but also they've got lethal swing bowlers. You're going to want to use Roach and Worrell first up wherever possible.
This is such an important day for Hampshire in the context
Edge
of their season, by the way. Being inserted here, 3 draws to start their season.
Delivery this time with a little bit more net, a little bit more washout, wasn't it? So
didn't play a single ball, not been able to hold up the bonus points, and with Essex getting a bit of a jump with 2 wins already in the first 3 games. Hampshire, who have been there and thereabouts, have finished 3rd in 3 of the last 4 seasons, 4th in the other campaign, with this generation of players led by James Vince. Abbott turns 37 this year. Abbas into his 4th year at the club. Keith Barker, who's been missing through the season with an injury so far, but still having such strong bowling stocks, and James Vince and Liam Dawson. There's a reason why they're always expected to compete. But here, round 4, they have to get something out of this game, and dreadful start, losing a wicket in the second over.
Yep, but they've got Nick Gubbins walking to the crease, and he's had a very fine start to the season. He's a very fine player after his move from Middlesex to Hampshire. He's not been entirely consistent. He was very much on England radar around 2018, 2019. He went to the North-South games out in Barbados and impressed out there, which was effectively a kind of trial for the guys, almost like a Lions trial, but separated into North and South regions.
Had a really good start to the year as well. A couple of half centuries, followed by a ton last week at home against Warwickshire, 119. A considered innings. He and Middleton batted for a long time together, which meant that bonus points, they couldn't get as many as otherwise might have been the case. But Gubbins, who made, as often is reflected upon, the 400s in 2016 when Middlesex won Division 1, Gubbins was at the top of the list and made in excess of 1,200 runs. So has got a very high ceiling.
Now this is interesting. There's a leg slip in place for Gubbins, and I've seen a lot of Gubbins. And with Dan Worrell predominantly looking to swing the ball back into the pads, that's what we'd be looking at, sort of challenging the LBW. Looking maybe also for the little inside edge flick, fine. There is also a long leg. Kemar Roach, but we've got a pretty fine leg slip to boot. Almost for that shot, really. Be signal leg by, so Gubbin's not yet off the mark. Now, I had a chat with Kevan James, who's the BBC Solent commentator, and asked him how Hampshire's season had gone, how he interpreted all those runs that they've been racking up down at the Utilita Bowl, and he said the pitch is extremely flat. The Kookaburra ball, obviously, in the second round, assisted the scoring of runs, but in the last round he said the pitch was really slow, really flat. He likened it a little bit to, he said, a classic Canterbury wicket. And I think we know what that means. It's a nicely taken run, but it's all the more impressive really that Surrey managed to force victory at Canterbury, because that pitch can be awkwardly slow. Surrey of course getting that record run chase there. End of the second over, 10 for 1.
I wonder, we heard a little bit in the pre-season, Addy Burrell, the coach down at Hampshire, referring to wanting surfaces that will enable them to rack up as many batting points as they can. And whether, in a situation like this Kookaburra ball early in the season, that might be tilted a bit too far in one direction, and whether they'll find a happy medium through the middle part of the campaign. Because I kind of get their point, right, about sorry about that. One of the cables fell out the back of the box. These things can happen.
Yeah.
Not quite sure how we did it.
Well, I've been on commentary with Alex Hartley, and she's managed to rip the entire thing out of its socket when getting up. So, it wasn't as dramatic as that.
I think you were saying, Daniel, about about the pitches and about the. I mentioned before that Hampshire won as many games as Surrey the last couple of years, and yet they finished third both times, right? So that there is a gap there in the amount of points they're accruing.
Well, they also, of course, had an issue with a pitch, didn't they? Which we talked about actually in the last match here with Ben Bloom, because there's a chapter in his book, Batting for Time, which is about, I think it was Arctic monkeys, wasn't it?
Yes.
And how rock concerts, which are an increasingly important part of revenue generation for many counties, and they didn't have the time after the concert to sort out the square sufficiently, and they've ended up with a sort of suspended sentence. The sword of Damocles hangs over them. And that would partly explain why they want pitches that are not going to get them sanctioned, but it's trying to find that perfectly happy medium. And we've been, I say lucky, I mean it's not like Lee Fortis and his ground staff have put in a huge amount of effort in making pitches that are competitive, in which wickets will fall, but in which you can also flourish with the bat. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a beauty. Just a tiny little poke from Ali Orr. That's a classic Kemar Roach delivery, isn't it? Round the wicket to the left-hander. Forces a batter to play and then just moves away at the last minute. But yes, it's finding that sort of, the sort of pitch where 300 is a good score. That's kind of what you're after in County Championship, especially this time of year when rain can intervene. And the third over, 14 for 1. Had a fair few boundaries, 3 boundaries. Leg by and a single, but that early wicket of Fletcher Middleton. Spelt eccentrically, Fletcha. I like that. Fletcher.
Had you said to me he was the cousin of a royal, I wouldn't be surprised.
almost certainly is. But
that
then,
ostentatious spelling.
as I think I may have explained last time, after having had a scintillating discussion with Adam Rutherford on the Inspired Minds podcast, Adam Rutherford, a famous geneticist, we're all cousins. We're all cousins of the royals. We're all directly related to Edward III, you know. That's you and me, Colo.
Right.
We're going to dress you up in ermine later.
Can't
Have you
wait.
parade through the streets.
Is that because he was especially
No.
productive himself?
No, it's a wonderful just fact of numbers. So you all know that it's an indisputable fact that you have two parents, and your two parents have two parents, and they have two parents, and so your family tree, when you go back over a sufficient amount of time, and we reckon there's around about 4 generations per century, a generation being about 25 years. Once you go back 1,000 years... Oh, now, big appeal, that looks tight. That's swinging down, perhaps. Dan Worrell liked that more than the slips and wicket-keeper. I'd like to see this again on the replay. Let's just take a little look at this, see how much movement.
Alex
Worrell's
Wolf and
getting.
Russell Warren standing this week.
Pitched outside leg.
Yeah.
Good decision from the umpire. So yeah, once you go back 1,000 years, and Edward III isn't 1,000 years, but he's 700 years. In your direct family tree, there are 1,066,000,000,000 places. That is the effect of doubling.
That's some compound interest.
Now, it will not have escaped your notice
That's more than the number of people on the planet
that have ever lived.
that have ever lived.
So what happens is you get a load of people occupying a load of different spaces on your family tree. And Adam Rutherford has calculated that it is statistically as near to impossible as you can get. That because of those numbers, for example, every single one of us is directly related to Charlemagne. This was discovered when Peter Cushing was proved to have been directly related to Charlemagne. Everyone in Europe. Which is quite the fact, isn't it? And
Reminds me of
and you bring it-
the conceit of that. Do you remember that film King Ralph?
Oh, it's marvellous. King Ralph is
where all the royals
my friend's favourite film.
Where all the royals die in an accident.
That's right.
And they have to drag in this American
Yeah,
lounge singer to come in and be the king.
yeah.
So, I mean, in this King Ralph scenario, if enough of them passed away concurrently, King Norcross.
And I think,
Benevolent?
well, it would depend to whom. Yeah. I mean, I would, broadly speaking, take a benevolent view. But, you know,
Those who behaved poorly in the previous world might.
bowlers who strayed too often
Yeah.
onto the pads would be punished with having the leg bias put on their bowling figures.
That'd be your first edict
Yeah,
as monarch.
yeah. It wouldn't be popular, but sometimes you've got to be cruel to be kind.
Where are we? The Oval, day one.
Oh, wow. That's gone straight through. Or let's see if he's got a little inside edge on that. He has. It was not going to be possible for Jamie Smith to reach that. That flew off the inside edge at nearly 84 miles an hour. You can see we have a speed gun on the live stream.
That's the deceptive part about Worrell, and yeah, it does take a healthy inside edge, and yeah, not quite in the diving frame or arc of Jamie Smith, who's got the gloves today in place of Ben Foakes, who's been rested by England, if you're just joining the broadcast. But Worrell is a lot quicker than meets the eye.
Nippy.
Well, you talk about spaces they fit on the family tree, 19 for 1 at the end of the 4th. You think of Worrell on the Surrey family tree. Here is your nibbling it around, very consistent with the new ball, makes batters have to make a decision 3 or 4 times and over, that kind of thing. Rarely lets you leave the ball alone, can move it both ways. You would expect that guy bowls at 70-something, but he's doing it often in the low to mid-80s, which is why he did play international cricket, albeit briefly, for Australia about 8 years ago.
He is a gem of a signing, isn't he?
Yeah.
And as you say, that he's can get it up there nearly as quick as Gus Atkinson at his top pace. And when he's moving it with a new ball, and it moves late, he's devilishly difficult to play. So we've seen a fair bit of action this morning, the first 4 overs. Few edges, inside edges, outside edges.
So much experience, Gubbins, in these high profile games, playing on test grounds as he did at Lords for a long stretch of time. Made nearly 1,000 runs last year at 46. He's actually 30 now. I think I'll always think of Nick Gubbins as a young player due to the way he burst onto the scene, but he's seen plenty. Almost filling that senior pro slot. Good head on his shoulders.
Well, like I say, 6 years ago he was very much in the England frame.
Yeah. Went on a couple of Lions tours after that big season in 2016. Fell away but came back again. Had a dreadful run of it in 2021 where it felt like every time Middlesex were batting it was under lights on a green seamer. And
you saw a lot of that season.
I did.
Yeah.
I saw Gubbins walking out at 1 or 2 for not many very often. One match in particular stands out against Hampshire as it happens, where Hampshire had Abbott and Barker bowling as well as you'll see in the championship, and went through them inside 3 days.
Now for Kemar Roach, he's not bowled at all badly in the first 3 games of the season, but he's not got the rewards yet. Part of that, I think, the Kookaburra ball, the docile nature of the pitches. But today I'm just seeing some signs of some nice late movement.
He's a big part of the reason why they love to bowl first, isn't it? I mean, Samo's put on the screen here that Surrey have now bowled 7 times in a row when they've won the toss here at the Kia Oval, and 8 of the last 9.
Well, it's very fashionable. I mean, Ben Stokes, he will say at a toss, won't he, in a 2 innings game, say, we want to bowl. Why? Well, we want to chase, which is jobbing forward quite a long way in a multi-day game, but you can see his point. And the other part of it is this time of the year, we'll be able to get a little look at this shortly. You can see the darkness of the footmarks, which suggests there's a fair bit of moisture around. We had a lot of rain yesterday. And you can probably see from that shot there, just a little bit, you can see the discoloration where the footmarks are in. You expect a little bit, but it's quite dark, which suggests there's moisture in the pitch. And also I think there's the attacking philosophy. Surrey want to go for wins here. And which is kind of a different one from Hampshire's stated aim that they want a lot of batting points. It's Surrey after wickets and wickets early, and at this time of the year you can need to get ahead of the game. Which reminds me, we have not yet been round the grounds, because we'll be doing a fair bit of that today.
Yeah, you do that while you bring it up. End of the over, 19 for 1, 5 gone.
There's been a wicket at Durham. Durham are playing Essex. Now, that's a fascinating clash, that one. Durham, tipped by many people as very strong pre-season contenders. Well, they've been a bit unlucky. They didn't get off to a great start by not getting to bowl a ball in their first game. Since then, starting to find their feet. Scott Borthwick, formerly of this parish, was the first to go, but I can tell you, Alex Lees is now also out. It's the old faithful of Porter and Cook who've got the 2 wickets, 11 for 2. Excellent start for Essex, who are provisionally top of the table by 8 points at the moment. We wait to see if they're going to be sanctioned for Feroz Koushi's bat. If you're unfamiliar with that story, Feroz Koushi's bat was deemed to be too wide, but now the contention is that, and this could only happen in cricket, that the gauge that was used to measure Feroz Koushi's bat wasn't to MCC standards. I mean, how can you have the wrong bat gauge?
How many of them can there be as well?
Who knows? I mean, so that's a story that could run and run.
Okay.
But if Essex were docked 10 points, Surrey would go top by 2. At the moment, Essex are top by 8. At Warwickshire, I'm staying in the First Division. What have you seen there? Sort of slightly sore shoulder for Ryan Patel. Has he done that diving? There's a hard part on the edge of the square at short square leg. It's well enough played at the end by Ali, or just a little bit of movement away. Just angles the bat but keeps his hand soft to pick up the single. Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, no wickets yet. 16 without loss. Ben Duckett, 14 not out. Worcestershire, Somerset. Somerset 15 without loss. Those are first division scores. That's who's batting first. Into the second division. And it's a very strange thing to say. This is into the second division. And Yorkshire, and 19 without loss against Derbyshire. Northants are 30 without loss against Leicestershire, who've started the season very promisingly. Middlesex are 19 without loss against Gloucestershire. So the only wickets to fall here and at Durham.
Yeah, that Essex opening combination. You see their scorecards so far this year. It's a little bit of, the old ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If Porter doesn't get you, Sam Cook must kind of about it, isn't it? It's one or the other, never both at the same time.
But aren't they amazing? Because, when you look at the runs that have been scored across the Championship this season, I was going to ask Andrew Samson if he could update my last 10 years' averages in each month, because I reckon April must have gone scorching into the lead in these freezing cold conditions as leg slip comes finer to Gubbins. Oh, that is a tight leave, a very tight leave. You've got to be careful with that leave, because Worrell is getting shape. Yeah, so for bowlers like Porter and Cook, who are far from express, still, we've had 2 rounds of Kookaburra ball matches as well, still to be picking up wickets in the first game. They bundled out Notts, wasn't it, for 80 at Trent Bridge? And Notts only had to bat 2 sessions and a bit to save that game with a Kookaburra.
Cook's averaging 7.5.
Cook is averaging 7.5, Phil Walker tells me. And he says it with a great pride, a wry smile and a scratch of his chin.
I think with Cook, how I mentioned before that Worrell fits a couple of different slots in the Surrey depth chart. Feels that way with Essex as well. There's a perception that Cook bowls slower than he does. Watching some of the stream last week, and he is quick enough to hurry you up. And England play, 40% of their Test cricket at home, something like that. Not quite half, because they often play 2 tours away of a winter. But still, nevertheless, they'll play roughly 6 tests a year at home, sometimes 7. And other countries, hence the over 20-for-1, that are similar to England, say New Zealand and occasionally now Australia, actually, interestingly, with the surfaces in Australia. In the last few seasons, when you go to Melbourne, you're getting a pitch which is more reminiscent of what you get in England. That's the way it's been since 2021. And I say all of that because when James Anderson does retire, whenever it happens to be, I don't think it should be as straightforward as simply picking 3 blokes who bowl 90 mile an hour. And Rob Key's been complimentary of Cook in this sense as well, saying that, look, yes, we want to see the quick guys come on this year. John Turner's part of the touring 13 today, by the way, for Hampshire, not playing, but he's one of these England contracted long-term investment players they've got. Josh Tongue, another one of those, who played a couple of tests last year. I think it's very likely we'll see a world later in the summer where not only are the faster bowlers being brought through, but potentially Cook as well. Given an opportunity, 3 tests against the Windies, 3 tests against Sri Lanka, no longer needing to find a spot for Stuart Broad for, say, 4 or 6 of those.
Well, let's not forget that Ollie Robinson has got a very fine test record. Now, he's got all sorts of other things that have been issues, long-standing injuries and whatnot, but... Oh, that's nicely picked up. That is a beauty. Some pigeons scatter in terror.
Now he likes it through there. I mean, that's where Ali Orr, when he had that big season in 2022, so much of that came through the onside.
But to get back to the Ollie Robinson point, he's not often troubling 80 miles an hour as we see this. Roach just straying onto the pads.
So it is aerial. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some catching men patrolling that region for him as a consequence of that, but hit so sweetly. That's his strength.
So, Sam Cook, if he picks up all these wickets at such a low average, at what point does it become impossible to ignore him? I would suggest that point might be upon us.
And the other thing about Cook is he might have timed his run splendidly, because there have been many bowlers who could have made a claim to replace Anderson over the years. No one anticipated that he would play to this age, right? So Jamie Porter's the most obvious of that sequence. He had those couple of brilliant seasons for Essex. He was Player of the Year in a championship winning campaign, etc., etc. But you would say if you were measuring this up right now that Cook would have overtaken Porter in that conversation at the point where Anderson is really more likely to retire than he was 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, he's gone again.
Have that.
That is a mighty shot, isn't it? I mean, it's not even 11:30 yet, and he's unfurled a beauty there. Big foot down the ground, big swing. Oh, now this is marvellous news. Andrew Samson's done it for us. Jollo, reveal the facts of the matter as we also bathe in the glory of that Ali Orr straight drive. That is quite the shot.
Well, as you're jumping out, Dan, I feel guilty that I'll be telling you that April has overtaken June as the most productive month to bat in county championship cricket.
Isn't that amazing? Oh, now then. Did that come off a little bit of body there? I'd like to see that again, because that's rolled down to first slip. Let's take another little look at this. Looking to leave the ball. He does, and he's got some glove on that. He's quite fortunate. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. That could have ballooned up to any of the slips that were waiting. But I think you want to keep your eyes peeled here with Ali Orr. He's not going to curb his attacking intent just because of the early wicket. Does well to lead the last ball of the over. Those 7 overs gone the first half an hour complete, 28 for 1. I'm going to get out of the way. Phil Walker's going to come in for the first time today, and I'm going to go and rush around exuberantly telling everybody about the productive run-scoring nature of April. Well, they say, are you mad?
Last game of the month. See if it can be added to. So April, not sure what the sample size is here. Samo might be able to pop it on the screen for me. Last 10 years, April average per wicket 33.08. Second is now June 32.73, and it goes down towards September 28.82. Daniel has been very keen on that. I welcome Phil Walker. He's going to lead the show here. G'day, mate.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everyone. Just tucking him up a little bit. They've bowled tidily here of Surrey's opening bowlers, but certainly in the last over, Ali Orr is signalling his intent. A couple of flamboyant shots, and the second one, I mean, a broadly outrageous piece of work in the first half an hour when it's swinging against a test quality attack. Just climbed into a length ball from Kemar Roach and pumped it straight back past him, a couple of bounces into the pavilion. So it's been an interesting mini passage of play this in the first half hour. I like the way Nick Gubbins sets up. Adam, he's a real kind of quintessentially English player. He plays very tight into the body. The hands are tight inside, and he has an off-stump guard, so he knows where his off-stump is, and desperately trying to play within himself outside off-stump, not get tempted by anything too wide. Like a good left-handed opening bat, top-order bat, waiting for the ball to come to him.
Shot.
Yeah, that one was wide though, and fullish, full enough for him to throw his hands at it. Might just pull it in. No, in fact, yeah, I think he's given up the ghost. Yeah, he signalled for. It was a valiant effort, but that's run away for Nick Gubbins' first boundary 4. It was a wide tempter and so far under the eye that he thought he may as well have a go at it. He reminds me of a kind of sort of Mike Hussey-esque kind of player, you know. He's quite attractive through the offside, but he's very tight in defence.
Yeah, probably the difference between the two, I feel anyway, in hindsight. Hussey was very busy, whereas Gubbins is beautiful. When he's in full flow anyway, Gubbins is a very attractive player to watch. And look, we saw that last year as well. Mentioned 300s. 139 not out against Somerset, the biggest of those, and this season so far 50, 69 not out and 100 last week. So a great Nick, starting April well, a lot of experience now. And the Surrey bowling lineup this week, after this they've got Atkinson and Clark, the other two quicks. Atkinson back having been rested last week. Clark, who took the new ball when we were here a fortnight ago, and missing Jamie Overton, Phil Phil sitting next to me, not Jeff for once. That's a story that's been percolating through the week, isn't it, about Jamie Overton and the inconclusive scan on his back. There'll be another in a couple of weeks. England have to name their T20 World Cup squad by the 1st of May, at least a provisional squad. I wonder whether they'll keep a spot warm for Jamie Overton. That was certainly the direction they were going, because it does feel like, from what we've seen, we won't know for sure what's going on with him for a couple of weeks.
I think he was certainly very squarely in their thoughts before this injury. Foolish, he's gone up, he's confident, but no, umpire unmoved, perhaps slightly leg side-ish, Adam.
That could be only it. Maybe pitching outside leg. We'll get a second look, but on the angle he was across the stumps.
Just fell out of balance a wee bit as well, the head just going over to the offside.
Yeah.
I think it's a decent decision.
Might have been one of those that if we had the projection on it, that it might have been, just in line with leg and just clipping leg as well, but you rarely see them given that on that sort of evidence at this level without the technology.
Yeah, slightly beaten him for pace though there, and Gubbins got in a bit of a tangle, falling over to the offside. Another over ticks by though, 32 for 1, 8 overs gone. Resumption of this mini battle here.
So Hampshire have replenished their batting lineup, or at least got themselves in a sturdier place up top. We saw Middleton miss out today, but 100 last week. They used 5 different opening combos last year. It brought awe into the club. No longer are they having to kind of shoehorn a Felix Organ up top, or an Ian Holland, who actually missed out today, interestingly. Ian Holland, the all-rounder. They've gone with Fuller instead. But setting up this way with a view to racking up more batting points, and knowing that this window that they've been in for the last couple of years, where they could have easily managed to have won a title over maybe the last 4 or 5 years, would you say, Phil, where they finished third, fourth and third?
Yeah.
Where in any of those 4 years, if things broke slightly differently, they might have won the comp.
Yeah.
This window won't be open forever.
No, indeed, and it was with the bat last year that they fell away. They didn't struggle for 20 wickets. James Vince had a slightly in and out summer, and Liam Dawson came good towards the back end, but they needed top order runs, and so Ali Orr was a big important signing for them. Yet to get going this year. Made a mini start here, 22.
He's doing that kind of Steve Smith style leave. He had Smith for company down in the dressing room at Hove for a month last year. I wonder whether he picked it up from him. So we had Chiteshwar Pujara and Steve Smith as dressing room buddies down there.
Pujara's a more graceful lever, isn't he? A more orthodox, timeless lever. But the Smithian leave, of course, been adopted by his young pup Marnus, and Ali Orr's got a touch of it as well here, but he's focusing hard outside off stump here. Beautiful. And again, expansive. It was there to hit, but he's kept his shape fantastically and driven it with a straight bat. Airborne, but clipped hard, and mid-on not in the game. Another boundary 4. And so 3 now off Kemar Roach for Ali Orr, and each of them statement shots.
Well, he likes it through mid-wicket, clearly. Appreciative Mel Story dropped me a message saying that Lancashire picked up on that a few weeks ago, and they tried to square him up successfully, packing the gully region, and I wonder whether we might see something similar here from Surrey. Change the angle, bowl it across him. We're seeing here around the wicket.
Just push mid-on back a touch. That's good though, because when the blood's pumping and the adrenaline's flowing through the veins, the wide half volley is always a tempter. It's showing that his mind is on the job here, and he's got to start. It's been a quiet start up until now for him. As we say, a big money signing, statement signing really for Hampshire, and 1 or 2 people at Sussex pretty disappointed that he left. Adjust well to the final delivery of the 9th over, so 36 for 1. Adam Collins is taking a break. And he's passing the baton on to Taha Hashim for the first time. Morning, champ.
Morning, Phil.
How you doing?
I'm all right. Still enjoying that shot from Ali Orr a few overs ago when he just decided to slap Kemar Roach over mid-on for 4.
Yeah, no respecter of reputations. But it's a sign of how he wants to go about this knock. And of course, if you're playing against Surrey, you can't just stand still. You can't sit on your bat and try and accumulate. You can't really play slow heartbeat cricket because their seam attack's just too insistent, too strong, and they come at you over after over. It's going to be Gubbins this time to face up. So these two left-handers are just contrasting styles at the moment. Very watchable though, Taha in their own ways. Gubbins more orthodox and conventional, plays within himself. Alior the more expansive as we go up until now. This morning's session delicately poised.
Yeah, my enduring memory of Nick Gubbins on this ground is the 192 he made for Middlesex against Surrey in 2020, the Bob Willis Trophy, where there wasn't a single soul watching from the stands.
And you were in the press box?
I was, but there were sort of, obviously there's, coming towards the Vauxhall End, just on the side there's that building where you have sort of people overlooking from their roof. And they were cheering him on. So I think when he did reach the tani, I think he may have saluted them.
Oh, that's lovely.
So that was a nice moment in a rather bleak time.
Yeah, that was a peculiar time for the game. Just 6 first-class games the A team were able to play, building to that slightly surreal game in the freezing cold of October at Lord's, when Essex managed to turn Somerset over. Felt like quite a Pyrrhic victory though, really, at the end of that peculiar summer. Foolish, driven, uppishly and through where 4th, 5th slip would have been, but nothing doing for Surrey, just the 3 grabbers in and a wideish gully backward point, and so 4 more to Nick Gubbins, who was just tempted there by a ball which wasn't quite a full half volley, and that's why he slightly lost his shape. Dan Worrell searching for that outside edge, inducing it this time.
Yeah, slightly half-hearted there from Gubbins. I think he was caught in 2 minds. Didn't know whether to go fully at it, sort of went and just got enough to keep it low and run away for 4 as well.
So Dan Worrell with the new ball here at the Kia Oval is a handful. He just bowls so few hit-me balls, and you know that there is always a ball out there with your name on it, unless you are right at the top of your form and as diligent as you can possibly be. And you're seeing this from Gubbins here. He's concentrating so hard. And again, it's a good leave, left on length really. Makes sure he gets the gloves out the way. 10 gone now, 40 for 1. Fletcher Middleton, if you're just joining the broadcast, was the first man to go early on in the piece, just to the second delivery from Dan Worrell from the JM Finn stand end as we look at it. Healthy edge to Ollie Pope, who took a good catch actually tumbling forward at second slip. So Middleton, after a ton last week, had to depart for just 4. But since then, these 2 southpaws have done it pretty well.
Just with Worrell there at the what you may not see from home is his kind of arching run-up, and that makes it even trickier for the left-hander when he's coming from around the wicket, because there's a blind spot there, and so he sort of just emerges out of the umpire's view at the last second, and so that certainly causes extra trouble for the left-hander.
Yeah, he's an archetypal swing bowler. Everything is right. He's a side-on bowler, angled run-up. Everything is designed to get that ball off the straight. Okay, we're going to see the first sign of Jordan Clark this morning from the pavilion end. And let's just charitably put that down as a loosener, but no damage done. Jamie Smith keeping wicket today. Ben Folkes is having the week off at the behest of the England hierarchy. I wonder if he were given the choice, Ben Folkes, if he'd prefer to be out there. It's a key part of the season, individually and collectively, of course, but Jamie Smith is a more than able deputy. Outstanding young cricketer who started the season ominously, I would say, for the rest.
Probably quite a beneficial move for England on their part, in that they give Folkes a rest in case they want to keep him on and use him this summer, but then they also get to have a look at Jamie Smith behind the stumps, and I guess he's been someone who's been tipped to potentially take that role in the Test side, having done quite well for the Lions. Doesn't really keep for Surrey regularly because of Folkes.
Chipped him straight to mid-wicket. What a tame dismissal. Ali Orr goes for a sprightly 26. But it's been the story of his season so far. He just can't really get going. And Jordan Clark, fresh into the attack, says thank you very much. 2 down for 40, Taha.
Yeah, very loose from Ali Orr. He's just on the pads, and he just didn't have the room to really swing his arms as he's been doing all innings. And so he sort of just clips it straight to Gus Atkinson. Simple catch.
Yeah, it's a poor piece of play by the Hampshire opener. But again, good captaincy by Rory Burns, because he has been airborne as the left-hander through the onside, and so he's brought the man in on the catch, not on the drive, but on the catch at straightish mid-wicket. And Ali Orr has just said, there you go, pops it up, loses his balance a little bit, he's just falling over, and so he can't get much bat on it. And so what a limp dismissal, really. He promised much this morning. He played a couple of lovely looking shots, but Hampshire, having recovered from that early setback, now have to do it all again. James Vince is the new man in at 4.
Or seems like one of those left-handers who, in wanting to play to the leg side, might want the ball to be sort of outside off stump and kind of, fetch at it rather than have it straight on the pads and flick it. He looked uncomfortable playing that shot, and yeah, very simple catch.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because on that line, a left-hander you would think would be looking to go through square leg, backward of square, round the corner to long leg for some easy pickings, really. But he's actively, consciously trying to punch it down the ground through mid-wicket and mid-on, rather than letting the ball come to him and just riding the line. Well, he will be studying that, no doubt, for the rest of the afternoon. It's just not quite got going yet in the early stages for his new club. So Clark into his first over. James Vince, new man.
Well, John Clark was loosed in his first delivery to Ali Orr, but to James Vince that was right on the money.
Yeah, important knock here, you would feel, for the Hants captain. He's in the engine room at number 4. Quietly letting those first 2 deliveries go by. So, more than useful middle order to come here for Hampshire, and a very watchable one as well. Ben Brown's a brilliant keeper bat, long-standing, of course. Been a great servant to the game for a number of years now. Tom Prest is a brilliant young player. Runs for James Vince onto the pads, and despite it being a short boundary, that still crashed into the hoardings. Very little effort at all. He just leant on that and he's away.
Yeah, that's the shot Ali all wanted to play. On the pads. And flicked beautifully for 4 on the ground. Vince with that immaculate balance that we've come to know from watching him for so many years.
Yeah, so Vince away from the final delivery of the 11th over, 44 for 2. You feel like the next hour and a bit up to lunch is crucial for the visitors in particular, because they can't really afford having been inserted on what is going to be another very tidy place to bat, at least for the first 2 days. They don't want to be staring down the lunch break at 4 or 5 down. So it's a key partnership here between the two senior men. Their two best players. Worrell to continue. Foolish again. It's a fascinating contest this between the two of them. Nick Gubbins in cracking form. His balance is good. His concentration is good. But Dan Worrell never gives you an inch. Stifled appeal, too high and perhaps slightly leg-side-ish, but good length again from Worrell, who's enjoying this angle now around the wicket to the left-hander, who's been broadly shotless. There was one longish half volley that he threw his hands out and picked up a boundary 4, but the other 4 was slightly streaky, and he's not really rotating the strike too much here. He's rather stuck at that end.
Yeah, Worrell just almost feels like he's just trying to sneak that ball through that sort of high backlift Gubbins has, which the bat raises at the last second.
Jaffa, beautifully bowled. It's pitched and taken off and hit Jamie Smith's gloves hard as well. It's a sign of a good track. As ever here at the Kia Oval, if you put it in, you get it out. And that is a beauty.
Especially having brought that last ball back into him.
Overbalanced to such an extent he had to put his hand on the floor to prevent himself from falling over. That's a nod to the excellence of the delivery. 44 for 2. Key moments this. And he just can't get away from that end here. Rooted to the pavilion end as it stands, and Dan Worrell is just methodically working out his man. He could do with just rotating here. Just breathing a different air.
Worrell's just giving him absolutely no room outside off. Then, if he strays to the pads, there's a couple men in close on the leg side.
Short this time, and well taken by Jamie Smith, slightly misdirected. But again, good pace, good carry. Bodes well for the rest of the game. Hampshire, of course, got a couple of very useful seamers themselves. More than a couple. Mo Abbas and Kyle Abbott. Their records, of course, speak for themselves. Brad Wheel's got some pace. James Fuller's useful. Lost his shape there on the drive. Still negotiates another probing over, and Gubbins still there, just 9 not out. He's got a good buzz about this though, Taha. Big game, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a kind of serious duel going on from here, from the Vauxhall end between Worrell and Gubbins. And yet it was Jordan Clark who got that last wicket, coming in from the pavilion end. And he got some nice balls there to Vince before he just strayed onto the pads with a final delivery of that last over.
So already Jordan Clark has posted a deep square as well as a conventional long leg, so 63 field, and he also has a deep cover as well, acknowledging that James Vince is he's a boundary hitter, and that is his area through the covers, of course, and then square of the wicket. Fantastic puller of the ball and strong off his legs. One of these players with almost too much talent at times. And there is the James Vince that we know and love and fear, and from time to time tear our hair out as a consequence, because he will not be trammelled. If it's there outside his eye line, then the compulsion in James Vince is to throw those hands at it. On his day, it works exquisitely. Pick up a single, this time into the onside, but a sign of the enduring enigma of James Vince Taha is that at the Kennington Oval, where history would tell you that stroke makers tend to enjoy themselves, he averages under 20 from 9 matches. Made one isolated 100 and a 50, but aside from those 2 knocks, very little to show for his work at the Oval. Be a good day for that record to begin to turn.
Yeah, despite seeing Ryan Patel there at deep extra cover, he wanted to have a go at trying to beat him.
So Nick Gubbins will probably be pleased to be back at this end as we look at it. The Vauxhall end, the JM Finn stand end. Just a couple of deliveries left of this over, and if you can negotiate them, then I would imagine he won't be too displeased to let his skipper deal with Dan Worrell.
Yeah, some very decent carry there from Clark on that last delivery.
And again, fullish, and just that bottom hand coming through and rather choking the blade, and so no smoothness through the drive.
It's a few times now where he's tried to drive square and keeps finding the man straighter at mid-off.
Oh, and it's flown straight through Dominic Sibley's hands at first slip. Authentic edge, and it has flown fast. Jordan Clark is really ramping it up here. You would fancy that Dominic Sibley would gobble that one up. Perhaps he's just coming out of the pavilion. Maybe slightly unsighted initially, but it did look like it might have beaten him for pace, Taha.
Yeah, Gubbins has been struggling with that drive, trying to get it right. And that ball flew at decent... we saw a few deliveries earlier that Clark was getting good carry. So a life for Nick Gubbins, much needed as well in the context of this innings. Here it comes again. Clark getting the ball to move away. It was wide. It was there to be hit. Oh, and it's sort of dipping on Sibley.
Yeah, it looks like he's picked it up okay. He's moved fine. He's got his hands in place. It's just blown through them. Lost his shape again on the drive though, Gubbins. We'd acknowledged that earlier in the piece. Losing his back foot as well, just slipping a little. Losing his shape. He might have to put that shot to bed for a time. Okay, now Worrell, the champion swing bowler. Nicked, gone. James Vince has to go. It's off the glove, I think. It's off the bottom glove. He's just looking at his right hand, and he drags himself off disconsolately. 3 down now. What a wicket. You sense that Dan Worrell would have been fancying this against the stroke maker, and it's taken him 1 delivery. Easy catch, looping really to Ollie Pope there. That second slip for his second catch, and Hampshire suddenly having been inserted this morning, 49 for 3.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous delivery. Forcing him back, getting the ball to move away. Gets the edge. Or is it the glove? I think it might be the glove. Worrell, who's been immaculate against Nick Gummins from the other end.
Yeah, look, it's a Jaffa. Vince perhaps slightly lazy on the shot. Could have perhaps ridden it with a bit more urgency, but that's a beauty really, and it's climbed from nowhere and straightened as well. Another day perhaps that just goes to ground, but not today. And James Vince's tough times here at the Kennington Oval continue. That's into his 10th match now, and that average, I'm afraid, is falling ever more. Just 5 today. And so Ali Orr, Fletcher Middleton, James Vince all back in the hutch inside the first hour.
Yeah, it's the greenest pitch we've seen at the Oval so far this summer. And Surrey's teamers are enjoying it. Here with the Dukes now.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, of course. Kemar Roach was present through the early part of the season, but you could sense he was waiting for the Dukes, and of course Dan Worrell as well, who is just a champion really, especially in these conditions. So Tom Prest, new bat, very good young player, needs a score. It's not going to happen today. 2-2. It's a very loose shot, and it's nabbed easily enough at third slip this time, and Tom Prest will not want to see that again. 4 down now for 49. Hampshire in disarray.
It's a slow trudge back for Prest. This was fuller from Worrell, having gone sort of back of the length to Vince. It's a tempter really. Yes, there's a bit of movement away, but it's one you want to leave alone in your first ball of the innings, and Dan Lawrence is the man to clean up in the slip cord, and they've packed it after that Vince delivery, and there we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, on a roll.
Yeah.
Worrell on a hat-trick.
My, he'll be cranky with himself. Well, Tom Prest, he simply could not resist it. It's very clever bowling. Perhaps a lesser bowler may have just decided on just pulling that length back and getting into his work against the new batter, but no, Worrell has the gumption and smarts to throw it up there. And Tom Prest simply could not resist, but he's in no position to play it, leaning back. 2-2. Hampshire in all sorts suddenly.
Yeah, that extra bit of experience for Worrell tells there as well. Man with over 300 first-class wickets. Probably acknowledging that there's a younger player coming out to bat, potentially a bit of nerves there.
Right.
Decides to let him try and drive through the offside, and there comes the nick.
So, Liam Dawson's the new man, hat-trick ball, 5 slips and a backward point. The crowd filling out as well and getting behind this. Liam Dawson just trying to take the sting out of the moment, gathering himself. Well, Hampshire. I have to say, I've seen this film before, Hampshire here in South London. Not a happy hunting ground for them. Foolish and well played. Right in behind it. Decent delivery. If that had nipped, then he would have been in business, but as it is, punched tidily down the ground for a couple. And so, hat-trick delivery averted, but Hampshire's problems barely alleviated. Just 13 and a bit overs gone, ticking into the second hour, and 4 down already.
Beautiful straight bat there from Liam Dawson to handle that hat-trick ball. Nick Gummins, of course, is still at the other end and had his own troubles against Worrell.
Yeah, Foolish again. It's been a fabulous spell of bowling by one of the best in the business.
Again, such a tempting length there. The same length that got Prest driving. Dawson just sort of happy to see it out at the moment.
He had a breather this time, wide of the eye line and easily left alone. One more delivery to go in this over. Dawson just has to try and clamber in behind it. So, final delivery of the 14th. Hampshire on the canvas here. Okay, 51 for 4. I'm going to jump out. It's been quite a half an hour for me.
Well bowled, Phil Walker.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in fine fettle this morning. Daniel Norcross is going to take over. Taha will remain with us for some time.
So, what a dramatic, last 7 or 8 minutes. There was the drop from Dominic Sibley. And people say, but it could have been 49 for 5. What I tell you here is that, of course, had the catch been taken, there is no way the next 2 balls from Dan Worrell would have been the same. So in many ways, it was probably more successful for Surrey to drop Gubbins and take 2 in 2. It's a way of looking at it. And the collapse really began. It's a collapse of 3 for 9 with that little chip from Ali Orr and Taha. He's such a lovely player to watch, Ali Orr. How has it happened? Now then, I've been passed. Been passed the scorecard of the match at the end of April 2021. Here at the Oval. Hampshire put into bat by Surrey. Phil very excited, constantly pointing at the scorecard, so I can't see what it is that he's pointing at. I think just drifting down leg side. So yes, there are some uncanny similarities. Weatherly first to go with a score on 20, Tom Alsop at 37, and then Sam Northeast and James Vince go. And then, actually, God, I remember this game, I was here. 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets fell with a score on 44. Northeast, Vince, Holland and Dawson. Within 34.3 overs, Hampshire were bowled out for 92. And it was Jordan Clark did the damage that day, 6 for 21. Ricky Clark 2 for 22 and Kemar Roach 2 for 40 as Surrey went on a spree and ended up winning by an innings and 289 runs, which was quite the game. Hashim Amla made 215, retired hurt. Obviously 100 from Ollie Pope, he loves playing against Hampshire, 131. Jamie Smith 78. Surrey amassed 560 for 7 and then bowled Hampshire out in second innings for 179 with 8 wickets for Kemar Roach, 10 in the match, 8 for 40. I can see why he was so excited.
One big change from that match is there's no Dan Worrell for Surrey that day.
No. And hasn't he bowled brilliantly today? Unchanged so far. I don't know how many more overs he's got left in him in this spell, but having picked up 2 in the previous over, he'll probably be eyeing up an 8th over. His command of length is quite fantastic. Just that beautiful length that forces a batter to play.
I reckon
end of the over, 51 for 4.
I reckon he'll want one last crack at Gubbins. You talk about his length there, but his line to Gubbins from around the wicket has been excellent. He's offered him no space.
He's not going to get it because Gus Atkinson is handing over his cap. So end of that spell for Dan Worrell. Very impressive. 3 wickets in it. 3 for 21 he's got in his 7 overs. But I'm going to tell you about something that's happening at lunchtime. We have a guest today. the eminent grise of English cricket writing, Lawrence Booth, editor of Wisden Cricket's Almanac. He's going to be in conversation with Adam Collins. He's going to be talking about the editor's notes and the articles that are in it. Wisden's not just scorecards, it's some of the finest cricket writing you could wish to read. There's some very familiar names in there, as well as Lawrence will probably explain his selection of the 5 cricketers of the year. As Gus Atkinson starts his first over. If you would like to get in touch with us, please do. surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and let us know if you have ever been in Wisden, and if so, if you can remember which year and in what context. You may have topped your school's batting averages, you may have been involved in a quirky game. There's a lovely bit in Wisden which is basically weird stuff that's happened this year, and you might have been involved in an absolute drubbing where your side were bowled out for 8 and you top scored with 5 or some such similar, or you might have picked up a really freakish 10 for 1. Who knows how you might have been in Wisden, but let us know. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. That is sharp from Atkinson, it felt. It's jagged back in, 83.3 miles an hour.
Not exactly ideal this for Hampshire, having had to...
See off Worrell and now...
Yeah, see off Worrell and now we've got the extra pace for Atkinson.
Well, sorry, I haven't even looked like using their leading bowler of the season this year, Cameron Steele.
No. I actually had a
Not
chat
yet
with him
required.
a couple days ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, from the scorer's box. And he was looking over at the pitch, and he mentioned it's quite green. I'm not sure how much use I'll be on this.
Well, I think he's been a little modest there. His leg spin's taken many of the pitches out of the equation so far this season. Am I right in saying that he's been told to put his googly away?
I don't know about that, but he's always had a strong googly. It was his sort of leg break that he's been working on over the last few years.
Well, all 20 wickets have fallen to the leg break, I think.
Yeah.
It's nicely tucked away by Gubbins, who has had a life. It was a sharp chance to Sibley off the bowling of Jordan Clark. He threw the kitchen sink at it and it went high above Sibley's hands, or head I should say, through his hands down to the boundary. Then the next 2 balls, Worrell struck from this end, the Vauxhall end. 3 slips still in place. And while a lot's been made of Hampshire's travails against Surrey over the years, end of the over 54 for 4, should point out that they have got one of the more resilient lower orders, the likes of Dawson and Brown in the past, Barker. So there's plenty of work for Surrey's seamers to do yet.
Yeah, so I guess regardless of conditions, I think Burns may look to steal because he's got now this option of a leg spinner to use against the tail, and that's part of the success that Steele's had. Against Lancashire, that firefield was about sort of cleaning up the tail. And
indeed, get rid of the last couple of Kent wickets. It gave Surrey a little sniff in their last home game.
So even if it is quite green, I think we could still see Steele in action later on today.
Now Clark feels to me like he's getting up a decent head of steam here. That one just over 80 miles an hour.
It's interesting when he's going from over the wicket from the pavilion end. The ball just stayed a bit low there, but when he's come around the wicket, he's found pretty decent carry.
The carry has been a little variable today. Nothing wrong with the pitch, but some are shooting through pretty high, especially off Roach from round the wicket, the pavilion end. Dawson as well has had a bit of a, I'm not going to say a revival, but he's got quite contrasting numbers, hasn't he, in the last couple of years with his spin bowling, averaging in the 20s.
Yeah, and then obviously then became the whole conversation at the end of last summer whether he'd tour with England to India.
Unlucky in a way, wasn't he? I mean, was the height factor counting against him, because England liked the look of Akshay Patel? And on their previous tour there was all this sort of talk about a tall bowler and bowling into Indian pitches, and Liam Dawson isn't the tallest.
May well be that, or may just be that England wanted to sort of move on, I guess. Dawson's been someone who's been around for a while, played a few test matches, obviously debuted on that 2016 tour of India, and they just wanted to try something a bit different. And yeah, I think the height factor certainly seems like it came into the equation, judging by the men England picked.
But he's a doughty batter as well, is Liam Dawson. Toured India, of course, in 2016. Poor fella had to play in, was it Chennai, when Karen Lair got that 100. There'd been a hurricane just before, or a storm at any rate. Had quite a good first innings from memory in that game. He's playing with a slightly angled bat there, but Jordan Clark is asking the questions.
Yeah, it was a slightly strange situation then, that following summer, at the start of it, when England played South Africa, and they picked Liam Dawson alongside Moeen Ali, and there was sort of basically a PR move to say that Moeen was the second spinner, just to try and kind of bring out the sort of all-rounder within him.
Well, also, wasn't there sort of talk he didn't like the pressure of being the lead spinner?
Yeah.
All the psychology.
And I think Dawson lasted 2 test matches, and then Moeen was back to being number 1.
Another one that jags back in, end of the over, 54 for 4, and those 4 wickets, well, 3 of them have fallen to Dan Worrell this morning, who has bowled absolutely magnificently. Picked up the first with just his second ball. The ball before that had also taken the edge of Fletcher Middleton's bat and gone through Pope's legs for 4. That one and the second one there, both taken by Pope at second slip. And then the very first ball, Tom Presti will not want to see that shot again. That was not a shot to be playing first ball, but gave the catch to Dan Lawrence at third slip. The score then 49 for 4 with those 2 wickets in 2 balls. Now 54 for 4. With Gubbins having had a life as well, it's been an all-action morning after Surrey won the toss and elected to bowl.
I strangely enjoy Gus Atkinson's walk back to his mark. That's really his delivery.
After this ball, tell us more about it. I think I know what you mean. There's something very contemplative about it, isn't there?
There is, but
determined
there's
as well.
also something slightly shy about it. The shoulders dropping and the head down. Obviously,
looks at the ground all the time.
Potentially a way for him to just to focus onto the next delivery, but it's almost like he's quite shy about how good he is.
Yes. And then there's something slightly scuttly about his approach. Short steps to begin with, and then again in the middle. Bit of a shuffle. Oh, that was so nearly dragged back onto his stumps by Gubbins. Just a little late on the shot, perhaps the pace beating him a touch. He could so easily have dragged that back onto his stumps.
Gubbins has spent all morning just desperately wanting a bit of room outside the off stump to have a go. He had one earlier from the other end where he got some space from Clark, and then the loose drive brought the edge that Sibley dropped. And again there, he was just trying to manoeuvre a bit of space, and it just wasn't really. He's got away with that one.
3 slips still in place, as you'd expect. Rory Burns attacking here. The forecast for the weekend is changeable, bit in and out, which we don't like. I wonder if Hampshire, had they won the toss, whether they would have had a bowl as well. Perhaps it's quite an attacking move to try and get those wickets early, but also increasingly fine, don't you? Perhaps this time of year, while there's still just a bit of moisture in the pitch, it's a gamble worth having. It's not, you know, today's probably going to be the best day of the 4, but it is chilly out there. I've been and stood on the balcony and didn't care for it particularly.
Yeah, especially for Hampshire, having had 3 draws, they might wanting to have to, you know, force something.
Oh, he's got him. The first wicket for Atkinson, fending at that Dawson, a good neat catch, and a 5th wicket's gone down. Hampshire are in danger here of imploding. We've still got 40 minutes to go to lunch. That's just that perfect length, just a little bit of shape away, a goodly thick edge, and a comfortable catch. 55 for 5 at the end of the 18th. Goodness me.
Yeah, Atkinson there just sort of nicking Worrell's idea to Vince. It's that same length. It's the ball moving away. Dawson on the back foot. It's a tough one to leave. Could have left it, but a tough one to leave. And Sibley this time. That's a simple catch.
Yep.
At first slip.
Yes, that wasn't slashed out and flying over his head. It was a nice, comfortable catch, but a beautiful bit of bowling right in the channel. Bit of bounce. And Hampshire are in all sorts of bother here, as the keeper Ben Brown comes out to bat. He is a man who has been a thorn in Surrey's side in the past, in many people's sides. Brown, a very fine, capable keeper batter. And so Tahar is leaving us. While we make the change and the Baron Ponsonby comes in alongside me, we asked you for your appearances in Wisden. I'm sure Cameron will have been in Wisden, but we got one here from Chris Larlam, who says, "Dear all, I appear in the 1979 and 1985 editions, playing for Bishop Stortford at Lords in 1978 and 1984 versus Cheltenham and Old Hill respectively. Unfortunately on the losing side both times. Doesn't really matter, does it? Once you're at Lords, win, lose, draw, doesn't matter. For the last 20 years or so I have appeared in the charities section." I'll break off. "As Honorary Secretary of the Primary Club, a position from which I retired at the end of last month." Yes, I should really join the Primary Club. I've got a number of valid entries for that.
I can't say I'm aware of the Primary Club.
Primary Club? Ah, you're a bit young. Primary Club. Testback Special used to talk about the Primary Club a lot. Was Brian Johnston the president of the Primary Club? It's basically, if you're out first ball, you can join. It does fine work in the community. I was out first ball of a match once. It was the only time I've actually walked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were playing the Church of England, and I thought, just in case.
That's a bit. I think you wanted to get out first ball there.
I really didn't. I really did, but when the appeal went up, and I knew our umpire wasn't going to give it, you know, Pascal's wager, sort of on your deathbed, you might as well embrace God, just in case. So I took what I thought was the prudent move and walked off.
I got my first ever golden duck on my 18th birthday. I was clean bowled. I thought, this is not fair. This is wrong. I'm a man now, and I failed immediately. My first task. There we go.
It's good for you though. It's a growing experience.
I don't think it is.
I was out first ball of a match playing against the teachers at my school, which was really annoying. It was a wide long hop outside the off stump, and I went for it and got a little feather through to the keeper. It thoroughly ruined my month. Have you been in Wisden, Cameron?
So I have written for Wisden.
Yeah.
On the last 2 editions, which has been very exciting. It is a
what are you writing about?
So this year I did the match report for England's test against New Zealand last year in Mount Maunganui. I'm going to be in next year's one because I did England's test match report against India. And then the first time I was in there, I was doing the men's 100 review.
Nice.
But if I'm allowed to tell you the one which, weirdly, I think I enjoyed the most, but it wasn't actually my own byline next to it, was my first year. It was 2020, and it's when I kind of started in this world, and I was included in the best amateur pieces of the year. I'd done a blog on facing fast bowling, and a man named Brian Carpenter chose my piece to be listed. And that was a really nice moment. I've got that Wisden, a pride of place.
Well, he's played that pretty awkwardly, but in the end, fairly well. Gubbins managed to keep it down. It was a nasty rising delivery from Clark. He can do that to you. End of the over, 59 for 5, 19 overs gone. Cameron, what are your impressions of the morning's play so far? And don't say I don't do impressions.
My impressions are that Hampshire keep on getting out is my overriding one.
Do that, yeah. But a bit of nibble,
there has been a bit of nibble. And I think this is where kind of Surrey come into their own. We've seen this play before, where Surrey seamers are so relentless. There's a kind of ongoing level of quality that doesn't necessarily have an answer. Tied in with, I think, Tom Press, the big drive outside off stump, first ball of his innings. I think Surrey will be pretty pleased with that. And, well, Gubbins is still there, and he's been dropped as well. So it's been a very dominant morning for Surrey.
Yeah, you'd sort of say that 3 wickets have been earned with good balls, and 2 have rather been given away. A bit of a shame, watching Ali Orr, there were some lovely shots in there, bold shots as well, but I think calculated insofar as he was going after full length. He left a number of deliveries outside the off stump on length, very skillfully, but he won't like the way he got out, because he's just chipped a ball to what position is that? It's not mid-wicket, it's not square leg, it's somewhere between the two. Lovely, right in the channel, bringing Brown forward, gets nothing on it. But yes, going back to Ali Orr, it's metre either side, it's 4. But he played some eye-catching shots today.
To give a slightly hyperbolic analogy, also a player who was reminding me of was Jaiswal in the recent Test series, where Jaiswal, anything that was slightly over pitch, you'd throw his hands through it. Was such a powerful player. And Ali Orr was providing some entertainment.
He was. He's an exciting prospect. It'd be nice to see him get some consistency into his game. We seem to have some emails from people who nearly appeared in Wisden, which is, I like this subcategory. Have you appeared in Wisden? Well, I've nearly appeared in Wisden. It's a very controlled pull, that'll get Brown off the mark. I mean, these are proper tales of woe here. Some years ago, says John Birch, I edited a yearbook for the then East Anglia Women's Cricket Association. On the off chance, I sent a copy to Wisden where John Arlott was still reviewing cricket books. That is a while ago, I'm going to hazard. Much to my surprise and joy, he mentioned the yearbook and spelt my name wrong. Or maybe it was a misprint. I'm sure John Arlott would not have made such an error. Anyway, very nearly a mention in Wisden. But tell us what the misprint was. You got John Birch. You weren't called Joan, were you? That seems possible. From Letchworth in Hearts, or Bilch, or Birth. I don't know. What was the misprint? Tell us. I was reading about a cricketer who had a most terrible prank played on him. End of the over, 60 for 5. Essex leg spinner.
Yes.
Peter Smith, I think it might have been. Made 4 appearances in the 40s. But in 1933, he turned up at this very ground to play for England. Someone had sent him a hoax telegram.
Oh, no.
Can you imagine such a thing? I mean, how bad would that be? You turn up.
I play for England.
Yeah, when you wander into the changing room, that's the worst part about it, isn't it? Hello, lads. Herbert Sutcliffe, you know. Douglas Jardine, you know. What are you doing here, boy? I'm playing for England. No, you're not. Who are you, anyway? How devastating would that have been? You can hear all about him on Story Time with Adam Collins and me. Final word. Could leave that from Brown in the channel outside the off stump.
On misspelt, on typos where they shouldn't be. My sister's wedding, my sister got married a couple of years ago, and all the wedding menus, it said Tom, her partner's name, and a name that absolutely was not my sister's name on all of them. And it was a great moment. I remember I realised first, and I realised that no one else had realised, and so I got to break the news. It was a good moment of
I can imagine you did it with such sympathy as well, Cameron.
It was fantastic. It was a wonderful moment.
Are you very much a younger brother?
I am very much a younger brother.
And therefore there was there's been a lot of teasing and bullying and all the resentments that go into being a youngest child.
It's wonderful.
They all sit there growing and festering like a sourdough, and you were able to let it ferment and reach actuality at her own wedding. What a generous man you are.
There's four or 5 years between me and Eve. It took me till I was about 18 where I could realise that I could ask her how she was doing as well. I just thought her job was to look after me. And how are you, Daniel?
I'm fine. There's I think, according to that reverend in the 18th century, there's actually 6,028 years between me and Eve, but you know.
Wow. I'm a lot closer in age to Eve, actually.
You're looking good on it.
Thank you very much.
So it's been quite the morning for Surrey so far, but they've got half an hour to go here until lunch. Fine shot. Just a little bit fuller, and that's all Ben Brown needed to get on the front foot and drive sumptuously along the ground for 4 through the covers. Lovely looking shot. But for Surrey here, I mean, you've already, I think you'll be happy with winning the toss and taking 5 wickets before lunch, as we see the replay. That's a little trigger movement across his stumps, and then getting foot close enough to the pitch of the ball. 5 wickets before lunch you'd be happy with, but when you've taken those 5 so quickly, you start to get a bit greedy, don't you? Another 1 or 2, because they do have a strong tail. They've traditionally had a strong tail. Whether it's quite as strong today remains to be seen. Abbott and We've got Keith Barker.
We've got 2 very, very fine players at the crease at the moment in Gubbins and Brown. Brown had a leaner year than you'd expect last year. Only averaged 23 in first class cricket. After several fantastic years for Sussex.
Oh, now then. Where has that gone? It's gone straight up in the air, and Jordan Clark takes the catch. Brown getting a thick top edge, looking to flick that into the onside, and offering the easiest of catches for Jordan Clark. The 6th wicket goes down. Just maybe a little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of extra pace. That's good bowling from Clark to pick up his 2nd wicket. He bowled the fuller one just a couple of balls before that was driven through the offside. That one he's brought the length back. There's an enticingly short boundary on the leg side. Brown couldn't help himself, and that looks like a rather limp dismissal. But you've got to give a bit of credit to Jordan Clark for the way that he set him up, and you can see it was kind of no look pull. It got on him quicker than he anticipated, and has offered up a 6th wicket. Hampshire are teetering here at 64 for 6. We've still got 26 minutes to go before lunch. Cameron Ponsonby, you could talk us through that dismissal and any of the others if you care, and then Phil Walker will take us through to lunch.
Brown, though, you mentioned Surrey getting a bit greedy when you kind of take so many wickets in that morning session. They kind of will be finding the sports on easy mode at the moment. Ben Brown there, the ball was short of length. He just tried to kind of swivel Pullis around the corner or in front of square. He gets himself in a bit of a mess. His head's looking in the opposite direction, and just as we didn't know where the ball had gone, neither had Brown. He looked around, and if we see a replay again, you'll see the moment that Brown realises where the ball has gone or where the ball hasn't gone, more to the point. It drops kindly into Jordan Clark's hands. It's 6th wicket of the morning session. We're only just an hour and a half into the first day's play, and well, Surrey are well on top. Hello, Phil Walker.
Yeah, afternoon, Cameron. 6 down inside the first hour and a half. Okay, they've been inserted and there's a bit of juice in the track, but Hampshire have a tendency to do this. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. If you're a Hampshire fan, please do write in and try and explain this mystery to us. Okay, that's one way to deal with the problem. It's a gorgeous shot by Nick Gubbins. It wasn't that short, really. And perhaps he's thinking he sat on his bat for 20 not out for the majority of the day. He might need to start playing a few shots, trying to invent something here, just change the momentum slightly, because prodding and pushing is getting Hampshire nowhere at all.
I think given the dismissal of ball prior, where looking to pull the kind of back of a length delivery away into the leg side, it was a brave shot from Gubbins, very well executed. We see Atkinson's line just straight outside off stump, so he had a bit of a free hit at it. Nevertheless, effective.
Sign of a player who's seeing it well and is comfortable in his own game as well. And then back to convention. He's been very cautious outside off stump in the main this morning. And while it looks like Hampshire have just fallen over in a heap here, the Ali Orr dismissal in the context of this morning was critical, because Gubbins was with him at the time and they'd recovered nicely, really. Put on 32 for the second wicket and was sitting relatively comfortably at 40 for 1. Ali Orr playing nicely. And then just a limp dismissal, catching practice to the man on the drive, on the scoop really at mid-wicket. And since then, it's been a miserable experience for Hants. Whenever they turn up here and walk through the Edrich gates, then this story tends to play out. We mentioned earlier the 2021 game here, exactly the same time of year as well, late April. And Hampshire turned up feeling good about life, and they were skittled on that first morning for 92, lost by an innings and plenty in the end. So they need something here between these two. James Fuller's a useful number 8, a good hitter at number 8. No Keith Barker in the lineup, of course, today, and so much on Fuller really, and of course on Nick Gubbins. Can they scavenge up to 150 odd from here? Nothing doing there into the onside. Fuller sends him back. Seen it a few times actually. 22 overs gone now. Nick Gubbins just falling over in the shot to the full ball in at the pads.
Gus Atkinson's game plan kind of playing itself out really to Nick Gubbins, the left-hander, coming from over the wicket, angling the ball across him. The field was 3 slips, two men in that kind of offside ring, kind of a wide mid-off, probably more cover for those playing kind of club cricket, a deep third. And Atkinson doesn't look to swing the balls, just hitting the seam on off stump, middle and off stump, hoping for the ball to go in either direction, take that outside edge, bring the slips into play. But if he gets 2 straight, he had those deep field, 2 fielders on the leg side boundary and 1 in the ring. Protection all around. Well, it's working for Surrey so far, and Jordan Clark will continue. Two wickets to his name at the moment, 2 for 17 off 6. James Fuller will face up for his first delivery.
Yeah, they keep coming at you, don't they? It's a serious battery here. 4 quality quicks, all offering different components.
Sorry, I haven't brought on the leading wicket taker in the competition yet either. Cameron Steele, the finest bowler in the country, as the statistics prove. Yeah. And numbers never lie. That's a famous saying, Phil.
Yeah, fascinating story, really. Cameron Steele, well trod now, of course, on this broadcast, but it does bear repeating. One of the masterstroke signings, really, of this iteration, this era of county cricket. Signed midsummer 2021. He was playing second team cricket on loan from Durham. He was playing down at Hampshire. He played against Surrey in a second team game, did well. And top brass here at the Kia Oval thought, yeah, we'll bring him in and see what we can work with. He was, of course, a bowler who batted, who suffered with the yips in his late teens and had to remodel himself as an opening batter. Cuts him in half this time. Fuller just getting going into his innings, and he's in no position there. Beaten for pace.
The ball just jags in off the seam, more so than Fuller was expecting. Looked far from comfortable. I think Jordan Clark and Surrey are having quite a nice time at the moment, enjoying their morning's work.
Yeah, well, it's not been without blemish. Dom Sibley allowed an edge from Nick Gubbins to fly through the hands at first slip, but aside from that, Surrey have been immaculate here, really. Another day, perhaps, those edges go to ground, or you don't induce that nick, but when you have bowlers of the quality of Dan Worrell in particular, who was magnificent, I thought, with the new ball, and there's very little margin for error, and Hampshire have been found wanting. Message came through to Taha from a very good freelance journalist who'd been listening in, and he referenced Football Cliches, which I believe is a podcast where...
It is a podcast.
Where people sort of lampoon idiots who commentate on sport for a living, and he raised the question with Taha based on something that I'd said regarding that nick. I said it was an authentic edge, and he says, well, what's an inauthentic edge then?
But I do
Andrew
understand
Samson's
what you mean.
giggling knowingly. Yeah, he can spot a redundant cliche when he hears one. He sat in a few boxes flying those around. Foolish this time, pushed into the onside, just a single. So help me out here, Cameron. Is there such a thing?
I think an authentic edge is where you draw the mistake when the player has not gone out, haven't made their own one. They're playing within themselves, they're playing defensively, and you've drawn an authentic edge. They haven't had any reason. I'm very close, and luckily it's not my job to use words, so I'm not going to quite phrase this the way I should do. Whereas an inauthentic edge may be like a really loose shot outside the off stump as opposed to outside the leg stump. That kind of doesn't fit quite right in the aesthetics of the game.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, you can get a leading edge from a leg stump half volley, right, and spoon it to cover.
And I would say that would be more inauthentic than authentic.
Exactly. So there you go. Let us know what you think, folks. surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Could you have a dishonest edge?
I'd say so. I've been accused of that a few times. So it's going to be Gus Atkinson. Hampshire staring down the barrel here, 6 down. It's been good carry as well, though, all morning. It's another excellent cricket pitch here.
I'll be interested if Surrey do feel the need to turn to a fifth bowler in this innings, whether they would go towards the spin of Steele or Lawrence, or whether Ryan Patel, as the final seamer, will get a go, just to keep on trying to nibble it around. I think if I was Ryan Patel, I'd be sticking my hand up very quickly.
If we were at Guildford, then he'd be on. Solidly in behind it this time by James Fuller, who needs to support Nick Gubbins here if Hampshire are going to claw their way up to any kind of target. So just another reminder, Lawrence Booth, the eminent Wisden Almanac editor, will be with us at lunchtime with Adam Collins, discussing all things Wisden Almanac, the 161st edition perhaps. Yeah, Samo nodding in the corner. Came out last week. Beauty. Nipped away. And Gus Atkinson just has the one wicket to show for it, but he's hit a fabulous length and line already here. We're asking you if you've ever been in Wisden as well, so do fire in those emails to us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. By the way, John Bird was the misprint for Birchie.
That's a relief.
A big wahoo outside off stump and nothing doing for James Fuller. This has been a chaotic morning for the visitors, really, who haven't really got going yet this year. Many people's tips to hang on to the coattails of the defending champs, and they had the rain off in week 1 and then 2 draws, but probably losing draws, you would say, and now this one, they're in a right pickle. It's tidily played. He might pick up a couple here. Yeah, come back comfortably for 2.
It's the same plan, just kind of a mirror image to the right-handed Fuller that Axton has been bowling to Fuller, that he has been bowling to Gubbins. 3 slips, deep third, very wide, almost could argue it was a deep backward point, and Atkinson will just be probing in at off stump, hoping for some seam movement in either direction.
And again, decent pace, good carry, 24 gone, 71 for 6. Having been 40 for 1 just 14 overs ago, this represents a real horror show for Hamps. 3 for 21 from 7 for Dan Worrell, 2 for 18 for Jordan Clark, and just that single wicket for Gus Atkinson. Nothing showing as yet for Kemar Roach, but he bowled tidily initially up top.
Well, Kemar Roach was the only bowler who really faced any aggression from Hampshire. Ali Orb taking particular liking to Kemar Roach, which is a mighty fine sentence to be able to say.
Beats him. Nick Gubbins is frustrated with something behind the bowler's arm. Yeah, some movement in the top deck of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. He's not quite got the burning ire of a Johnny Bairstow, but in his own way, Gubbins is a bit cranky with that. He's really having to dig deep here to hang in there. 24 not out from 65. He's doing his job okay. We have an Edges email.
Wonderful.
Cameron. Johnny writes in, he doesn't hang around, does he? Morning, gents. Enjoying the comms as ever, says Johnny. On your conversation about edges, authentic or not, surely an authentic stroke genuine edge is a nick where the batter is trying to play a completely different shot. The alternative, an inauthentic edge, is one where they basically guide it through the slips, even if it may be with the outside half of the bat. Foolish this time, and that will trickle away for 4. In fact, it runs away, of course, off those pitches. Didn't overhit it. All runs vital at this stage. Gubbins inches into the 30s now, 32 not out. So, an authentic, genuine edge is a nick where the batter is trying to play a completely different shot, says Johnny. The alternative, an inauthentic edge, is one where they basically guide it through the slips, even if it may be with the outside half of the bat. Does that sound right? He says. He asks.
I'm really working my brain hard at the moment, Phil. I think if you say, for instance, a batter plays a sweep shot,
yep,
and it kind of takes a top edge and the ball goes still in the same vague direction that they're intending it to, that'd be an inauthentic edge. Is that what we're saying? Because it's still going in the right direction that the batter wishes it to. The authentic edge is, I'm trying to drive down the ground and the ball goes behind me.
That's what Johnny's getting at. You comfortable with that?
I'm always comfortable.
Fine. Runs this time into the onside.
We do tackle the big issues.
We do. We don't skirt them. Okay. So, one delivery left of the 25th. James Fuller might be minded here just to play quietly in the 10 minutes up until lunch. Try and just take a breath at lunchtime and see where they're at. There you go.
Uh, 76 for 6 at the end of the 25th over. That run rate almost exactly at 3 and over. I think Hampshire will just be desperate to get to around the 40 over mark with these two still at the crease. Of course, I'll initially give you an extra 40-45 runs, which are valuable in themselves. But then those following 10-15 overs, when your batters 9, 10, 11 are coming in, it'll be that much easier for them. And you're giving yourself that better chance of scraping together some sort of score. I assume, I hope, I wonder whether the Hampshire players, the line they'll be telling themselves is like, kind of, we've nicked off for a reason. There's life in this pitch. We'll have the new Duke's ball in our hand, and we can return the favour. The worst case for Hampshire today is to see themselves bowled out shortly after lunch with around 100 on the board, and then Surrey to show in the afternoon sun that there wasn't actually much wrong out there.
Yeah, indeed. It's a tried and tested strategy that Surrey have. Win the toss, stick them in, swarm and swamp them, knock them over, and then make hay after that. Beautifully bowled. He's back in the fray. Is Dan Warren straight away getting it arcing and bananaing away from the southpaw from round the wicket against the angle. Play that.
Just watch how far this ball swings after it goes past the batter. It keeps going, and Jamie Smith, beg my pardon, takes it diving away, falling away in front of first slip. Do we have a statistic on how many times Surrey have elected to bowl in a row or at the Oval? What's the kind of percentage?
7 in a row.
7 in a row, wonderful. I'm going to be honest, Phil, I was hoping it was going to be a much bigger number than that.
But it's certainly been the theme, hasn't it? It's been the trend across these two very successful years. This being the third, of course. It's what they tend to do. And it's paying off, really. It's a really sound policy. And, of course, the pitch does tend to flatten out a little bit on days 2, 2.5, 3. That's the time to really fill your boots. There's something about the psychology of it as well, though, I think. Teams come here with a bit of a hitch in the swing because they know they're playing Surrey. And then you're thrown out there. Go and stake your claim. Go and make your point. Meanwhile, George Gilchrist emails in. My moment of glory, George's moment, mentioned the 1970 Wisden covering the 1969 season when he played for Bedford School. Great stuff, George. Bedford School, alma mater of Sir Alistair and Monty Panesar, I think, went to Bedford School.
They can't be too far apart in age.
I have a raised eyebrow from Samo, so suddenly I'm nervous. Driven nicely, actually, behind square. It was Foolish and there to hit. So James Fuller picks up his first boundary 4.
It's a really nice shot from Fuller there. Just skews off the outside half of the bat, but I think I've done him a disservice there, actually, because he's a really well timed shot, and it's flown off behind square. Kemar Roach, who is at kind of deep backward point, absolutely no chance. Just going with that swing. Worrell still getting a lot of movement with this ball that's now 25.5 overs old.
Yeah, and well played by Fuller, not being tempted. Useful lower order bat, never made a first class ton, but has a high score of 93 in red ball and 10 50s to show for his work, averaging in the early 20s, but with a very tidy strike rate as well. And he's one of those players that can just change the tempo and rhythm of an innings if it's his day. They need something, Cam. They need a partnership somewhere, just a 40 or a 50. Perhaps it's going to be these two. If they can just get through to lunch, regroup, pick up the pieces. Another one ticks by. Dan Worrell back into the attack. 8 overs now that he has wanged down there. 6 down, Hampshire.
This is interesting. Atkinson's just gone for a change of ends here, actually. Dan Worrell came and replaced him at the Vauxhall end. And rather than being Kemar Roach to finish off at the morning session. Rory Burns is stuck with Atkinson. It'll be Gubbins on strike. Another kind of factor to Surrey's willingness to bowl first. It's something that I'm increasingly hearing from kind of players and coaches, which is slightly counterintuitive, is how a lot of pitches in England, or county pitches in particular, actually get better into days 3 and 4.
Yeah, there's a live grass covering, albeit marginal or mild and minimal, but still a touch of moisture in a day 1 pitch. There tends to be, and then if the weather is set fair, then it tends to flatten out and dry up a little bit. Then of course it starts to crack towards the back end of a 4-day game, but for days 2 and 3 it's always a good time to bat, and so the strategy makes sense. Shorter this time, and Gubbins mindful of it, just getting the turtle doves out the way.
I think that's probably a difference between 4-day cricket and 5-day cricket. Conventional logic probably comes from Test cricket, which is what we see on TV, which we pay most attention to, or the general public does at least. And so when you go into that 5th day, and there is that kind of catastrophe theory, where it all goes downhill very quickly, so you want to be batting first so you don't bat last. That 5th day doesn't exist in the 4-day game.
Probing stuff as ever from Cameron. The 5th day does not exist in a 4-day game.
It was a very good line, I thought, just in case people were wondering
what they're going to do with their Tuesday. No cricket here, folks.
The point being, Phil,
I'm with you. It was a fine point.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm relieved.
Another decent turnout today. I imagine the numbers will fill out this afternoon. Free after tea as well, of course. Runs this time into the onside. He's done really well out there, as Nick Gubbins. It's not been easy for him. He had that life, that chance to Sibley at first, but aside from that, he's been pretty solid. Played within himself as all kinds of psychodramas have unfurled and played out at the other end. He's done his job here.
Really focusing in on kind of the minutiae here, but with Surrey opting for Atkinson rather than Roach.
Squares him up, and it was airborne, but no one at cover point, and the ball barrels its way through the pigeons, and they will come back for 3 runs.
Bit of slightly sloppy fielding from Surrey there. Downwell lobs the ball up over Ryan Patel's head, who has to go chasing after it. But just with the amount of swing and movement Worrell got with the ball, for my own interest more than anything else, I've been really fascinated to see Roach have one more go to see if he could have still got that movement to the left-handed Gubbins coming around the wicket, and that angle he so often kind of finds so much success from. As it happens, Atkinson's going to continue trying to get seam movement, kind of bowling gun barrel straight until the moment of impact to Gubbins.
That'll run away for 4. It's nicely played off the hit. An authentic, dare I say, leg glance.
Well, that would be it. That would be inauthentic, I think you'll find, Phil. Was that what you said?
I said authentic.
That felt like a dishonest one to me.
Okay, fine.
But the reason being, Gubbins has hit the ball in the direction he intended to, and as Johnny had told us earlier, that would make it inauthentic.
But only if it was a mistake. That wasn't a mistake. Everything that he'd conceived and planned, he pulled off there, did Nick Gubbins. Regardless,
it's an honest day's work.
Let's leave this existential nonsense alone. Gubbins moves on to 35, hanging in there. Again, seeing further movement after the ball passes the batter. Jamie Smith mindful of that, though. He's a real artist, is Dan Worrell. Endlessly watchable. He has such a beautiful poetic rhythm about his action. Everything is correct and yet designed to extract as much lateral movement as possible, from the angled run-up to the classical side-on release point.
I think there's something particularly wonderful about when a bowler's plans are laid out in front of you and you know what they're trying to do, how they're trying to dismiss you, and for them to still find success with that is kind of the ultimate victory. So much of kind of the modern day seam bowling is around the wobble seam and kind of not looking for movement in the air and hoping for a variation of movement, whether in or out, and that element of the unknown. Dan Rory is the complete opposite of that. He comes to you with his plan. He says, I'm going to bowl you an outswinger and I'm going to make you edge it. And there's something quite emasculating about that. It's the only word I can kind of think of at the moment. A bit like that.
Yeah, exactly, but well ridden by Fuller, who picks up a single down to deep third. So clock ticks over to 1 o'clock, so this will be the final over of a rambunctious morning, really. 90 for 6, having been 40 for 1 at one stage and going quite tidily with Gubbins and Alior. Alior's rather limp dismissal caught a shortish mid-wicket by Gus Atkinson from the bowling of Jordan Clark precipitated a horror show collapse. Foolish and rock solid behind it. Just a couple of deliveries to negotiate here. Yeah, so as we do stagger up to lunch, Fletcher Middleton went early in the piece. Edged 1 for 4 from his first delivery and edged his second straight to Ollie Pope. He took a very good catch, actually, Cameron, I thought, at second slip. Diving forward, down by his bootlaces, and Surrey were away straight away in the second over. Picks up a single into the onside, and it's well done again by Nick Gubbins. He could have done that a little bit more perhaps in the first hour. He got a bit bogged down, but he saw it out. And now with just one delivery to go, he will resume at least undefeated into the afternoon session. 36 from 78 for him, but a lone hand. So Middleton went, as we say, early in the piece. Alior and Nick Gubbins put on 32, all going nicely. A breezy 26 from 32 until that dismissal. 6 fours in it as well. A couple of eye-catching shots through the onside. And that will be lunch. And so Hampshire 6 down for 91. Big repair job required this afternoon if they're to keep hold of Surrey here at any level, to any degree. They have to try and find a way to double their score, get up to 170 if they can. Then at least they will have something to bowl at. James Vince joined the fray, flicked one off his pads to get himself going, and then got a jaffa. In truth, you can't complain at all. He was caught off the glove, off the bottom hand from the bowling of Dan Warren, who just got that extra bit of nip. And he was caught again by Ollie Pope, 2 catches for him. Tom Press came and Tom Press went. First ball, a shot he won't want to see again, caught third slip. Liam Dawson survived the hat-trick ball, but went soon after to give Gus Atkinson his first wicket, caught by Dom Sibley at first slip. Sibley having given Gubbins a life earlier in the piece. And then Ben Brown, who shovelled a pull shot straight up in the air to be caught and bowled by Jordan Clark. So 91 for 6 at lunch. In due course, we're going to have Lawrence Booth here with us, Wisden Almanac editor, in conversation with Adam Collins, but something quite special taking place on the outfield as we speak. Dominic Sibley, who's attacked this year with real gusto. He's in cracking form. And he's receiving his county cap for the first time from Surrey. Dom Sibley, of course, a product of the Surrey talent pathway, burst onto the scene as a teenager. I remember him scoring a double 100 here at Kia Oval against Yorkshire as an 18-year-old, the youngest double centurion, I think, in the county championship. At that point, he made his England debut soon after that in 2019. And of course, everyone at the club, as we're seeing here on the big screen, is thrilled to celebrate his success and to recognise one of the real good guys of the county game. Rejoined this club, of course, for the start of last year, had a very good year as well, was a key figure at the top of the order alongside Rory Burns. As Surrey strolled to the title last year, was the club's leading run scorer across that summer and has started this season very strongly as well. Now, of course, ensconced as vice captain of the club. The chair, Ollie Slipper, presented him with his cap just now. Fabulous, prestigious moment, not just for Dominic, but of course for his family and friends and coaches and mentors, everyone who have helped him get to this point. So a nice upswing for what's been a very productive and fruitful afternoon or morning session here at the Kia Oval. Surrey, a bit of pep in their step. Hampshire 91 for 6, Nick Gubbins 36, James Fuller 11, and plenty of graft for them this afternoon. Surrey have done this brilliantly. Dan Worrell 3 for 28, the pick of the seamers. We are ready to go with the esteemed editor of the Wisden Almanac, Mr. Lawrence Booth. 13 years I think he's been doing this gig. Yeah, 13 years, he nods. He's getting one of his yellow Bibles out of the box. And Adam Collins, a regular contributor to it, who's always on Lawrence's shoulder, making sure that he's keeping him honest. We'll be talking about all things Wisden, what it means, what it continues to mean, how durable and what a poetic thing it is every early April when it rolls out. How many pages in this one, Lawrence? 1,600?
552.
How many pages?
552.
1,500.
Last year was 1,600 something for the first time since I've been doing it, and we're trying to make it. We're trying to make the second number of 5. That's kind of my job.
You're trying to streamline it.
Streamline
down to 1,500.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, Adam Collins is going to take over. We'll be back, of course, for live coverage in 35-40 minutes.
Cheers, Phil. Great to have Lawrence in. This is your couple of weeks, isn't it, Lawrence, where everything you says gets amplified around the world. Those editor's notes make headlines everywhere, for good and for bad. I mean, by that I mean you cop a fair few whacks along the way as well. 13 years in the gig. How do you deal with that kind of scrutiny and knowing that when you write the editor's notes, which we'll deal with quite a bit in this interview, that it's going to prompt so much activity?
Well, I kind of want that, really. I'm not trying to provoke. It's not gratuitous, but I do want people talking about cricket and reacting to the debate points that come up in the editor's notes. I mean, one of my regular themes is the way that the game is administered on a global level, and that usually means talking a lot about India. And of course I then get accused of being whatever, an imperialist and a colonialist, all these things. I do find that, you know, if people are calling you names, then they're effectively trying to shut down a debate, and I think it's the most important debate in the world game at the moment. If you're a cricket journalist and are not covering the question of how the game is being run globally, I think you're not using the position you're lucky enough to be in. And especially as Wisden editor, where, as you say, what I write in the notes, rightly or wrongly, makes headlines each year. That is a hell of a privilege for me, and I'm damned if I'm going to waste that. I feel strongly about the way the game is run and mismanaged in many instances, and it's a glorious soapbox. I'd be foolish to waste it. And I can deal with the brickbats. The only criticisms that will sting are the ones I think are valid. And of course there is valid criticism.
Yep. And that's healthy, right? Like,
absolutely.
When it means the conversation moves from that base level on social media, which is a sewer, and we all know that, and you kind of price that into your thinking when you put your head above the parapet there. But when there's valid criticism coming back your way, and it helps your opinion evolve, like that's like kind of public discourse, right? That's how it's meant to be.
That's the good side of social media. I mean, I think the part of the problem is I'm English, and that means that it's hard for me to appear to be telling India how to run the game. There is, for obvious historical and cultural reasons, that triggers some people. I get that, but that equally I can't not say what I think simply because some people are going to react badly to it. You know, my concern, my perspective is not anti-Indian; it's pro-global essentially, and I want India to kind of recognise that with their huge power comes a degree of responsibility. So that's where I'm coming from on that, really. I mean, that touches the surface of some of the things I write about in the notes. And I think as a cricket journalist, it's your job to hold the most powerful guys to account. What's the point of being a journalist otherwise?
Quite a clever way into that debate this year, or that conversation rather this year, was the 28th of January, which you referred to as Super Sunday, where we saw Kemar Joseph perform extraordinary feats at the Gabba a few hours before Tom Hartley bowled England to victory from a 190-run deficit. But specifically drilling down on the Kemar Joseph story and using that as almost like an emblem of what's possible if the global game is invested in, and if the West Indies, for example, are able to be funded in a way that doesn't just end up being platitudinal. Wouldn't it be great if the Windies were more competitive at international level? And instead, flipping that conversation to how do we resource them from the pot of money the ICC have centrally to give them a fighting chance. And you segued from that into the distribution of revenues from the ICC last year, where India's cut went up to 38.5%, and there was a lovely contrast there.
Yeah, I mean, they sound like sort of dry figures, and you think, what's the relevance of this? I was trying to kind of draw some, put it in a bit of context. So India got an extra $230 million in the ICC redistribution. I tried to point out that I think West Indies' annual turnover in West Indies cricket is 50 million. They start at a disadvantage for various reasons. They're geographically distant. They have to pay 3 business class flights to get anywhere on any cricket tour. They don't have an overarching national broadcaster because they are the Caribbean cricket community is made up of 15 different islands or countries. So if you're Sky Sports or whatever, you can't just there is no single person you're dealing with. So they suffer on a broadcasting level. It costs them millions of dollars to sort of host their own to broadcast their own matches. So they are at a disadvantage already. And if my point, I suppose, is that if something like the Super Sunday win at Brisbane is to be repeated in the next decade, we need to look after West Indies. It's not, the point of the piece wasn't we must look after West Indies. It was more that they are the canary in the mine for the way the game is going and the unequal distribution of funds. India, this is one of the points I get sort of hammered for, saying that India don't need the money, and people will shout and say, well, they generate 85 to 90% of the game's global revenue. I get that, but $230 million for India is an absolute drop in the ocean for them. They sold the rights, the streaming and broadcasting rights for the IPL 2 years ago for $6 billion. They made $575 million out of selling the franchises to the Women's Premier League. 230 is nothing to them, and yet it would be everything. Not saying West Indies should get all of that, but even a tenth of that would be half of what West Indies' turnover is, nearly. So why can't cricket bangs on about how we need a strong West Indies? Why can't they do something about it when the answer is staring them in the face? It's kind of, we're asking the powerful and rich to be a bit more generous with their money. Now, India do loads for the game. Don't get me wrong. A tour from India bankrolls West Indies, it bankrolls South Africa. The IPL franchises, they get involved in a proxy T20 tournament in your country. You are made. I get that. I get the economic realpolitik. I'm asking for a bit of idealism to kick in, a bit of socialism, if you like. And I get that grinds people's gears, because that is, we all worship at the altar of mammon, don't we, these days? Capitalism is everything. The market forces must be obeyed. So it is going against the direction of travel in modern life, let alone cricket. And yet, without some kind of adaptation by the game's administrators, Super Sunday won't happen again.
After speaking with you at Lord's last week for the Final Word podcast, later in the same week I met with Warren Dootram, the chief executive of Cricket Ireland, who explained to me that they simply don't have enough resources to host Australia, and that's where it's drawn into even sharper focus, right? Like a full member nation like Ireland, their story from, let's call it 2000 or thereabouts, is an extraordinary one from where they've been to where they are. And yet a bilateral one-day T20 series is beyond them because they don't have the infrastructure there with their own ground and that kind of thing. I mean, you use the S word there, socialism, but I think it's more just about, as you started there, having a more global perspective to begin with, and knowing that with great power comes great responsibility, so the cliche goes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was at Ireland's first test in, was it 2017?
2018,
2018, yeah, that's right, in Malahide, and it felt like a great moment for international cricket. And how many tests have they played since then? Okay, they played a couple last year.
This will be their first at home. The one they play at Belfast in July against Zimbabwe, their first at home since the one then. You and I were at 6 years before. It was an inspirational week.
That's right. Yeah. And now they can't afford to host games at Malahide. I listened to his interview with you. It was a great interview. And yes, and Ireland are another good example of the little kids are left to sort of fend for themselves, and it's not working. It's not working.
Let's turn to exciting on-field matters, the Bazballers of England, and even that'll be a divisive term. I know you've written a book about that very phenomenon, but I really enjoyed in the notes the way you were able to strip out the emotion from it and just talk about the money, just talk about the sheer volume of human beings, by money I mean people, going to Test cricket this year against the West Indies, and the ticket sales now compared to, say, let's call it the pre-McCullum-Stokes era. There is a huge shift going on here at the moment, and if that is the legacy of Stokes' captaincy regime and McCullum's coaching tenure, that more human beings are plugged into red ball cricket, well, job done? At some level, job done?
Well, I think so. I mean, look, Edgbaston put out a tweet in December saying that they'd sold out tickets for I think it was the first 3 days possibly of the Edgbaston test against West Indies, and that there'd never been as early an announcement for a non-Ashes test in England, and it's very hard to divorce that from the fact that England are suddenly playing more attractive test cricket, regardless of victories. And people will say, well, Bazball died in India or whatever. They'll throw that at you. I mean, I don't think Bazball did die. I just think they came up against a very good Indian team that no amount of psychological puffing yourself up was going to overcome. So yes, it's a weird one with Bazball. I read lots of pieces now about. To me, people are demolishing straw men, saying they've not saved Test cricket. Why do they always go on about saving Test cricket? It's like, why can't you just enjoy the fact they're playing? They're trying to do something a bit different. What came before didn't work, and I know people get annoyed with the likes of me saying 1 win out of 17, blah blah blah. This is better than that, etc. Well, first of all, it is better than that. Second, it's got people talking. It's not just people going to test matches. People are talking about red ball cricket in a way they didn't before.
Yep.
The floating sports fan in England, that mythical figure that the ECB are always trying to get hold of because we're a football nation, last summer showed more. I sensed it myself. Showed more interest in test cricket than they had for a long time. In fact, I said in the notes felt like the people's summer for the first time since 2005. Since the first time since English cricket went behind a satellite paywall, it felt like it was reaching beyond that demographic and into areas that weren't previously touched. That's always Test cricket's struggle in this country, is to reach the football market in a way. So yes, what is the problem? England are trying to do something a bit different. It doesn't always work. They never said it would. They haven't claimed to have come up with a form of Test cricket that is foolproof, that will guarantee them victory. And by the way, nor did writing a book mean that I thought that England were going to win every game or that they'd crack Test cricket. It's simply, to me, it's a moment in time where a team has looked at Test cricket and they've decided that it needs a bit of a shot in the arm. That's one of their motivations, and it's great. And look, the discourse will continue until England go to Australia in 20 months' time, and that's good for the game. That build-up, if England are still playing Bazball by then, that build-up will be sensational.
Well, we said this time last year, probably when we spoke, that the build-up to the 2023 men's Ashes in England was as good as we remembered from 05.
Right.
And it met the hype.
Yeah.
4 results that are considered close results according to the statistician, so within 2 wickets or 50 runs. Only Manchester, which was a draw, fell outside of that, and who knows how that might have played out had it gone to a 5th day. And the contrasting styles which you focus on in the notes, sort of that Borg McEnroe, that's easy to say, but it does make sense. You use one stat here, which I'll pull out as well, where England's openers made 480 runs in 541 balls across the series. Australia's openers made more runs, albeit marginally, 496 runs in 1,263 deliveries in the middle. So roughly the same number of runs in half as many balls, and they finished 2-2 on the final day here at the Oval. It couldn't have worked any better as proof that you can win Test cricket in multiple different ways. It was a lovely thing.
Yeah, in fact, those stats you just read out were actually specifically Crawley and Khawaja. So that
Crawley,
yeah,
Khawaja,
it wasn't just the openers.
right.
No, but which kind of so those two sort of embodied the different approach. I mean, Khawaja almost got more anti-Bazball as the series went on, as if to say we can do it this way. And without his runs at Edgbaston, let's be honest, England probably win the Ashes.
Sure.
If Bairstow goes for that catch off Anderson first over of the chase, catches Khawaja, went between him and Root. There were so many moments in that series you thought, if that had happened, this would have happened. It was a great, it was so full of talking points.
Like that Nathan Lyon moment, he doesn't go down at Lords.
That's right.
Stokes
catches
Lyon
Lyon
in that situation. Like it was brilliant for that, wasn't it?
It was.
It was the there were so many moments that fed social media in a good way.
Yeah.
I really liked last year, by the way. Now, if you hear anyone talking about moral ashes, like it's a good one to mute. But then it was funny, and we were all kind of collectively in on the joke. Now, of course, when that joke moves along by 9 months, it loses all relevance. But like that was part of last year, and it was a nice thing that so many people from external to the traditional Test cricket audience wanted to get in on the joke as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that was driven by England's approach. I mean, so the first day of the whole series, they make 393 for 8 and then declare. And of course, some England fans are still angry about that. But the point I'd make to them is, had they not played their approach, they would not have got to 393. They would have probably been 280 all out. And then that game would have panned out differently. It was only because Stokes declared, actually. Had he batted on, I reckon, the innings had followed through, that game might have been a draw quite easily because of the rain.
He's only won in the last half an hour.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So Stokes's position all along has been he'd rather sort of chase defeat and chase victory and risk losing than settle for a draw, and that got people talking in a way it hadn't for years. Even the second test at Lords, we had England's hook happy half hour that people will tell you cost them the game. Actually, what cost them the game was poor bowling on the first day. Australia got 400 which was well above par in those conditions. Batted superbly there. And despite even with Stokes's 155, and also England got to 70 needed with 4 wickets left. That was a much better position than Headingley 2019. So every game, every sort of corner you turn, there was something to talk about, and I think a lot of that was driven by Stokes.
Feels weird to volley out of that into talking about 4-day Test cricket, which I know you and I both share the same view on, that if we had our way, it would never be a thing. However, there are realities. The commercial situation of Test cricket in countries other than Australia, England, India on a good day, or India because of broadcast rights, but attendance and the other metrics that you use to measure success of Test cricket in a country isn't in rude health. It might look good when there's a packed house in New Zealand for 4 days when Australia or England are there, but that's not the way it is all the time. And we know from, let's use New Zealand as the comparison again, from their administrators, they lose money when hosting Test cricket more often than not. So the compromise you raise in the good book this year, and we have on the podcast as well, is that World Test Championship Series be given the option to host. There it is. There's one of the. By the way, I segue. There's a Surrey special edition over there in the Kia Oval shop. You can also see all 10 of the Wisden Cricket photographs of the year displayed in the shop. So get yourself the Surrey one. I'm not sure if is it got a Surrey photo on there as well?
Yeah, it's Surrey branded.
So it's got like the Rory Burns holding up the county championship.
If you're a Surrey fan, it's limited edition. Get down the shop now.
Get down the shop now. Do it while we're chatting. Even if you're watching the stream and you're at home, make a beeline for the Oval later today and buy yourself a Surrey Wisden Almanac 2024. But no, so the compromise that I think we've both realised is the only way forward. If we don't want 2 Test match series, and they're not a series, they're a tryst, they're an occasion, they're not a series, that's for sure. Getting rid of them in the World Test Championship, but the trade-off being we'll accept 4-day Test cricket. So in short form, 3 tests of 4 days instead of 2 tests of 5 days. Discuss.
Yeah, so mathematicians will tell you that's 2 more days of Test cricket, but for a potential decider. We all hate 2 Test series. They feel like the inconvenience to be got out of the way with before the lucrative white ball stuff comes in. I don't want, as you sort of alluded to at the start, I've never wanted 4-day Test cricket, but this is a pragmatic attempt to solve one of the issues that Test cricket faces, which is the great financial loss in other countries. And if, to go back to the first point we made about the redistribution, if the Test match fund that has been discussed in the past, if that were better managed, more equitably spread, then it might just work. And if administrators backed Test cricket, people say, well, the market has spoken. But as other people have pointed out, the market is skewed. The market is skewed towards by administrators towards the formats that they have decided make the money. So there are solutions if people try hard enough. And a lot of tests, very few tests that aren't rain affected go into a fifth day. I looked at the stats last year. It wasn't that many. I can't remember what the exact numbers were.
I think it was 5 from memory you had in the notes.
Something like that.
Didn't make the fifth day, unless rain affected is a different story.
Yeah, and so I did say that you could build in a day. If a whole day is lost to rain, you could add a day at the end. You play, in my sort of vision, you'd be having a test match starting on Friday, going through to Monday. And if the next test began on a Friday, you could have a Tuesday making up the extra day. It wouldn't affect the schedule.
Yeah.
But I suspect the ship has sailed. I mean, teams are being given the option of 4-day tests. I mean, England hosted Ireland in a 4-day test. It does happen. So whether other countries will, whether the likes of Sri Lanka or Bangladesh or New Zealand will go for it, remains to be seen. It's almost you almost worry that they think they're being patronised by being given that option. But I think it's a possible solution.
When I was in New Zealand last month talking about this to a few administrators, they're keen on the 3 times 4. So right. I think it's an idea that time might come, but it always helps when making headlines in something like this. Also, tangentially feeds into overrate politics, not only in the notes. Did you talk about it again this year, but also Andy Bull wrote an excellent essay going back and trying to pick the eyes out of it, really. I mean, gone are the days of getting 90 overs in within 6 hours, 6.5 hours sometimes. It's a dynamic system. I mean, the umpires and the match referee are always talking to each other about what constitutes a full day before penalties are introduced, and they now exist in the form of World Test Championship points. And that ended up being quite a big part of that Ashes series we were referring to earlier, with England docked, can't remember how many points it was now, a lot of points.
19, I think.
19. Australia docked quite a few as well
10.
along the way.
Yeah.
And it meant that, yes, there was the 2-all scoreline, but you look at it from a World Test Championship perspective, they kind of both lost at least a test match worth of points because they couldn't get through their overs in time.
Yeah, no, I don't like slow over rates, but I did think that was an overreaction from the ICC's points system. In fact, weirdly, just before we kind of, I think it was in the last week, I thought I'd better just check be interesting to find out what the actual over rates were for the series, and England had a faster over rate than Australia. It was something like 13 to 12.5, and I was like, that's mad. And yet they've lost 9 more points. I mean, it's partly because Usman Khawaja lobbied so well in his role as one of the Aussie player representatives with the ICC to say that any innings of 80 overs or fewer is wiped from the slate. I mean, it's a sensational piece of work because, of course, England were getting bowled out quite quickly, though they were scoring more quickly than Australia. So, in a sense, I would sort of argue that they were being penalised for scoring more quickly. I think there has to be, for me, for me, it felt like it was undermining the integrity of the World Test Championship, which the ICC have put a lot of store by. This is their attempt to give a different slant on Test cricket, to give it some context. By knocking so many points off both teams, particularly England, they're saying that this great series is kind of irrelevant when it comes to determining who reaches the final in a couple of years' time.
And Australia had the same thing happen to them in the first cycle.
That's why they didn't get to the final.
And it was like, I can't tell you how innocuous it was. It was India were chasing about 100 odd. It was a foregone conclusion who was going to win the Test match, and Australia were being sloppy in the field and were rightly docked points, or were rightly pulled up for it. But yeah, I mean, I wonder whether in 5 years' time, this isn't about the World Test Championship points, it's about in-play penalties, and whether penalty runs, which are in the laws of the game in a host of ways now, might be levied. So maybe the match referee and the umpires in collaboration can work out how many penalty runs the sloppiness of a batting or fielding team is through the course of an innings, and we do it there and then.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you and I probably look at this one slightly differently, because it's very hard to know what kind of a penalty will work, because they've tried lots of things. They're trying penalty points, they've tried fines, suspensions. Have we got to the point where, as happened in a Caribbean Premier League game last year, Sunil Nareem was sent off by Kieran Pollard had to nominate a player to leave the field at the end of a game, and he sent the guy he thought was probably his worst fielder off. And Pollard later described that as absolutely ridiculous, and yet he had it in his gift to keep the over rate up. We may be coming to the point where a Test cricketer is sent from the field. I don't see how else we're going to do it at the moment, because 19 points, that didn't stop England bowling slowly. 10 points didn't, and Australia were getting hammered all over the place in Manchester, which is where they got all their 10-point penalty. That didn't stop them bowling slowly. So we may be forced into extreme measures.
Another exciting part of last summer, I think I was sat in this very chair actually. This was our radio commentary box for the 5th Test match back for Australian radio, and watching out when Stuart Broad just changed those bails over there and did it twice in the same match, and it worked first ball both times. You know, he's one of these cricketers, he said about both, and didn't know who writes his scripts. Well, you know, Broad, 6th final ball of his career, wicket final ball of his career, bails involved with the last one as well, to win an Ashes Test match. This is where it all began for him, really, that Ashes story in 2009, that extraordinary 5-wicket spell as a young man, up to Durham in 2013 when he did it on the final day there, of course, the 8 for 15 at Trent Bridge, where he took his 300th wicket at the start of that stretch, and to do it one last time. I mean, the drama king is the subheading that you use in the book, and we're going to miss him as an entertainer, if nothing else. Well, a bowler too, but as an entertainer, as someone you come to the cricket to watch and talk about. Stuart Broad was front and centre for so long.
Yeah, and he's a bit like Ian Botham in as much as he'd often reserve his best performances for Australia. There was something about the Ashes that got him going. Even, you know, one performance you didn't mention there, understandably, was Brisbane in 13-14, yes, where because he hadn't walked at Trent Bridge a few months earlier for the edge to slip via Haddin's knee or glove or whatever. He was referred to in I think it was the Brisbane Courier Mail as the English medium pace, and they silhouetted out his image. And he walked into the press conference that day after a 5 holding, with a big grin and holding a copy of the paper, and he relished. He absolutely loved it. He loved the fray. I think the Aussie journalists enjoyed that as well, because that was the kind of response they were hoping for. And he played up to it. He got the game, you know, in a way that Jimmy Anderson is a less knowable character in that respect, but Broad was quite happy to put his sort of persona out there to make it part of his shtick. And actually it was important to him because, I mean, let's take the David Warner, his relationship with Warner, for example, where he was knocking him over for fun in the end, and he made that a thing. You know, he was quite happy. Warner, I remember in, I think 2019, when he got him 7 times, one morning Warner asked him, he said, "Oh, what are you wobble seaming it, or are you making it go away? What are you doing?" And Broad just turned to him and said, "I don't know," and walked off. And he loved just keeping in his head. Everything about him was drama. And Jonathan Liu's written a lovely piece in the front of the book as well about Broad, where he describes him as, he said, "Let's celebrate Stuart Broad, the hard bastard." And he says that the way Broad would measure his contribution to a day was how much blood was in his boots at the end of it. And that was a side you never saw. He wasn't just this pretty boy who turned it on against Australia and liked the headlines. He got stuck in. He was a thoughtful guy. Jonathan mentions Dennis Lilly as a guy who analysed his own game down to the nth degree, and he said that Broad was. He had white line fever, so he'd lose his rag as he did at Lord's last summer when he came out to bat after Bairstow was stumped. But he'd be able to analyse himself and what made him a better bowler as well. So he was quite a formidable combination. As you say, we'll miss him in ways we don't quite realise yet. But you mark my words, there'll be times in the next couple of years where wish I had Stuart Broad to throw the ball to now.
Of course, the book doesn't just focus on men's cricket. The fact that the England women dragged it back to 8-all in that series last year, having lost to the Test match, which was the first match of that multi-format series, and the points weighting towards red ball cricket in a multi-format series as we know it. But you did take a moment in the editor's notes to acknowledge that both Catherine Brunt and Anya Shrubsole, the mainstays of that England team for so long with the new ball, have finished up. Anya, of course, was one of your cover stars back in 2018 after she won the World Cup single-handedly that afternoon at Lord's, which we'll never forget, in 2017. But important to acknowledge the end of an era of fast bowling and seam bowling for England's women.
Yeah, well, you know, just as we had Stuart Broad going from the men's team, so England's women's team lost their 2 greatest ever seamers in one go. That's a big thing for them to replace. And, you know, Ebony Rainford Brent, former teammate of theirs, writes a lovely kind of tribute to them in the book, and she makes the point that they were like chalk and cheese, you know, on and off the field. I mean, Shrubsole used to have these big looping in-swingers because she was quite chest on. Siva Brunt, as she became, was more of an away swinger, and she bowled bouncers. But as their careers developed, they tried to sort of replicate the other's skills so that they were both the complete package, and watching that evolution was quite interesting. And without them, I think we wouldn't have had the sort of group of young English fast bowlers we have now. You know, they became role models in a way that until they came along, there weren't really any role models. English bowlers, as Ebony says, were either off spinners or medium pacers. You know, the idea of outdoing opponents with skill and pace was not really part of the women's discussion, but they took it to the next level.
you're right about that generation of bowlers that follow them. It's such a competitive team to get into, with in the absence of Shrubsole and Sibber Brunt. You devote some attention to England and their men World Cup misadventure last year in India. Matt Mott, Joss Buttler, the new leadership axis. I mean, I suppose they have won a World Cup together, but all the attention on them defending the 50-over title from 2019 and how badly that went, and how much pressure they now have on them going to a 20-over tournament in the Caribbean in June.
Yeah, I mean, some people think that 50-over World Cup was enough evidence that they don't actually work together as well as we thought they did after they won the T20 World Cup in Australia in 2022. So some people think that we're sleepwalking to another disaster, an England World Cup disaster. Of course, they will say, no, give us a chance. We're still defending T20 world champions. Until a few months ago, we were double world champions. I get that. I tend towards the sort of disaster end of the spectrum, I think, because I was at that World Cup, and all I heard throughout for 7 weeks was, no, we're going to get back to doing what we've done so well. And the more they spoke about it, the less it happened. And I think there was some disconnect there, which was worrying. So yeah, I hope they prove me wrong. But I think if it's another bad World Cup for England, then can they both stay in their jobs? I suspect not.
The spirit of cricket, we saw so much of that talked about and weaponised through the men's Ashes last year, and indeed what happened at Lords the previous year with Deepti Sharma and Charlie Dean. But you have quite a big swing on this as far as going into the diversity of views in your editor's notes, and then you capture that in a secondary piece where you get the opinion of a lot of leading thinkers in the game to see where they sit on the great spirit of cricket debate.
Yeah, I mean, the question that interested me is the spirit of cricket as it's described in the preamble to the laws, is that still relevant to the modern game? And actually, when you read the preamble, it's fairly straightforward, it's fairly basic. It amounts to show each other some respect, you know, be nice to each other, essentially. And yet, somehow, this has been transformed by both sides of the debate into something else, and it has become weaponised, as you say. So I wanted to ask people in all walks of cricket life what they thought, whether it still had a place in the game, and I got a variety of perspectives, as you'd expect. I mean, Harsha Bhogle in India will take the view that the laws are fine, just the spirit is an anomaly, it's out of place, it's an anachronism, and I totally respect that view. Heather Knight, the England captain, described the preamble as wishy-washy, and perhaps we should do away with it. That was quite a strong view from her. Chris Cowdery, son of Colin, who with Ted Dexter got the preamble going in 2000, said that it's kind of the point I made at the start there, that it's been misinterpreted and it's been weaponised. So the point I tried to make in the notes was, look, let's take a step back and see what they're actually saying. Is there still room for people to treat each other with respect? Surely there is. Speaking of respect, last year there was a significant set of findings from the CDC, followed by the ICEC report. We're not going to get time here. It's only a few minutes till the resumption with Hampshire 91 for 6. So I don't propose going into any depth here. But nevertheless, that there was such an enormous amount of attention on this report, this independently written but commissioned by the ECB report, and it did command a lot of attention through the middle part of the summer, and a lot of these recommendations behind the scenes are being implemented at the moment. Absolutely. 4,000 correspondents interviewed, 317 pages, 79% of them saying that they'd experienced some form of prejudice, not just racism but sexism and classism. So what did you make of those other two, by the way? I think when I picked that up, I wasn't anticipating the sexism and classism bit. It almost stole the show, because I mean, without being reductive here, we knew about the racism bit. Like, everybody knew from all the media reporting and what was going on with the CDC and what had been happening at Yorkshire in a most high-profile case that reached the public domain in 2020 and 2021. But sexism and classism, that ended up forming as much of the report as racism did. Well, I mean, Ebony, we mentioned earlier, obviously her great work with the African Caribbean engagement program she's always said this. It's not just about racism. Actually, the privilege comes in many forms and often overlap. If you drew a Venn diagram, those three isms that we've just mentioned would be butting against each other, and that you can't sort of solve one without the other. So that was quite a useful conclusion to be placed in front of the game. And I think the ECB finally are taking this seriously, that we've had other reports about racism in English cricket that have been paid lip service to and then widely ignored. This feels like a moment where Parliament is getting interested. The ECB have to go to the DCMS committee and explain their progress on improving diversity in the game. So and it's the right thing to do, and it'll be for the betterment of English cricket, because we'll be picking from a bigger group of people, and everyone who plays a game, whether they're at private school or state school, the idea is would have a stake in English cricket, would want to move up the pathway, and would have an equal chance. Michael Collins, one of the authors of the ICEC report, writes this piece in Wisden making that point, basically.
So from the very, very front of the book to the very, very end, before we go, I can see the players are about to cross the rope, so we should hand back to Phil Walker. But page 1552, the unusual occurrences list. What's your favourite this year?
I mentioned this to you the other day, but batsman, king pair in an ODI. So Romario Shepherd, West Indies, World Cup qualifier against the Netherlands. He's out first ball to Logan van Beek in the game itself. Finishes as a tie, so they have a super over. Guess what? Van Beek gets Shepherd again first ball, so he's out twice. Doesn't count. The second one doesn't count on his stats, by the way, but that's how we like to twist it a bit in the index of unusual occurrences.
And page 1533, where the errata section is, you've got an edited piece now from 1926, 98 years before, where there was a Middlesex's second innings versus Essex, where H.W. Lee was caught by F.W.H. Nicholas, not M.S. Nichols. So basically a written down error that someone has dug out 98 years later. It's a lovely tradition in the book.
Absolutely. I always hope that most of the errors each year are from 1925 and not from the year before. But yeah, it's always good fun, that page.
That's a plan for us this year on my podcast. We're going to try and find something, an error from 1925, 100 years before.
Do it.
It's the kind of thing my audience might enjoy. You might enjoy it as well. Lawrence, I mentioned before, I'll plug it again. Not only is the good book in all its forms, here's the paperback, there's the hard copy, there's a leatherbound, the works. Get it in the usual Wisden places. What's the website?
Bloomsbury.com,
and there's the Surrey special. Rory Burns on the front. Get it from the Kia shop across the way. Lawrence, magnificent work. You're 13th in charge. What does it make you now? Is it the most for a living editor? Have you overtaken Engel?
Yes, most for I believe so. Matthew did 12 in 2 stints, so yeah.
Brilliant. Lawrence Booth, Wisden Cricketers Almanac, thanks for joining us across the lunch break. We'll catch you very soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Collo.
So 91 for 6. We're going to have, it's the heavy roller, Matt Roller from Cricinfo, who wrote a book about those dual world champions that Lawrence was discussing before White Heat. He's going to jump into the summariser chair or the colour chair. Phil Walker's going to take over from me as well. I'll welcome Matt first, and I'm going to go down and get a plate of food. I'll be back in half an hour.
Thanks very much, Collo. Players coming back out for the afternoon. Great to hear it. All about Wisden 2024 from Lawrence Booth. Phil joining me now. Surrey right on top at this stage in the game. It's sort of traditional recent oval surface in some ways that, I don't know, I think people associate the oval with being dry and hard and reverse swing, and we've seen plenty of test pitches like that, but in the Championship maybe that little tinge of green that we see today has been a bit more the norm in the past few years, and Surrey have made good use of the conditions this morning, Phil.
Yeah, they have, and it's a pitch that we've seen quite a few times for the Championship. Nonetheless, there's proper pace and carry there as well. It's not a kind of an archetypal English track as such. It's still hitting Jamie Smith's gloves hard. It's going to be Kemar Roach to resume the afternoon session from the far end as we look at the Mickey Stewart and members pavilion end. And Nick Gubbins, as was a theme throughout the morning, solidly in behind it. I thought his judgment outside off stump was good. I thought he rode the bounce nicely as well, got the gloves out the way. He wasn't inconvenienced too much, really. It was a good, solid, doughty, top order morning session performance by him, but he was let down by those at the other end. 36 from 79 is Gubbins.
Yeah, Gubbins, great record here at the Kia Oval, dating back to his Middlesex days actually. He's got a couple of hundreds here, both for Middlesex. I remember one in 2021 where, I don't know if you remember the game, Phil, it was final day, Middlesex chasing about 290 and 60 odd overs. Him and Pete Hanscom took them really close, and then there was just this little clatter of wickets that ended in a draw.
Yeah. He does like batting here. He's a very fine player. It's funny though, isn't it, how some players just can't get the hang of it. We mentioned James Vince earlier, who is averaging now 18 and a half across 10 games here and he just can't seem to buy a run here on a pitch, on a ground where you'd think it would suit his kind of play. And yet for whatever reason they just can't get it done. It's funny how it plays out. I was talking to first mention of the afternoon. I was talking to Brian Lara earlier in the week, and he was talking about Lords. Yeah, funny I should mention that. He was talking about Lords and how it never quite worked out for him, and the pressure of the honours board sort of rained down on him, and he found that he clogged up a little bit, and he didn't quite play as freely and as fluently as he did elsewhere because if you like, the accumulation of all that history bore down on his shoulders. Well struck, and although extra cover may have got a hand to it, it was hit too strongly, and that runs away for 4, moves into the 40s now. It might have just actually kicked up in front of short cover. Nasty one for Ryan Patel there. Either way, it bursts through short cover and runs away.
Just enough width really for Gubbins to throw his hands at it, and makes some good touch today.
He does. You feel like he needs to start playing a few of these shots now. Yeah, 8 fours now, correction, across his innings. He really has been a lone hand though. Aside from Alior's breezy, flighty knock up top, 26 from 32, there's been nothing else to show whatsoever. Only James Fuller, the other not-out batter, managed to get into double figures. And much rests on both of these, really, with Brad Wheel, who can throw the bat, and Kyle Abbott, who is a useful number 10, but then Mo Abbas, bless him, he's an authentic number 11.
Yeah, Gubbins absolutely the standout Hampshire batter of the season, isn't he? Obviously they had the washout at Durham first up, but then since then 50, 69 not out, 119, and now 40 not out here. He's got more than twice as many championship runs as any other Hampshire batter in the early stages of 2024, Phil.
Yeah, it's Alior that they're looking to, isn't it? He's just not got going yet this year.
I thought Orr actually played fantastically at times this morning for 10 overs, admittedly, but the shot that he pumped Roach back over his head down in towards the pavilion, that was a stunning shot.
Yeah, a couple of shots that do stick in the mind. He went through mid-wicket with a flourish, and the shot down the ground, as you mentioned, was a spectacular piece of work, a really audacious shot in the first 20 minutes against Kemar Roach. And then a strong on-drive punched, but it was airborne, and I think Burns was wise to that, brought another man in. So then there were 3 fielders on the onside. But I was on with Taha at the time, and he made the good point that he was trying to go too straight. The angle of the delivery, right arm round, the angle of the delivery was into the pads, just let go with the angle, work it through square, work it backward of square even, but he was trying to punch through straight mid-wicket, got himself in a tangle, slight leading edge and a really limp dismissal, but that was the key moment really, especially in the context of Gubbins having got through to lunch on his own. Could have been a very different story. As it is, 96 for 6. And they need something to give here in the afternoon session. They have to find a way, you'd think, to get up to 170, 180, somehow try and double their score here, if at all possible. It's a big ask.
It's an interesting field that Hampshire have got here for, Surrey have got here for Gubbins, I should say, with deep square leg, long leg, deep third as well. Wonder if Worrell's, just leaving the option open to slip in a short one.
And nothing doing again. Played very quietly and responsibly outside off stump. Quick run round the grounds, as looking like we've got play across the country, which is good to see after the horrors of that first week. In the top div, Durham are going okay now against Essex. They lost 2 up top, but they're now 1-4, 1 for 3. And Ollie Robinson's coming at 5 and is already stamping his mark. What a player he is. Slightly delayed decision by Gubbins, but good for it nonetheless. Just withdrew the bat just in time. Yeah. So Cook and Porter, they did the business early on, removing Lees and Borthwick, and then Ackerman is rock solid at number 3, 32 not out. A flighty 52, a runner ball by David Beddingham, but then Porter returned to bowl him, and Ollie Robinson and Ackerman have put on a tidy partnership, taking it up to 60 partnership now. So 1 for 1 for 3, not a bad effort really by Durham. Pushed down the ground but won't beat Rory Burns at mid-off. So another one ticks by, 30 overs gone, 96 for 6. Not to going well at Warwickshire, 118 for 1, with Ben Duckett 77 not out and Ben Slater 41 not out. They lost Hasib Hamid early on just for a couple. Oliver Hannon-Dowie with the only wicket to fall so far, so not after a rocky start really, making their mark against Warwickshire.
I was interested to see Ahmed Jamal, the Pakistan seamer, has gone straight into the Warwickshire team. They signed him yesterday. I think he landed in Birmingham in the morning and straight into the side.
More runs this time for James Fuller into the onside. Hampshire won't mind that, bringing the senior man back on strike against Kemar Roach. Yeah, he had that marvellous tour, of course, for Pakistan down in Australia. Where was that test match where he made an 80 and took a 6 for...
I think he
might
did
be
well
Sydney, maybe?
He did well in every game. I think he took 18 wickets in 3 matches.
Yeah, I think it was the final game where he smashed 80 from number 8 or 9 and picked up a few as well. It was a tough tour for Pakistan, but they still found a couple. Again, Gubbins very, very good outside off stump. He will not be tempted. So yeah, not going well in that one. In the other game in the top division, Somerset 93 for 2 against Worcester. Lammonby and Umeed, the not out batters. Lammonby 29 not out. Carrying on really where he left off here with that brilliant 100 he made here a couple of weeks ago. Clothed into the offside, so nothing doing for Nick Gubbins. But just a sign post-lunch that he's perhaps looking to be a bit more expansive, and I guess 6 down, 40 odd now not out, makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fuller generally is not one to hang around either at the other end, so I think Hampshire will throw the bat at any width in this session, I would expect.
It's funny how it goes, though. You can imagine that the conversations in the visitors' dressing room this morning and in practice yesterday would have been: be positive, get on the front foot, don't be dictated to by this incredible seam attack, you make your mark. But in the first 2 hours, with a bit of cloud around and a bit of moisture in the track, that's the time to hand it over, isn't it, really? And Tom Prest's shot in particular was unbecoming, really. Gubbins showing the way.
Yeah, Roach still finding a bit of lateral movement in the air, I think. Feels like he's getting it to move away fairly appreciably from around the wicket.
Yeah, this has been a line of attack that he's profited from for a decade and more around the world. He's a brilliant bowler to left-handers.
He was sort of one of the early pioneers of that modern trend, wasn't he?
Yeah. Doesn't beat extra cover. Just pulled out of the shot a little. 31 gone, 97 for 6. Into Div 2 then. Middlesex stuttering along a little against Gloucester. 4 down for 107. Wickets shared around, but 2 for Marchant DeLang. Back in the side. Big, strong, strapping quick, and Gloucester need that. After the miseries of last year, of course, finishing rock bottom. Started well there against Middlesex. Northants as well against Leicester have also started very well. 135 for 1. And Emilio Gay, fine young player, really, really classy player. 84 not out. He made a big double. Was it last week, Matt, or the week before?
Yeah.
He made a very, very good 140 against Surrey here as well, last year or the year before. Driven into the gap, not timed and so might not make it. In fact, it does, despite the despairing dive. It trickles over the rope, no more than a 50-yard boundary through the offside there for the right-hander, and so Fuller picks up his second boundary for, Emilio Gay, 88 not out. So Northant's going well.
Cameron Steele with the despairing dive here, racing away across the square as it often does. It's funny though, isn't it? Surrey so successful, and yet the leading wicket taker in the country hasn't bowled a ball as yet.
Ominous. And he's looked as good as anyone really out there, as James Fuller. He's ridden the swing nicely. He's been pretty circumspect as well against Worrell. He's not played outside of himself too much, not thrown his hands at anything too much really. He's played quite responsibly. Critical partnership. Came together with the score at 64. So they've put on 37. And again, good sound canny work here by the number 8. And just finally, in the game up north, Yorkshire, Derbyshire. Yorkshire 139 for 2. Adam Lyth still there, having faced the first ball of the game, 57. A very, very quick 40 from 25 from the skipper, Shan Masood. And then a chap called Joe Root is just getting into his work, 16 not out. You'd say he's probably due. And if you're Derbyshire, who haven't won a game, I believe, and since the latter part of 2022, not the kind of player you want to see strolling out at number 4. And behind him is Harry Brook.
Yeah, I was at Lord's last week, and it was a quiet game for both of those two, Root and Brook. Obviously the Duke's ball was back. Middlesex really struggled with the Kookaburra. Obviously Sam North East with his huge triple in the first round of games. I think they were as glad as any team in the country really to be back with the Duke. And yeah, first innings Root 5, Brook 3. Second innings Root 32, Brook first bowler.
Yeah, my did Middlesex need that after averaging 100 runs per wicket with their bowling attack in the first 2 rounds. But a heartening win for them. Under the pump really on and off the field at the moment.
Again, intrigued by this field. We've got a sort of catching leg gully here for... Would you call them a leg gully, a catching backward square leg? I don't know.
It's a leg gully for me, yeah.
Just that option there for a little one on the ribs, one on the hip.
I guess so. He's got slightly cramped up to the full one on leg stump a couple of times, fallen over in his stance. So perhaps they're thinking that he might just skew one out behind square, perhaps.
Oh, that was the trap.
That was the trap, but it was relatively well played, slightly airborne, but dropped short and to the left of Ryan Patel there.
I think he was ingested for just half a second. So we see it again.
Yeah, Gubbins would say he was in control of that one, give him the benefit. 103 for 6, and he retains the strike. It's going to be Kemar again with that line to the lefty round the wicket.
Is that just a door on the second tier of the pavilion, I think, open there? That's distracted Nick Gubbins.
He's got an eagle eye, does Nick Gubbins. A few times he's pulled away. No, it's good to see him back in such rich form. He was one of the best young players around when he got going at Middlesex and went down to Hampshire and has had a slightly uneven time of it down there really, but he started this season in fabulous form He just needs some support really around him at the moment. It's a shame that we didn't get to see a bit more from Fletcher Middleton, who's a fine young player. Perhaps we'll see him in the second dig. But Dan Worrell sorted him out, took him just 2 deliveries to induce the edge, and he was gone just for 4.
Oh, it took him one delivery
yes,
to induce the edge through the slips first ball. No, I was looking forward to watching him bat, but
came off the back of 100 last week. Nasty, but he's okay.
I reckon that'll sting on a day like today as well, Phil.
It stings on any day, that one. And our cameraman, the side-on angle, it's the only one available for us and the only one you need. In fact, that's just struck the left leg, folks. So not too bad. He lives to fight another day. Beautiful. He's found some rhythm now as Kemar.
This has been a really good over, hasn't it? Really testing Gubbins. There's still good bounce and carry in this pitch, isn't there?
Yeah.
Look where this goes past it. Yeah. That was not a particularly short ball.
Pick up a single. In fact, might. He's just going to settle for 1. He didn't get too much of it. But again, he's taken the lion's share of the strike so far post-lunch, and that's exactly what Hampshire will be looking for. This partnership inches along now. 40 now, the two of them are put together. Just 1 delivery to go in the 33rd. And nothing doing there. Just let that one go. A little bit on the arm did Kemar Roach, and so Fuller is happy to let that one go by. 104 for 6, 33 down. So Matthew Roller, ESPN Cricinfo, an occasional Wisden Cricket Monthly contributor when one allows. Your impressions for the first 3 weeks of the season? You've been around the grounds. Have you mainly been London based?
I have, to be honest with you, Phil.
Of course you have. So impressions of the Kookaburra? Do you have a position?
I was very interested to see the contrast in scores and style of bowlers who are successful between the first 2 and the 3rd week. But I think that the tricky thing, in my opinion, with all the debate around which ball should you use, is it's very, very hard to keep everything else constant. Saw it last year. Obviously the Kookaburra introduced for a couple of weeks in the middle of the season. The start of the season is a very different thing when the pitches are a bit softer. I know Mark Butcher, for example, will tell you that the softness of the pitches is the thing that matters much more than what type of ball. But I think, in my opinion, it comes back to the debate over the purpose of county cricket, and I think most people would agree that it has several purposes, and it's what's your order of priority between being a competition in its own right, that 400 or so male professional players in this country, the majority of them are desperate to win. A lot of them would put it the competition they care about the most, and then also obviously developing England players and developing players for the England Test team.
So Rob Key, MD of England men's cricket, was unrepentant, doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on this experiment, which has been driven very much by him. I think he proposed to the counties seven Kookaburra rounds and 7 Dukes. The counties allowed for 4 and 10, and Key said that it was an experiment that really did bear fruit, and he has a very pragmatic and, if you like, unromantic approach to it, from the position of thinking about the England Test side, the England men's Test side. and that is his raison d'etre, of course. But it's interesting to hear from somebody who is such a dyed-in-the-wool county hero, someone who's trod the boards for Kent for so many years, be slightly standoffish about the value of the championship in and of itself, as a product, as a source of entertainment and intrigue on its own terms.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Keith spent his whole, the majority of his playing career seeped in Kent, and speaks amusingly, probably is the word, about his time in committee rooms and fighting with people who always wanted things done a certain way. And I think obviously the remit of his job at the moment is he primarily cares about the England Test team, England men's Test team, and England men's teams, full stop.
Nicely struck down the ground, but nothing doing. So, a positive consequence, I guess, is the foregrounding of slow bowlers we saw here.
Absolutely.
Coming into this game, I think, Cam Steele had 20, and I think Dan Lawrence had 7, and that was against 17 wickets that fell for Surrey across the whole of last campaign. Seam heavy, and then some. And so, if the perpetual question around how we produce slow bowlers is to be addressed, then I think this is a positive. Nicely played into the onside. He'll pick up at least a couple here. Jordan Clark ambling back from mid-on to pick it up. In fact, they'll come back for an easy 3, and so Fuller will retain the strike after 34, 108 for 6.
Yeah, I spoke to Steele after Surrey's very entertaining eventual draw against Somerset, but a game that could easily have had a result, but for a little bit of poor weather and even for a mini collapse on the final day. And he very much said, in his opinion, he said he probably wouldn't have been playing the start of the season, the first 2 rounds of games, but for the Kookaburra Ball. And this could be it's been a pretty 2 or 3 big weeks in his career, really.
So I was fortunate enough to be here for week 2 for Surrey's first home game against Somerset, and although the game fell to a draw in the end due to a bit of rain on the 4th morning, which didn't quite open the game up enough in the afternoon for there to be a positive result, nonetheless it was a really good, tough, hard, cussed game of cricket, and there was nothing that I saw that I was uncomfortable with from the point of view of the balance between bat and ball, as Fuller picks up another single into the onside, and so Gubbins will come back on to strike. 43 not out, 4 deliveries left of the 35th. You saw Shoaib Bashir bowl brilliantly, I thought, on day 2. You were here because you were on, weren't you? You were on day 2, and I thought Bashir bowled very, very well here in trying circumstances, and only went for 2 and a bit and over, despite coming up against the most complete batting lineup in the country, and I guess this is what you're looking for. First really airy-fairy shot post lunch from Nick Gubbins, and he's cranky with himself, rehearsing that square drive. But whether of course this was the case elsewhere, with bowling attacks that are perhaps not quite as toothy as Surrey's and Somerset's.
Yeah, I don't think there were too many head coaches and directors of cricket in Division 2 in particular who came out of that trial thinking they'd learned a whole amount. I don't think. And I suppose as well I think there are some arguments about, in terms of the integrity of the competition, wanting to keep as much constant as possible within the obvious confines of the Championship in its current form. In Division 1 you don't play every team twice, home and away. You play some teams once. Obviously players come and go at various times for international commitments, for franchise commitments. Things do change, but maybe you want to try and keep as many constants as possible. And And I know, for example, I remember Gareth Batty last year talking about this and saying, well, you don't change the ball midway through through a Premier League football season. Why would we suddenly do that? And then why would you wouldn't ask a Premiership rugby team to play with 14 men instead of 15 for 2 rounds of the season just to see what happens?
There's a lot more personality attached to a cricket ball than a rugby ball. Just the mere physical properties of it. Foolish, but nothing doing, just punched up to mid-off. So Surrey are racing through these overs. But Hans, first half hour after lunch, standing relatively firm. 109 for 6. Partnership 45 now. And of course, the eternal question regarding pace and the requisite pace required for Test match level. These are all very valid and pertinent questions, of course, and Rob Key has been banging this drum loud and clear. Nonetheless, the standout seamer, England qualified for the first few weeks, is Sam Cook, who bowls around 80 mile an hour, a bit quicker than he looks. And Key himself said he's been seriously impressed by what he's seen from Sam Cook at Essex, whose career record is astonishing, really. Averages less than 20 for 280 something wickets.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure from Key's point of view, if the result of this 2-week trial is at the start of the season is that he feels more confident, giving Sam Cook his backing at a selection table and it pays off, then he'd be absolutely delighted with that as a result, I'm sure.
Well, there's 2 words I would say if I was ever to be allowed in that selection meeting, and my word, I'm a long way down the pipe for that. One of them is Vernon, the other one is Philander. 224 wickets at 22, and he bowled no quicker than you on a Saturday afternoon, Matthew. In that 76 to 78 MPH kind of mark, Samo, would you say around that? Maybe 80. Okay, maybe up to 80. And for those who say, well, you need to give a good pitch to Vernon in order for him to be effective, well, he took his wickets at under 30 in Australia as well. So the point is, if you are unerring in executing what you do well, then you've always got a chance. And if you watch someone like Sam Cook, and Sam Cook specifically, he just simply does not bowl bad balls. He'll bowl 1 or 2 bad balls a session. He's that good.
Unlike you to give your backing to an Essex player, Phil.
Yeah, as merely speak as I find. Nicely played up to mid-off. Don't reveal trade secrets, thank you. Roller.
Your voice does it for you, Phil. I noticed that Sam Cook is captaining Essex this week in the absence of Tom Wesley on paternity leave.
That's right, yeah. And also, Essex have gone through 2 wicket keepers already this year. So they had Rossington, who was keeping, and he injured himself, and then they brought in Michael Pepper. He's injured himself as well. And so they have a young lad called Duke who's keeping wicket for them. He picked up a couple of catches though earlier in the piece.
It's on loan from Yorkshire, I think. Harry Duke.
That's him. So they had to scavenge around to try and find somebody to take the gloves. That'll be 4. Now that's a rarity. A leg side gimme from Dan Worrell, who can't believe it. Look at him. He's as staggered as we are that he's let that one go down the leg side. Tidily played by James Fuller, who's looked the part here. 26 from 39.
It's a good player, Fuller. I think his bowling really came back again a couple of years ago. He went through a phase where he was really struggling, but he's pretty quick these days.
And again, stylishly played. He has good rhythm out there. He's moving comfortably into the ball.
It's a 50 partnership between Nick Gubbins and James Fuller.
Yeah, essential really. Staring down the barrel when these two came together. 50 from 90. Adam Collins marches in. Did you see that as a man with intent? He's cracked open his can of water, and he's ready to roll.
Yeah, these two have played well, that 50 partnership, coming off 90 balls, spanning the lunch interval. Fuller in particular, tidy player, exactly what you need coming in at number 8 in this sort of circumstance, really.
Had that promotion last week to number 4 with a view to trying to push the game forward after that long partnership between Gubbins and Middleton. And they're in just a little bit of a hole in terms of the bonus points or the batting points they might be able to acquire. But yes, more than capable Fuller. Third club. Won the one-day comp with Gloucestershire a long time ago now. Feels a long time ago anyway.
Cora, I've got a trivia question for you and for our listeners.
Go on.
I'm going to give them...
I like this stuff.
2 balls to work out the answer to it, and I'm going to let you mull on it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which franchise T20 competition did James Fuller win this winter? Where did he pick up his winner's medal?
There's about 4 people in the world who know the answer to that. And
Are you one of
you
them?
and Tim Wigmore are 2 of them. I'm dead set dart of the dartboard on that. I used to call it nicely worked into the gap, just one though. I used to describe it as the Grant Elliott circuit, the secondary T20 circuit. I told Grant that when working with him over the winter. He was suitably offended. Yes, okay. So over the winter, we're talking your bigger IPL-y kind of ones. Was it one of the bigger IPL-y kind of ones? So not your sort of South Africa thing or your
I don't
IL
think
T20-ish.
you didn't have any IPL spin-off teams featuring in this particular league, which James Fuller won.
Okay. He didn't get a start in Australia, did he?
He didn't. I'll give you another. This might not be much of a hint. The other overseas players playing for his team in the final were Kyle Mayers, David Miller, and Obed McCoy.
Okay. Does it relate to where James Fuller grew up, as opposed to where he was born?
It doesn't.
Okay, so it's not New Zealand. It's not the Super Smash or whatever they call it there.
It's not.
I'm going to get. I genuinely don't have a clue about the other comps. It sort of reflects my natural tilt with cricket. Usually I'm calling you up to tell me about T20 stuff, mate. Not that there's anything wrong with it, I hasten to add. Shot for none. Patel diving away. Can you narrow it down yet further? If David Miller was playing, by the way, that must have been a decent tournament. We're not talking about the sort of...
For time of year, final took place on the 1st of March.
1st of March, so recently. Was PSL?
Just before.
Bangladesh?
Bangladesh.
Here we go. Rock and roll. Gubbins looking good. Still there on 43. Important partnership. They were 91 for 6 at lunch, 115 for 6 now the visitors. How'd he go in the final?
James Fuller in the final for Fortune Barishal. 4 overs, 2 for 43. Not needed in the run chase. Win by 6 wickets against the Camilla Victorians.
The time-honoured classic. The old Classico of the
BPL Classico.
Sorry, I shouldn't. Good player. I remember watching James Fuller.
Very good player.
Yeah, I remember watching him bowl a game at we're going back a bit here, bowling it in a game in Radlett some years ago. Bowled quickly. I think that was a feature of what we saw with him last year as well with the ball. He had an excellent April and May. Took 6 for against Northants. Took a fifer against Kent down at Canterbury. In the wickets, making runs. Half century at Canterbury. Half century at Trent Bridge, unbeaten as well. Square drive from that man out to the rope. Well played. Top of the bounce, short boundary, makes the most of it. Just 32 he moves.
A little loose from Atkinson, I think, first ball of the spell there. Just a little bit of width outside off stump.
Yeah, nice pace at that length as well, 81 mile an hour. And just enough shape, good shot nevertheless. But you look at what he did in 2022 as well. He had a huge season there, and that might have contributed to an extent why Brad Wheel found himself out of the team a little bit at the start of 22. Worked again, long side, there'll be 2 on offer. So he's been in and around, because when you think about the Hampshire bowling attack, we get very excited about Abbott, Abbas, Barker. Dawson had a terrific season last year. It's the glue in the middle of it all. Often is Fuller or Ian Holland, who's missed out today. Interesting, pretty good player to leave out. Ian Holland.
Yeah, absolutely. Went through a phase of opening the batting as well.
He'd occasionally open the batting and the bowling, Holland, for a time there. But yeah, there's that depth with Hampshire with the ball. Absolutely.
Interested to see how Atkinson goes today. I think against Somerset in what was his first game in a long time, he was a little wasn't quite on it in his first spells, and then I think in his third spell of that match was the one where he suddenly, when the game had been burst open, he took a couple of wickets and a couple of balls.
His pace went up.
I remember he bowled a really nice bouncer to Casey Aldridge. I think his first ball caught in the slips.
Well ran again, 8 runs from 4 balls to start this spell. I think the first Atkinson spell, he was just struggling a little bit with his run-up a couple of weeks ago. Then after lunch, spent some time in the middle, got it very much right in the second stretch and took 3 wickets in 5 overs and looked every bit the England contracted player. Being used judiciously at this stage of the year.
I was going to say he might have the dream gig. I think he missed the away trip, plays at home.
Yeah.
Misses another away trip, plays at home. Is he a Kia Oval specialist, Gus Atkinson?
Good point. I wonder whether he made the journey down to Kent for the week.
Got a long weekend off.
Long weekend down at Canterbury. I mean, there are worse fates. I really enjoy our occasional trips to Canterbury with work. Ends at relatively expensive over 8 runs from it. Looks like I'm saying goodbye to you for the time being. Matt, heavy roller from Cricinfo. He'll be back later. 123 for 6. Still a long time left today. 58 overs remaining. Surrey won the toss and fielded first, and they got worrelled before lunch. 3 wickets for the overseas, including 1 in his first over, I should say. Atkinson got in on the act before lunch. Dean Wilson jumping in for the first time today as well. G'day, Dino.
Yeah, good afternoon, Colo. Good afternoon, everyone. Absolute pleasure to be here this afternoon. The sun has popped its head out beyond the clouds. Looks lovely out there.
Nearly. Could have been a dot. May well end up being a boundary. So crawling away. It's going to be just dragged in. Good second effort there from Daniel Lawrence.
That fielding,
third effort.
That fielding was not in line with the beautiful scenery that we were just, or the beautiful scene we were just setting. Looks like he's going to have to do a bit of gardening and repair work around there. Just replace the divot.
We've been quite lucky here, haven't we? Because there was no game here in week 1 where it was rainy around the country, and for the most part nice weather when hosting Somerset. Some beautiful days. It was only the rain on the final day which denied the home side a chance to chase down 209, although they gave it a crack in 19 overs before shaking hands with half an hour to go.
Yeah, that's the kind of miracle of Medina stroke Istanbul stroke Kia Oval. Rather fanciful target, but give it a go in this era of attacking intent.
Oh, beautiful! Kemar Roach has been searching for that. The ball's been swinging after lunch in his spell, and now he gets one through the gate of the key man Gubbins. Bowled for 45, 125 for 7. Roach in the book, and that'll feel good. How many times have we seen him do that over the years, Dean Wilson?
Yeah, what a terrific bit of bowling from Kemar Roach as we just look at the replay, just see how much this has moved. It looked like it just nipped back a touch, just beat him on the inside edge. And you can see how much that means to Kemar Roach. Maybe struggling a little bit for the volume of wickets that he's had throughout his career. A little bit of tail, bit of swing, and the ball just zeroing in on off stump there. There's a bit of a gap between bat and pad from Gubbins, usually quite good at covering up, but this time Kemar Roach was too good for him as it clatters into off stump, and he looks like he's trying to suggest that I've kept a little low. There was nothing of the sort, just beaten neck and crop by a terrific bit of bowling from Kemar Roach.
Yeah, I mean, there is a gap between bat and pad, clearly that's what he's found, but it's the extra bit of movement at the end. I reckon Gubbins thought he had that covered, given it was nice and full, playing down that line, but the exaggerated movement on the angle, the West Indies champion, 4th wicket of the campaign, give Surrey a look here after an important partnership that built either side of lunch, went beyond 50. Now they got to look at Kyle Abbott at number 9.
Yeah, that early movement from the hand, bit of in swing as the ball then continued on that line. And yeah, you say that Nick Gubbins probably felt like he had it covered, and clearly been batting for some time out there, 38 overs in the innings, but in the end just too good from Kemar Roach, and the celebration really did reflect, you know, kind of hard-won spoils there for the West Indian.
Didn't get much of a go 2 weeks ago against Somerset, didn't bowl a lot of overs, as I mentioned, just a couple of wickets last week. First ball here from Abbott, defended safely, and you know, a bowler with such high standards, with such a terrific test record, it can sort of start to play on his mind. You would have thought he's only human after all, so to get away here and get in the book in this first innings will do him the world of good.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't matter how good you are, how good your record is, you know, you still want to be taking wickets and making an impact in the teams that you're playing for, and Kemar Roach has had a significant impact in the Surrey team since he's been here.
Off the mark with pushed just wide of cover. They've also got that leg slip, not quite a leg gully, a wideish leg slip in on that shot. You can see there Dan Lawrence, he'll shuffle around for Fuller to a more conventional backward square, deepish leg gully if you like, and they'll spread the field a wee bit too. So 2 men will go out to the rope, steal at deep square, and a fine leg too. It's Dan Worrell.
Good reward for keeping the ball up as well, giving it a chance to move in the air as well as off the surface.
We saw in the previous over he bowled, that's the end of the successful over, I should say. 4 runs and the wicket of Gubbins coming in at 127 for 7. He bowled a ball to Gubbins that swung away from him, and he sort of drove it out towards extra cover. There was quite a lot of movement having started on that angle, but to have the skill to turn the ball around and get it moving the other way, difficult to detect out of the hand, of course, and that was that.
He's a hugely highly skilled bowler, been doing it for a very long time, and you know, burst onto the scene with that express pace. Perhaps not quite there anymore, but the skill level is still very, very high, and he's bringing all that experience to bear. We should see plenty of him this summer, but now he's got the wickets to go with the skill.
Yes, I remember in that Olympic summer of 2012, Dino, where Kemar Roach came out as a young firebrand, bowling 90 mile an hour, sorting out a young Johnny Bairstow. Got Bairstow dropped, didn't he? Or near enough to dropped at the time. There was a sense that Roach was just a wee bit too quick.
Those early days. Yeah, those early days for Johnny. I remember he was sort of in a perennial contest with James Taylor, I think it was, as to who was going to stay in the England side for a period of time, and I think Johnny, he got 95, I think, in that first summer. Before then, missing out for a little while. Obviously, just celebrated his 100th test, so things went pretty well for him thereafter.
That's quick. That's quick from Atkinson. Not sure what the radar will say, but 83 mile an hour, banging it in. The lived experience watching Abbott, he didn't like it at all.
And for someone like Roach coming into a West Indies team, which is pretty hard going for the bowlers, perhaps not as much time as other teams to get your feet up and rest, and then having to bowl lots and lots of overs in the field, and huge demands when you're as good as he is. A lot of pressure on your shoulders to keep going.
It's also got the short leg for Abbott, worth noting. 85 mile an hour down the leg side.
But now that he's sort of come through to sort of the elder statesman of West Indies bowling, I think he's sort of quite enjoying seeing the likes of Jayden Seales and Shamar Brooks and Alzari Joseph, guys like these coming through and taking on the sort of the firebrand and the pace that West Indies cricket is famed for.
Bit of a stutter in the run-up there from Atkinson, but gets it spot on. Did you catch that social media clip of Jayden Seales last week?
Oh, hard not to. It was, seriously impressive bit of bowling from a very impressive young man. And, there are only two types of leave, as they say.
The tall front-on action, letting the ball go where it does, and the searing swing back towards the off-stump for a Sussex bowler reminded me of early Archer, didn't it? The way that video went around. So many of those. When Archer we all thought he was going to have to wait 7 years to qualify. I interviewed him out in, I don't know where exactly, somewhere in South Africa when he was in that limbo period, and it was almost kind of like a quiet nod, like he kind of knew that would change to 3 years, but it wasn't publicly socialised at that point. And what a year he would go on to have in 2019 upon being made eligible for England. But just before that, 15, 16, 17, 18 when bowling for Sussex, that was pretty special too. At domestic level.
Certainly was.
Oh, that's quick again from Atkinson. Abbott does well to keep the gloves away at 94 mile an hour. That's a fearsome over, 128 for 7, Abbott 1. Fuller's turned down the other end, important now, even more important on 38.
Yeah, the sight of Jofra and at times Chris Jordan as well when he was at Sussex, tearing in. They've had some terrific bowlers down there to entertain them. And Jayden Seales can join the club. And I think again, much like we've talked about with Roach and with Brooks, if they can look after him, manage him in a way that allows him to play, but obviously look after his body, we'll see more clips like that from Seales, I'm sure.
Feels like he's put on a yard as well. Like, having watched a fair bit of Seales bowl for the West Indies, he sort of flattered to deceive a little bit with the speed radar, but using the evidence of a few highlights on social media may not be the best way to assess this, but feels like as probably a 24, 25-year-old now, he's reaching the peak of his powers, which is really exciting.
It is, and he's got a terrific attitude as well. Like, he's not afraid of hard work. Really competitive. I remember watching him in Grenada, I think it was in Test match against the Test match that England lost. I think it was 22, 21, 22, yeah. And just the competitive juices. He was just in the game. There was something about the aggression and desire to get the ball in his hands and keep working that kind of stood out.
Two men set back for 4. They want to give the strike to Abbott, clearly.
And I do recall seeing him the evening after the match had concluded in the same venue as a certain Ben Stokes, and there was no player that Ben was more enthusiastic about than Jayden Seales. Of all the West Indies players, and of course West Indies, I said, just gave England a bit of a lesson, but Jayden Seales was the one that even Stokesy was really praising in terms of his skill, but his character as well.
Okay, great endorsement from the England skipper, who I saw was having a bit of a time of it in Manchester this week. I was trying to put the pieces together on this, Dino. So Ben Stokes was Instagram-ing out that he had to spend a couple of days in Manchester waiting for a visa. Where's Ben Stokes going that requires a visa? I mean, he's not in the IPL, obviously. And driving here, finding a gap, well played. Abbott out to the longer boundary and reaches it comfortably to 5.
I mean, the answer could literally be anywhere. The truth be told.
I mean, he won't need one for the T20 World Cup.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's going to Disneyland, Andrew Samson tells me. Might that be... Oh, right, okay. He was trying to join his family in Disney. I would have thought that even that didn't need a visa.
That's a
for the USA.
That's an online
visa waiver thing, right?
Yeah, we think.
Well, usually it is.
Yeah.
Ends the over 5 runs from at 133 for 7. Just putting a few dots together in my head. Anyway, not to worry. Abbott's 5, Fuller's 39.
Trying
to work out why he needs to go to the visa office.
Passport situation, but yeah.
But yes, so Ben Stokes has obviously made it clear that he won't be playing in the T20 World Cup.
No.
That is a squad that we're getting announced. Did I read? We're getting it Monday. Is it Monday? Tuesday. I'm hearing from the back of the box. So Rob Key's going to do the big all-in. The big till they drop press conference where we'll ask him a million questions, and Keezy being Keezy, he'll answer every single one of them, because that's the great thing about Rob Key. He just says exactly what he reckons and doesn't really care whether it makes a headline or not.
Yeah, and keep things very uncomplicated.
Yes.
Atkinson.
Speaking of that squad, it goes deep and he gets a wicket as well. In off the rope. That took some catching from Roach. Fuller, in effect, holes out for 39. The extra pace of Atkinson banged it in short as he did throughout his previous over. And it was almost steered. It's going to make for a fascinating replay. 133 for 8. Fuller, who batted quite nicely, is gone for 39. And Surrey have a chance of bowling out the visitors inside 4 hours. Talk us through it, Dean Wilson.
Yeah, he just kind of leant back, tried to uppercut it away. Maybe he didn't quite realise Roach was down there just off the boundary, a deep backward point. And maybe just got a little bit more of it than he intended as the ball sailed out towards Kemar Roach. Takes a good catch in front of him, low to the ground. And a promising innings from Fuller, 39 from 55 balls. It comes to an end. I think he probably would have fancied himself maybe just to add a few more to this total as the tail came out to join him, but now exposes Wheel with Abbott. And a bit of I wouldn't say that he's bought that wicket there, Atkinson, because it was a consistent plan, a real attacking option from the Surrey fast bowler. He'd been banging in short for a couple of overs, had the protection out there, and just maybe the ball going a little squarer than Carl Abbott intended. Sorry, James Fuller intended.
So we've got the journeyman Brad Wheel in for his first game for his county of Hampshire for a while. He was on loan with Glamorgan last week and didn't play at all last year through injury, which was unfortunate, having had a reasonable time of it in 2022, where he was also loaned out for a couple of games, I should say. But yes, Brad Wheel in the team today. Barker not yet available. Hasn't been in any of the squads yet, Keith Barker, either. There's an injury that we're not entirely clear about, but it does give an opportunity to Wheel. But first and foremost, with the bat, Atkinson, 2 for 28, bowling quickly. Through the cordon, for first ball. Short boundary, just enough on it to place it between third slip and the gully.
And he pitched that one up. I did wonder whether he would stay consistent with the short stuff against the tail, but pitches that one up, beats the outside edge and runs away to the boundary. And I think Atkinson and Surrey very much keen to wrap things up nice and quickly here.
It's been a good spell this from Atkinson. This is the kind of spell when you watch him run in and you think, well, he's got some bigger fish to fry. I mean, that's coming through at a decent 84.5 mile an hour, and that's on the on our speed gun. If you're watching that on telly, it might be a couple of miles an hour quicker again.
Yeah.
And the previous over that he bowled to Abbott and Fuller, where he roughed them up, short bowling, asking good questions, difficult to pick up with that action as well. He's so, again, a bit like Archer, he lets the ball go so late, doesn't he, front on.
Economy of movement as well. Oh,
4 more off the edge. Wheel, a couple of boundaries, almost identical. 4th slip, might be time for another catcher. Handy runs for Hampshire. We've had a poor time of it, 141 for 8.
I'm not sure we'll be seeing too many more in his half this over. He's pitched 2 up, 2 edges for 4. I think it's safe to say that Atkinson will revert to what's brought him some success thus far.
Might be counter to Wheel's interest, those balls going to the boundary. Get ready for it. Back goes third man for that very ball. 2 left. Oh, fending. Best you could hope for there. The extra movement that goes past the edge. Well bowled. Good stuff from Gus Atkinson. Really ready to take his name to the next level, you think, Dino?
Well, this is it now. You know, he's had that taste of international cricket and maybe didn't get the fixtures that he was hoping over the winter, but you know, now he's come back to domestic cricket and really a chance for him to show what he's all about, really.
Genuine outswinger, beating him on the outside edge to finish a successful over for Atkinson. I'm going to make way. I meant to ask you about your AGM of the Cricket Writers Club this week, Dano, for which you're chairman of. Phil Walker can do that. He'll pick up the conversation with you. There have been 2 wickets since lunch.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that maybe in the next little while, but for now let's talk about Gus Atkinson and the qualities that he's bringing to this Surrey side. You know, he's full of pace, full of skill, and actually I think itching to really make a name for himself on the global stage. And it was interesting listening to Rob Key talking on a podcast earlier this week about England's fast bowling options and you know, whether it's Atkinson, Potts, Tongue, added to Jofra Archer as well. You know, once they can get him back on the park, you know, the idea that England actually have got some really promising and really attacking fast bowling options to come, of which Gus Atkinson certainly is one.
So it's going to be Jordan Clark who's replaced Kemar from the top end as we look at it, the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. And what a 4th seamer to have in your armoury, Jordan Clark. He took the new ball, of course, here a couple of weeks back. Relinquished that job to the swing bowlers initially with the new Dukes, but comes in hard, hits the splice. He's just a fabulous all-round cricketer. 8 down, 1-4-1, and Hampshire. Flat-footed drive by Kyle Abbott. Hampshire desperate to try and find an extra few more here. 175, maybe 180. Somehow chisel 35-40 from here on in, then it's not an abject score. They'll be deeply disappointed, of course, to be where they are. Nonetheless, some resistance from Fuller, who went in the previous over for 39. These two have got to try and find something.
Really handy cricketer, Jordan Clark. He's played a lot of cricket now and just offers something all the time.
Yeah, he's been one of the great signings really for this club. A real catalyst as well for their success over the last couple of years. One of the first names on the sheet this time round, and Player of the Year last year, and just an outstanding all-round cricketer. Makes important runs and comes in hard with the ball. That may well run away for 4 though. It's deliberately played, I would say, just angled the face from Kyle Abbott, so he'll pick up a useful boundary 4. Every little counts.
Yeah, that one, unlike the edges from Wheel against Atkinson, that one very much played for, opened the face and steered wide of those 3 slips. And yeah, much needed and I think much appreciated runs at the back end of this Hampshire innings, and who knows how much longer it will go on for, but at the moment they're scoring quite handsomely, especially through that vacant area.
Straight through him this time round. He's gone up for it. Slips are interested. Umpire unmoved. Hands on heads. Jordan Clark baffled as to what may or may not have happened there. Kyle Abbott certainly isn't moving. Ollie Pope at second slip is certainly having a spirited chat with Dom Sibley at first. Let's have a look at this again, Dino.
Yeah, well, from first watch, it looks like a great take from Jamie Smith. Oh, but he wasn't, to be fair to Smith, he wasn't that interested in the appeal. It was a belated appeal from the bowler as well. Maybe flicked a pad.
It was a beautiful delivery, we can certainly say that for sure. Coming in on the arm, cutting it in half. Another one ticks by, 43 gone now, 53 still to bowl in the day, so not even halfway there yet, Hanson, already 8 down, 145. So Dino, you mentioned Gus Atkinson, who's going to resume here from the Vauxhall end, but throwing it forward to that T20 World Cup squad. So, as Adam just said, Rob Key's going to be announcing that squad on Tuesday. Do you anticipate any particularly surprising names in it? Are there any particular players that you are anticipating may get the nod? I mean, we take it from the top. Joss Butler's back in the form of his life, so we can breathe a sigh of relief there after he's had a quiet time of it. Coming off the back of a brilliant 100. 200s, in fact, for Rajasthan in the last couple of weeks. And so after an indifferent World Cup, you feel like he may be turning a corner himself. And obviously Ben Stokes is not available. He's chosen to focus on other disciplines, which is probably to the benefit of the Test team in the long run. But Johnny Bairstow is out of the side in the IPL. He's been dropped by Kings 11, and so driven down the ground. In fact, it's going to beat Rory Burns. Lovely shot.
Beautiful shot.
Was there to hit, but he caressed it, really punched it down the ground. Brad Wheel into double figures.
Yeah, terrific shot that. Authentic drive, past mid-off. There was nothing for the captain to do there. Hit the middle of the bat, 4 runs all the way. And maybe Atkinson will be, I mean, he's it's understandable why he's pitching it up, trying to hit the stumps, but maybe there's success to be had elsewhere like that.
Yeah, there you go, bang on cue. We could see that coming, and Brad Wheel has turned on his heel and managed to sway out the way, but only just. That was a quick delivery. He has that in his locker. No discernible change in action as well. Gus Atkinson, I'm sure there's a lot going on effort-wise internally, but it doesn't tend to show, does it? His effort balls are well disguised.
Yeah, there's often a bit of chat about Jofra Archer, and sometimes get frustrated when people suggest he's got easy pace or effortless pace, because it takes a heck of a lot of effort, no matter who you are, to generate the sort of speeds that he does. But I feel the way that Gus Atkinson bowls, there's almost a similar kind of deception about the pace that he generates from his run up. Also, someone like Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, Jasprit Bumrah skips to the crease and lets it go a heck of a speed.
Beautiful. Doesn't even have to turn to look for the umpire's decision. Gus Atkinson knows. That's a beautiful piece of bowling. It's left him late, and Brad Wheel has to go 9 down, 149. Wheel goes for 12, and Gus Atkinson's picked up his third. Impressive stuff by the England man, and Surrey turning the screw.
Yeah, and maybe that's just a smart bit of bowling from Atkinson, pushing him back with the short ball, and then maybe not just quite there for the pitched up swing away, bit of movement, just enough, and not quite managing to get that stride outside the off stump to cover it with the bat. Just gets a little outside edge, little feather edge through to the keeper. That's Jamie Smith's first catch of the innings, deputising behind the stumps for a rested Ben Folkes, and rather surprisingly it's taken until the 9th wicket for him to get involved, but that'll do him the world of good, And as you say, terrific bit of bowling from Atkinson. He'd been driven for 4 straight down the ground earlier on in the over. Didn't enjoy that too much and pushed Wheel back, almost knocked him on his heels, as you said, Phil, but when the next foolish ball came along, he wasn't quite there, and the outside edge running through to the keeper, and Hampshire now 9 down, 1 shy of 150, and Surrey absolutely in control at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a sorry performance in truth by Hans, who would have really fancied getting stuck in that morning session, maybe giving that session over to the quicks, and then taking it from lunch as the sun comes out here in South London. But it's been broadly a procession, just that one partnership of resistance between Nick Gubbins and James Fuller. Aside from that, it's been a rather disconsolate performance in truth. Mo Abbas, a doughty number 11, but he would be high at 10 in truth. And he was already down before Gus Atkinson was through his delivery stride. Okay, 44 gone, folks. 149 for 9. Can Kyle Abbott chisel a couple more out, at least get past 150?
It's fair to say he had a reasonable idea of what was coming from that single delivery from Atkinson.
Lucky it wasn't a Yorker, but then he might have headed it. So it's going to be Jordan Clark to continue then from the pavilion end, and he'll be certainly looking to get in amongst it here. He's just picked up a couple. They've shared it around here, and this is what they do. They're such a complementary pace attack here as well. They've each got their own qualities. Clark hits you hard, Worrell nicks you off, Roach is a champion, and Gus Atkinson is the coming man.
Oh.
And again, another heavy ball. Just, he gets things out of this pitch. Doesn't matter whether it's a ball that's 44 overs old or if it's a new one, as he did his business with it a couple of weeks ago here against Somerset. He's just an effective, resourceful cricketer at any point in a cricket match. This is why Surrey love him so much. Field is spread now, so it's perhaps a sign of Mo Abbas's relative limitations as a batter, that the number 10 has the play of the whole field, and he's going to take it. And Mo is sitting on his bat, happy to take 4 more deliveries of the over. Why not indeed? 150's up. Polite applause by the home faithful.
Yes, they've got their 150. Not what they were hoping to, or not the situation they were hoping to be in after being told to strap the pads on this morning. Good toss to win, you'd feel, but maybe 1 or 2 runs have been left out there.
Leg side, thank you very much. Mo's away. Beautifully tucked around the corner, Aravinda style that was. Bottom man coming through, and he's off and running, no bother at all. Thanks very much. So, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. So, as we said, Rob Key's going to be naming the England T20 World Cup squad on Tuesday. So if you have any thoughts, folks, do email in. Any bolters, any wild cards, any predictions? We want to hear from you. Yes, please. He's gone high, and it's just carried to Kemar Roach. There you have it. Easy as you like. Kemar takes another good catch in the outer, down by his bootlaces, and that is that. 44 and a half overs in, and Hampshire stuck in this morning, have limped along to 151, all done and dusted. They've shared the wickets around. Kemar Roach picked up 1 for 37. Dan Worrell was magnificent, I thought, with the new ball. 3 for 44 for him. Jordan Clark then chipping in with 3 of his own, and Gus Atkinson 3 for 40 as well. Who's been a pick of the bowlers for you, Dino?
Yeah, well, it's hard to look past the excellence of Dan Worrell. Really set the tone early on in this innings, really using all his experience, understanding of the conditions, movement off the surface, helping him out and with just enough pace, and excellent control. That's the thing about Dan Worrall. He's got such terrific control of the ball. I thought he was absolutely outstanding. And then ably supported by Gus Atkinson and then Jordan Clark. Kemar Roach, delighted for him, the one wicket that he picked up. You know, he's found wickets hard to come by so far this season. Whether you want to lay the blame at the feet of the Kookaburra ball or not,
or the accursed Kookaburra.
Yeah, but you know, but you know, I'm certain that would have nothing to do with Kemar's sorts. He's bowled with Kookaburra balls all over the world with great success for a long time. So you know, don't worry about that. But sometimes bowlers, even of the calibre of Roach, you know, can find wickets hard to come by at times, and so I just think his celebration there when he took the wicket of Nick Gubbins, you know, neck and crop between bat and pad to take his off stump, that was a terrific bit of bowling, and made a real impact in this game, kind of hurried the end of this Hampshire innings. And of course when you've got pace like Atkinson to kind of mop up a tail, you know, that's what every captain wants. And you know, Rory Burns can be delighted that he will now be putting the pads on himself and getting ready for the Surrey reply.
Yeah, exactly that. Perfectly summarised by Dean Wilson for us here. Quick run down through the card then. Ali Orr went for 26. He was the second wicket to fall actually. Fletcher Milton, his opening partner, went for a 2-ball 4. Caught in the grabbers by Ollie Pope. Good low catch to give Dan Worrall the first wicket to fall. Ali Orr, as I say, went for 26. Rather tamely just chipped one to shortish mid-wicket, where Gus Atkinson took an easy catch to give Jordan Clark his first wicket. That broke a 32-run partnership between him and Nick Gubbins batting at 3. Gubbins really the only man to show any real resistance throughout the whole of the day. James Vince came and went inside 7 deliveries for 5. He got a beauty again from Worrall, who was getting it to talk and jabber by this point, and he got him caught off the glove. An easy catch to Ollie Pope at second slip. Tom Prest won't want to be reminded of his first ball blob. He came out and tried to play a expansive extra cover drive, could only succeed in nicking it head height to Dan Lawrence at third. So Worrall had taken 2 in 2. Liam Dawson avoided the hat-trick ball but went soon after to give Gus Atkinson his first wicket. Dawson went for 3. Ben Brown went for 5, caught and bowled, top edging a pull shot to give Jordan Clark his second wicket. James Fuller played well for 39 before he became the second wicket to Gus Atkinson. Caught, tried to kind of angle a kind of uppercut, back foot uppercut perhaps, and as you said at the time, Dino, perhaps got a bit too much of it. Was looking to go to deep third and ended up just picking out deep backward point instead. Good low catch for Kemar Roach. Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel, 10 and 12, giving Clark and Atkinson a wicket apiece. 151 all out. And so, emphatically Surrey's day up until now. The sun is out, the pitch is flattening out. There's been a light roller, which is of course entirely Rory Burns' decision. And he will be joining the fray imminently with Dom Sibley, who earlier in the piece was handed his county cap from Ollie Slipper, the Surrey chair. It was a great moment for him, back in his second iteration as a Surrey player, and batting beautifully actually. He made a fabulous 100 here 2 weeks ago. A more expansive version of Dom Sibley as he eases into his latter 20s. And so it's all set up here really, and I do keep saying it folks, but do come down after tea, free as a bird to get in, amble up to the Edrich gates or the Alex Stewart gates here at the Vauxhall end, doff your cap at the door and walk in and enjoy what could be a fascinating evening session. We've got maybe an hour or so to play yet until that tea break, but after that we'll have a long evening session and you can come and enjoy it for free.
Don't be deceived by the sun though, because it's still rather nippy out there. It's very much a jumper day today, but it looks absolutely glorious. And and there's plenty of space for you to go and sit in the sunshine and soak it up and enjoy some top quality cricket, because we've seen from the Surrey bowling attack some really, really great stuff. Too good for some of the Hampshire batters out there, but we're also about to be treated to some high quality bowling from the Hampshire bowling attack. We've been doing it for a long time. Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott leading the way. I'm as keen to see them put on a show as anything. Obviously the Surrey faithful will be hoping they find things a little more tricky than Surrey's bowlers, but what a contest in store to whet the appetite. Rory Burns, Dom Sibley versus Kyle Abbott and Mo Abbas. That is an international calibre contest right there, and with the sun shining and the roller going to work, maybe, just maybe, a chance for Surrey to get through that new ball spell and really take a grip on this game. They've done the first part of 4 very well indeed. Let's see how part 2 goes this afternoon.
So a quick run through the scores as we have this short interval, as the Hampshire bowlers are just warming up on the side pitches and Surrey's openers are just getting ready to roll. Got another few minutes yet until they're all up and ready. So running around the grounds, Durham, Essex. Durham are going great guns here. 2-2-1. I was going to say for 3, and in the last seconds Ollie Robinson has gone for what looks like a sparkling 90 from 86 deliveries. So 2-2-1 for 4 now, but Ollie Robinson beginning the season well and carrying on where he's left off from last year. Really, he's really is becoming man. 25 years young, and he's playing some brilliant cricket, scoring at a run a ball and prolifically as well in the middle order for Durham. 2-2-1 for 4. Colin Ackerman rock solid at number 3, 52 from 121. So a good day's cricket there up at Chesley Street. Notts 177 for 3 against Warwickshire, and Ben Duckett is a single away from registering a ton. Good support from Ben Slater, 65. Then Will Young and Joe Clark have gone quickly to the medium pace of Will Rhodes, who's picked up both of them. Clark for a blob. And so Jack Haynes is joining Ben Duckett. In fact, 4 down, of course, now, so 177 for 4. Notts. And in the final game of the top div, Worcester against Somerset. Somerset 143 for 3. Few hands by Renshaw, Sean Dixon, Tom Lammonby, and now Umeed and Banton, the not-out batters. So there seems to be a Dukesing corrective across the country as we see it.
The bowlers getting their own back fairly swiftly, although the thing to look at, or one of the things that captures my imagination every time I look at the scores, is just to see the rate of scoring and the kind of the impact that England's approach is having on the rest of the game. We talked a lot about it last year when Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum addressed the county directors of cricket and talked about the style of cricket that they were looking for from their players, and so making it very clear what people had to do to kind of force their way in. And you know, no team in the 18 have taken that on board more than Durham, more than Stokesy's own Durham teammates, and they've been doing it again. You know, 220 for 4, almost 5 runs and over. Just tells you how they're playing their cricket, and they've been pretty successful with it, of course, over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, well, they absolutely blitzed Div 2 last year. They were a class apart, really, and they are the unknown quantity, really, I would say, in the top division this time round. They're going to blow hot and cold, but they're going to be a dangerous team who, on their day, on their week, they can beat anyone going.
Yeah, they've got a win under their belt already, tucked in at the middle of the table, just where they want to be, ready to pounce. Well, Surrey and Essex once again already making moves towards the top, and Surrey just showing why they're the team to beat, they're the team to chase. Double champions, looking for the three-peat, and have started rather well, not just this season but in this game here.
Indeed. So 3 slips and a short leg, interestingly, for Mo Abbas, who will be happy to have the Dukes back in his palm. So no third, just a conventional long leg. 5-4 offside field, and so there is a man quite close in at mid-wicket. As I say, man in at boot heel as well. Conventional mid-off and mid-on. And so you would think with that field he'd be looking to bowl the late inducker into the left-hander's pads.
Well, I wonder whether, because he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Yeah, and I just wonder whether he's just looking to either push it across or actually aim at the stumps, which means that, you know, if he gets it right and he gets that little bit of movement maybe off the surface, he's threatening both edges of the bat. The 3 slips are there for the outside edge, but if he gets a little too straight and Burns trying to work him into the leg side, he's also got that protection with the mid-on and the mid-wicket and the long leg.
So we have 48.5 overs to get through today. So we have a good hour or so up until tea, you would say. Tea taken with 32 overs to bowl in the day. So this is a crucial spell, you would say, for Hampshire. They've got 15 and a bit overs to make some inroads. You feel it's a new ball pitch. They have a garlanded new ball attack. The Dukes is back in play. And you feel like with 151 on the board, it's got to happen quickly, Dino.
Yeah, and I think both Rory Burns and Dom Sibley will be very much aware of that, and almost happy just to kind of book themselves in, get themselves settled, and just not, you know, it's not just about kind of soaking up pressure and staying there, but it's almost kind of denying Hampshire the joy and the momentum and the success that comes from early inroads. And there's lots of let's talk about the way in which teams play and how do you put other teams under pressure, how do you take the attack to the opposition. And the beauty of first class cricket is that there are a myriad of ways of doing that, and being an opening batter in the first class game comes with lots of responsibility that these two certainly enjoy.
Slightly airy moment for Rory Burns, but nothing doing, just drops it at his feet, jolts back behind him, but way away from the off stump. So tight but relatively innocuous first over from Mo Abbas. His pace is around the 70 mph mark. Nothing more threatening than that at this stage.
It's funny that the talk, as I mentioned earlier, we were talking about Gus Atkinson and pace bowling and the need, or you know, England's desire to have an armoury of fast bowlers to take on all comers around the world, especially on tour in places like Australia and in India, where it's been notoriously difficult for them to get wins. And so, you know, there's a lot of chat about the balls and, you know, what they're asking of bowlers, and you know, Rob Key specifically saying, you know, he doesn't want 70-75 mile an hour bowlers to enjoy much success.
So first delivery by Kyle Abbott, left alone by Dom Sibley, who, as we just said, received his county cap this afternoon, so a massive day for him and his family.
And we're talking about those bowlers who maybe don't have that express pace, but I don't know, when you talk about someone like Abbas who obviously doesn't have the pace, but has unbelievable levels of skill. They're as much a joy and can have as much an impact as anyone.
Dom Sibley squeezes that in the vacant gap behind square on the offside, runs away for 4, no deep third of course at this stage. But I would say that that's where Abbott wants to get him coming, pushing outside the eye line. A sign though of Sibley's mindset really this year. I think it was a slightly false shot, but he's already looking to score, looking to get on the front foot and push hard into the offside. Abbott himself, such a great servant for this club, of course, could do with a scalp or two, it's fair to say. 1 for 208, make that 212 now so far this year. Almost beautifully bowled, held its line.
Almost as though Carl Abbott was listening to you there, Phil, reading out those numbers. Doesn't make for particularly pretty reading thus far, but lies and damn statistics and whatnot, is it's all true. Sorry, no, all stats are true. There we go. All stats are true according to our stats man.
Facts. Another one playing a miss, and it's gone late again. Dom Sibley playing away from his body this time. It's an expansive drive, and 2 fresh air shots. 3 false shots in a row now. Kyle Abbott just needs one of these slivers of luck to go his way, really. It's been slim pickings, not just for him, but also for Mohamed Abbas at the other end. Mohamed Abbas picked up just 3 wickets across 2 games so far. And as we say, Kyle Abbott just the 1 scalp, so they need something to happen here. Oh, and there you go. Play that, Dominic Sibley. That is a perler. Off stump cartwheeling. And Kyle Abbott, well, you can put these numbers in his back pocket. Make that 2 for 212.
I'm surprised that Kyle Abbott didn't turn around and waggle his finger at you there, Phil Walker, calling into question such excellence over a number of years. That was an absolute beauty from Kyle Abbott. Just straightening up, angled in towards Dom Sibley, thought he had it covered, but it just held its line beautifully to slip past the outside edge and clatter into off stump, sent it cartwheeling. And Kyle Abbott, boy was he pleased with that, and rightly so, because that was a beauty.
Yeah, look, that's a stunner, folks. That is a stunner. Moment of the day, really. Hampshire on their knees, and they needed everything to go their way. He's beaten the bat twice in succession, 3 false shots in a row, and Dom Sibley, even if we told him beforehand where that was going to be, he'd have had a job getting anything on it. That is unplayable. So Ollie Pope joining the fray, 4 for 1. This game is moving on a pace even. And Kyle Abbott, 599 career wickets now. Samo, is that correct? 599 career wickets with the red ball. So on the cusp of a huge landmark here, and he'll feel like his dander's up suddenly. It's been some hard times out there in recent weeks, but with that deep rouge ball back in his hand, he's a man reborn here. Got a 5th slip in, just that gap between 3rd and 5th. And Ollie Pope's having nothing to do with that one. So, successful over. Good stuff here, 4 for 1, 2 gone.
Yeah, that's just the start that Hampshire were looking for from their senior fast bowlers. We talked a little bit about Dom Sibley and Rory Burns maybe just soaking up a little bit of this early pressure, not to give Hampshire any kind of joy or momentum early on in the innings. But the truth is, I'm not sure there was a great deal that Dom Sibley could have done about that. He did play a couple of expansive shots before that, and maybe there might have been an argument for putting them back in the locker if he'd fallen, but I think on that occasion he just tried to cover his off stump, but the ball was just too good.
Flicked hard but straight to the man at Boot Hill there, so no run. Rory Burns remains on 0.
and that's just, you know, we talked about sort of an international class contest between the openers, both batters and bowlers, and then out comes Ollie Pope, England's number 3, and a man who, well, would pretty much like to wrap up the Oval and take it with him all over the world. Such is his record here, but doesn't matter what your record is, as Kyle Abbott clearly showed. Doesn't matter what the record is. 1 for 208, as you said, Phil. If you've got the skills, then you can pay the bills, and that's exactly what Abbott did. Now it's up to the Surrey batters to try and respond and deny them any more success. You even get the sense, just with that early wicket, Mo Abbas now is coming in just a little bit harder. He looks a little more loose and a bit more interested.
Yeah, bang on, Dino. A bit more nip to this over now from Mohamed Abbas. And like the best new ball attacks, they feed off one another, these two. They've been doing it for a number of years now for this club. They complement each other well. Yeah, so a fascinating passage of play coming up here. Mother Cricket did a number on Dom Sibley on his big day.
Yeah, exactly right, yeah.
All he can do, Sivers, is just shrug his shoulders, pop your bat down and wait till tomorrow. Tight lines again by Mo Abbas, and Burns happy just to get in behind it.
I mean, that would have been a special moment for Sibley, coming back to the club after a little stint over in Birmingham at Warwickshire, and I think still earning your county cap means something. Tells everyone that you've put in the hours, you've put in the hard work, and you've had some success. Not for him today, though.
Definitely hitting the gloves a bit harder now in this second over. Mohamed Abbas getting into his work. Still never going to be quick, of course. He's the kind of bowler that kisses the surface. It's another of those cricketing cliches that I guess if you know, you know. But he's a dainty bowler, the kind of bowler, if you're the umpire, you're never quite sure if he's into his delivery stride or not, and he skates across the surface.
Well,
little bits of movement, tiny bits of movement here and there.
Yeah, well, whatever he's doing, I have to take umbrage with the speed gun, suggesting that one came in at, I think it said 63. I'm pretty sure it was a few clicks above that, but not to get too obsessed with that. It's all about what you do with the ball that matters, and he's just sent down another maiden over, so yet to score off him. And Kyle Abbott, the man with the wicket so far, and now he's got England's number 3 in his sights.
And you can see he's buzzing here, the big South African. Foolish leg side 4, beautifully timed by Oliver Pope, so he's away.
Well, there are gifts and there are gifts, and Ollie Pope very much accepting of the leg stump half volley to get his innings up and running. What a delight to receive from your second ball, as if Ollie Pope needs any further invitation.
His average, of course, at the Oval is the stuff of legend. It's hard to average 100 at the Oval, Dino, right?
Oh, I'm not so sure, mate.
Perhaps that story's for another day, folks. 8 for 1, Surrey, and this is intense stuff here. International quality cricket coming to you from the Kia Oval. Get in after tea, folks. Come and enjoy a cold one or two, and usher in the weekend down here in South London the best way possible. We have a question, by the way, and I'm stumped. Paul Spencer from Lancaster. Beautifully bowled, beaten again, all ends up. That's another jaffer by Kyle Abbott. Hans is Kyle Abbott, and Paul Spencer says, just heard Walker use the term Hans. I used to see this in abbreviated scorecards, i.e. Lancs v Hans. It's a strange one, Hans, as in no N or T in Hampshire. Can anyone enlighten me? Straight away, Dino turns to the maestro, Andrew Samson.
That's a very good question. I've wondered that myself for years.
Yeah, he's looking owlishly at us. Pope lets that one go. This is good stuff.
Well, I mean, there are a few different theories on this, Phil, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Sure.
You know, there's the Old English Hampton plus Seer, which means a district governed from the settlement now known as Southampton, and the Anglo-Saxons,
of course,
called it Hamptonshire, spelled H-A-M-T-U-N-S-C-H-I-R-E. Now, perhaps that is where it comes from. I should probably put out a warning that not everything on the internet is strictly true, but that feels true. Instinctively, that feels that, sourcing my answer from the English project, that has got a ring of truth to it. I might do a little bit more digging, but excellent question.
Pope lets that final delivery go, and so fruitful over for Pope, who picks up half a dozen. So there you go, Paul Spencer from Lancaster. I hope that's gone some way to answering it. Hold the back page.
Hang on, let's go to our dear old friend Wikipedia as well. So this is a slightly different answer, which suggests that the old name was recorded in the Domesday Book as Hampshire without the H, but H-A-N-T-E-S-C-I-R-E, and it's from this spelling that the modern abbreviation derives.
That sounds good to me. And the maestro is nodding in approval, so that's fine. We have an answer, Paul. So, back in the here and now, 5-4, leg side. Burns drops it at his feet, but still stuck on naught as it stands. He'll be fine with that, of course. His game's looking in good order up until now this season. He's been in the runs. He's put perhaps the tribulations of his own personal form last year to one side. He's looking in decent order.
Yeah, just negotiating the various conditions that come with different balls, different venues, different bowlers. He's very much skilled at coping with it all. It's interesting. Captain Rory Burns with 0 from 14, very much happy to soak up the pressure here as it is. Just a no score draw so far between Rory Burns and Mo Abbas. Make that 1-0. Burns.
I'll take a no score draw on Sunday afternoon, by the way, so you know. Just on Mohamed Abbas, 90 test wickets at 24, was it? 24. So again, no kind of pace through the air, but relentless accuracy gets the job done, and this has been the theme of the week or two, hasn't it? Can you have a fruitful test career if you're no more than medium pace through the air? Well, there are outliers everywhere you look.
Well, there are plenty of bowlers throughout history that have managed to find success without express pace, because they've just got so much skill. You know, think obviously immediately of Jimmy Anderson, although he had more than enough pace to begin with, but as he's developed and got older, and his skill level has just continued to increase. If the pace has gone down, think of Vernon Philander, someone like that. It is possible, but
that's a beauty, and Pope has pushed at it and rather lost balance as well. Rehearses the shot more tightly this time round.
But there's no doubt that some extra pace is always useful, as Ollie Pope gropes outside the off stump for that one. I read an article actually this week in the Guardian, I think their weekly spin column, Rob Smythe writing about statistics, and one of the stats that was particularly interesting was the fact that,
and again,
the bowler that gave Sachin Tendulkar most difficulty, and in fact the first bowler to dismiss him 5 times.
Cronje?
Well, I was building up to...
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd asked me.
No, I was not building up to the question, just to leave it hanging, maybe give Dan Norcross something to work with when he came in, but oh no, it's gone, and with that so am I.
Look at that, he's walked, flouncing out the room. It's 11 for 1 here, folks. There's drama down there on the park. Well, that's the end of Dino's stint. Who'd have thought?
Oh, he's gone off like a proper diva as well.
Hansi Cronje is a triggering name in the game, I get it, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better you are, the harder you find it to face people that would be walloped around at club level.
That's what I always used to tell myself. Kyle Abbott round the wicket to the left-hander. First time he's had a look at Rory Burns.
Honestly though, Steve-O, just think about what he's done in the game, and Morley Morecambe made a really good point. He said that when playing Kent, Surrey should reverse the batting order if Steve-O's opening the bowling, because he had no trouble at all.
Yeah, right. This is interesting.
But the openers were like, what? Because your triggers are for quicker bowling, aren't they, basically? What you're looking at is not coming.
Yeah. I remember talking to someone who plays in the Essex Premier League, and Chelmsford Cricket Club, Sam Cook and Aaron Beard, who's on the Essex staff, they both are Chelmsford players when they're not playing for Essex. And they get walloped all over the park because they run in and they bowl at a pace that your average clubby, your good Premier League average clubby, can just about deal with. And so they pin their ears back and have a whack and clear the infield and 2 men out, and there you go.
You're right. But then up against people who are sort of set for 85 mile an hour bowling, and have probably put the bowling machine up to 90 to see what it'd be like to face the likes of Mark Wood. They face something at 74 and it's nibbling.
Yep.
You see, if you're that good, you've got the time to be in 2 minds. Whereas for you and me, 70 miles an hour is enough to keep you concentrating very hard.
Yeah, what I'd give for 2 minds. Here's Kyle Abbott again.
Hasn't he bowled well?
He has, and
the setup of Sibley, I thought, was absolutely sumptuous.
It was a beautiful moment, and hope that gets clipped up as well and shown around the grounds, because it's a little vignette of county cricket at its best. 2 very, very high quality international class players, and he really did do a number on Dom Sibley, and he had nothing he could have done about that delivery.
He was a whisker away from mentioning the other 2. I mean, I was out there watching, you kept hearing something, but it was just the way that it was just a little bit wider, a little bit straighter, and then bang.
Yep. Got in a bit closer as well into the stumps.
It's going to be testing today. Surrey did very well to bowl Hampshire out for 151, but I don't think they're going to be complacent about imagining it to be plain sailing for the rest of the day. Far from it. There's plenty in the wicket. They got 2 very good opening bowlers, Hampshire, and after that they got pretty reasonable backup in Fuller and Wheel.
Six gone then. Surrey 11 for 1. Adam Collins is going to come in for me. I'm going to go and find Dean Wilson and give him a kiss on the cheek.
Phil the Power Walker leaves us. Returning later?
Yep.
Returning later.
Yes, Dino did join us next year and said, "You won't believe what Phil just did to me. You won't believe the quiz question. He slaughtered me."
Yeah.
Broad daylight.
Oh, the disappointment was etched on Big Dino's face, I can tell you.
Hansi Cronje.
Good answer, though, isn't it?
Yeah, my word it is. Bass starts his fresh over. So Hansi Cronje come up. What did his birthday? Were we talking about this one?
Well, it was about,
we were recording the other day or something.
It was about bowlers that caused Sachin Tendulkar the most trouble.
Yes, the Rob Smythe piece.
Yes.
What a gun Rob Smythe is.
Isn't he?
What a writer.
Is he still living up in the Orkneys or Shetlands?
I think he is. I think he's moved back to the mainland. I don't know where exactly. We were corresponding the other week and it suggested that he's no longer up there.
I say good. There's nothing wrong with the Orkneys and Shetlands except that they vaguely terrify me, actually. Northern Islands. I have a recurring dream of getting on the tube and waking up at Spitsbergen. It's not a fun dream.
Tell us more about your recurring dreams, Daniel.
Well, there's the one about being back at university and still not having studied for my final. I think that's a pretty common one. So
we've got Preston, Dawson and Vince in the cordon, if you're wondering.
Can we war game this, Colo?
Please.
How long do these guys bowl in tandem? What are we looking at? Abbas, it doesn't take a lot out of him.
Abbas can bowl for a long time. Gives Pope a chance to clip a single. And Pope, I mean, he does really.
Abbott's a spell kind of bowler, though, isn't he? I mean, there's a unit. He's coming in. He's expending a lot. With Abbas, you sort of think he can take 7 or 8 overs before you see the back of him.
Problem with Hampshire is Pope. He's batted against them 12 times. He's made 6 centuries and averages about 125 in these contests. So,
has he played on a? Well, he will have played a pitch like this, of course, last year against Hampshire.
Yes, that fourth innings 100 that he made.
Yeah,
chasing about 230 odd in no time at all.
Which we listened to in Hong Kong Airport.
We did,
and watched a bit of it on the Surrey live stream. With Stair Callis from memory.
Change of angle for Abbas. Yes, the Dutch top order player. 3 slips, the short leg. Speaking of associate women's cricket specifically, did you see the stunning result from the World Cup qualifier last night?
No, I did not. I was out of last night's loop.
This is, I would argue, the most important cricket being played from a global perspective, putting to one side the county championship, is in Abu Dhabi. It's the Women's World T20 qualifier. They're playing for 2 spots, and the reason this is so significant is not just the fact that they, the winning 2 teams playing a World Cup. All of its own, that matters a lot. All shouts. Abbas less interested than the cordon. Finger stays down. Maybe on with the arm as well, down leg. It's the. We'll see a replay of this first before we move on, just to confirm what umpire Wharf was seeing. Beautiful approach, Abbas. Yeah, just trending down, and I suspect over the top as well.
Trifle high. Yep. It's the knee roll. Goes up off the pad.
So the countries that qualify also receive bonus payments from the ICC for getting there.
Right. Yes.
Run that goes the other way to finish. 12 for 1 after 7. Sibley, the man to go, lost his off stump out of the ground by Abbott. Occupational hazard for opening batsmen around the country since Abbott joined Hampshire some 10 years ago. And so, yeah, of course they're competitive groups because it's the last 10 teams standing trying to reach the World Cup. The best story of them all is Vanuatu. Vanuatu,
yes.
8 of their 15 squad members have been picking fruit in Australia to have enough money to be at this tournament over the Australian summer. They didn't have enough money, or should I say that they tend to share kit in the way you might in a club game. So they've got a certain number of pairs of pads and so on. And being a global tournament, they kind of thought maybe we should all have our own stuff, given the stakes. Plays it late, Pope gets at least 1. So a crowdfunding effort was gone to. So they were going to use their fees, actually, the other part of the story was they were going to use their fees for being in this qualifier to buy their own uniforms and buy their own kit for this. And that's no criticism of Vanuatu cricket, by the way. To say they're doing it on a shoestring is one of the great understatements. They've got professional contracts and $500,000 from the ICC per year. That's it. That's the entire envelope of money is $500,000.
And is that for all of Vanuatu
men's
cricket?
And women's and Vanuatu and recreational cricket administration, the works. There is really no other stream of income other than what they're given centrally. Outside part of the bat from Burns. It'll go towards the rope. It will be a boundary. So not a convincing stroke. It takes him to 5 from 25. He's been digging in so far, but with trying to get Abbott out of the attack, that's not for nothing. Into his 4th over. We'll see another look at it. Get another look at it here, I should say. So around the wicket on the angle. And played with, perhaps just soft enough for hands, perhaps. And in that gap, squeezed through towards the Bedser stand rope. So Vanuatu, crowdfunding effort, they raised 10,000 Australian dollars last week to get what they needed. That was their target, and they met it, which is a great thing. But nobody expected them to go there and win a match. They're in a very strong group, and they were drawn to play a full member nation in their first game, Zimbabwe, and they bowled them out for 61 and won by 6 wickets.
Oh, that's impressive.
One of the great boil-overs. To make the tournament, they had to beat the giant of that region, which is PNG. I think they're ranked 13th or 14th in the world. So they did that, and they beat Zimbabwe last night. And I'm not saying that Vanuatu will go on and make the World Cup.
That is amazing.
But it's a huge deal. So the Dutch, you mentioned Stair Callis, she's at that tournament playing for them. Ireland are there, Sri Lanka are there. Chamari Atapatu, who made 195 not out for Sri Lanka in a one-dayer against South Africa this time last week, close sleeve. And she's going from beating South Africa on her own to playing mostly associate nations.
That feels like an uneven struggle. I mean, this is the woman who led Sri Lanka to an epoch-making series victory in England last year.
Quite right.
I mean, absolutely amazing performance from Sri Lankan women against a sort of end-of-season-ish England, but it's still England.
Yeah.
They're powerhouses of women's cricket. Sri Lanka don't beat England in women's cricket.
Inside part of the bat, good over this from Abbott. But in that group, Group B, there's Ireland, the Netherlands, UAE, Zimbabwe and Vanuatu. So Vanuatu have won the first game, so more power to them.
Well, Ireland, all a Prendergast is a player.
Yeah.
And if you're not familiar with her, I would be surprised, if you like women's cricket, that it won't be too long before you do become very aware of her. She's a very fine all-rounder, hits a big ball. I saw her smash a 6 in Cape Town, Newlands. It had to be 70, 75 metres. And she's
Soft
a handy
hands
bowler.
again from Burns, deep third back, keeps the strike, 6 runs from the over, 18 for 1. Yeah, last year she came over at short notice to play a game in the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy, got off the plane, went to the ground, made 100. So you got a sense of the direction of travel for that Irish young gun, 21 years of age now. So they're certainly a team on the rise, but only room for 2 out of this tournament. In the other group, it's Scotland, Sri Lanka. And Scotland are 13th in the world, I think. Sri Lanka are a full member. Thailand, who made the World Cup back in 2020. Uganda, whose men have made the T20 World Cup this year. And the UAE, and we've seen a lot of the UAE players when we were doing the Fair Break Invitational last year.
Yes, got some very good batters at the top of the order there.
Yeah,
the
Isha
top 3.
Oza, Titra Satish, good player.
Yeah.
So that'll be quite a competitive tournament. So worth keeping an eye on for cricket fans, because that means so much what happens over the next week in Abu Dhabi. And Vanuatu with the boil over yesterday. Down leg, Bus into his 5th over.
They won't have had a lot of acclimatising time either, and Vanuatu to Abu Dhabi is a lot of significant time zones you're crossing there. It's got to be about 7.
Yeah.
It's a big old distance. And you don't just get a direct flight from Vanuatu. You've got to get off Vanuatu.
Yes, I suspect they go via Australia before continuing yonder, continuing west. They've got an excellent captain, Selena Solman, who we had a bit to do with last year as well, Daniel, as part of that broader fair break movement. She's played a lot of cricket in Australia, so there have been those relationships developed, and Yeah, we often lament the state of global cricket, but when you're thinking about teams that are on the way up, it's a different world to what it was 10 or 15 years ago. Speaking of Abu Dhabi, this bowler, Mohammad Abbas, played a lot of Test cricket there. Used to own that venue. Had a 10-wicket game against the Australians there in 2018. Man of the match. Always asking the tough questions.
Yeah, he reminds me quite a bit of Mohamed Asif. Incredibly skillful. His main threat is that the movement that he gets happens very late. So his pace, although you look at that speed and he goes 70, 71 miles an hour, it's what he does in the last 5 yards of that ball that is your big problem with Mohamed Abbas. You can look like you're being beaten for pace because of the lateness of the movement, and remorselessly accurate as well.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised that his Test career ended so abruptly during the pandemic.
I know, because
he went to #1 in the world according to the ICC rankings. He bowled out England twice at Lords in a Test match victory. He, looking at his overall numbers, 90 wickets at 23 is normally enough to get more than 25 Test matches. He's only 34, and he's been an absolute star in the county championship, both for Hampshire in the last 4 seasons, Leicestershire before that, where he had a 60-wicket campaign back in 2020, or it might have been 2019, my apologies, before the pandemic. Looks born to bowl in this country, although his pace is never going to be overly threatening. That 63 mile an hour the previous ball, it's what he does with it.
But he's a lovely kind of signing to have, though, isn't he? Because he's a sort of all-season player, and they're increasingly difficult to find. You're hugely effective bowlers in English conditions who are going to be with you all year. They're not going to get dragged into any short-form tournaments.
No risk of that.
Pakistan seem not to want him for any Test tours.
Frugal as ever to start his work with the ball in this match. None for 2 from 5 overs, another maiden complete, 18 for 1. So you throw Barker in the mix, the 3 of them in 2022 picked up 161 wickets between them. 117 last year, so with both Abbas and Abbott, they just trailed off a wee bit deeper into the season. But yeah, that overall class, and that's what keeps Hampshire in the game here. We saw Hampshire bowl out Surrey relatively cheaply here on day 1 a couple of years ago.
Well, the start of the season, it's Hampshire, isn't it? You're looking at Hampshire and Essex, Lancashire, and this year Durham. Those are the sort of the 4 major threats, I have thought, to Surrey, which is not to belittle the others. And indeed, I think Somerset have had a better start to the season, perhaps, than some people had imagined. At Durham, by the way, because we do keep an eye on that clash. Durham made quite the recovery after losing a couple of wickets, but Essex have bitten back. Ollie Robinson went with a score on 221. He made 90 off 86.
Oh, is it carried? It's not going to go the way of the visitors. Just on the half volley, perhaps. Seeing it a couple of times. Ian Holland, the sub in there at mid-wicket. He's got a great pair of hands. The response from the cordon, they thought it reached. Too hard to tell from that angle.
It's a very Ollie Pope shot, isn't it? And we've seen Ali Orr get out to the sort of left-handed version of that earlier today. Times it beautifully, but picked out the one fielder.
Inside part of the bat again. Holland in the game. Not sure who's off for Hampshire. We might get Andrew Samson to get the binoculars out and let us know.
Just get a sense here, Daniel, that Ollie Pope is looking to make an impression on this game. He's eager. He knows that his captain at the other end is going to go about his business in his way, which will be a lot of leaving the ball and trying to wear down the Hampshire openers. But Pope's approach will be different. He'll be busier. He'll be looking to rotate strike, be looking for boundaries as well.
Grips right down towards the splash with the right hand. Hit on the pad, looks high, balloons up. A lot of activity, no result. But again, Abbott, as it was in his previous over, went for that boundary off Burns. But since then, he's been right on it. And even that ball, the one that went for 4, was off the outside edge. Seeing here, jagged back, hit the knee roll, thus the balloon, the parabola towards gully.
He's also getting quite a long way over here, Ollie Pope. So it's worth keeping a little eye on exactly where he stands.
Worked. That's Pope when he's really seeing it well, playing super late. Doesn't quite make the rope, but gets a couple.
Yeah, just back to the point about where he stands. It became a bit of an issue in Australia the last time England toured there, as he got further and further over. Ended up exposing leg stump.
Got bowled around his legs, didn't he?
He did get bowled around his legs. He found all sorts of different ways to get out, as he was just slightly tinkering with his trigger movement and precisely where he was going to stand.
This might be the last ball of Abbott's spell. Again, played behind point. Pope keeps the strike. He's 11. It's 21 for 1. You had a quiz question before. I'm going to give you one as well.
Oh, yeah.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4 Hampshire bowlers ever with a minimum of 60 wickets to have a bowling average under 20.
Andy Roberts?
Yeah, he's one of them. I think you'll get 3, and we'll play around a bit with the
Malcolm
fourth.
Marshall?
Yeah, there's 2. This comes via Alex Smith, who does the match reporting for Hampshire as part of the ECB Reporters Network. He gave me this little nugget earlier today.
Mohammed Abbas?
Mohammed Abbas, you've got 3. You got 3. The fourth one I think you'll get.
Tim Tremlett?
No. No, I think you'll get the fourth. I think you'll...
Is he overseas?
No, he was not in overseas.
Not overseas.
Not in overseas. Played 7 test matches for England.
Chris Tremlett?
Not the right era. So change here. Brad Wheel gets a crack, replacing Abbas. First ball left alone.
Ooh, 7 test matches for England.
7 test matches. Only Wilfred Rhodes and Fred Titmus bowled more balls in first-class cricket.
Is that true?
I'm told by the first line of this cricketer's Cricinfo profile.
Goodness me, so...
Put in shifts.
Even Titch Freeman.
Yeah.
Took a lot of wickets. But
Blimey, I'll tell you how many first-class balls. In behind it again, bowled 159,043 first-class deliveries for 2,857 wickets, if you don't mind. And you would not have seen him bowl.
Right, so he's pre-war.
No.
No,
you're not that old.
Oh, I see. So you mean I might have seen him bowl on the TV?
No, you wouldn't have been born before he finished his career before you were born.
Before I was born.
But his whole career was played post Second World War, Test career at least. In fact, his first class career ended the year you were born. Finished in 1969. He finished with Hampshire in '69.
Oh, I feel I ought to know this well.
I've also got a feeling we might have talked about him recently as well on
Ken
another
Shuttleworth.
podcast. No, not Ken Shuttleworth, sorry. I think I talked about him. A similar kind of sounding name, rhythmically.
Okay.
Shuttleworth. Oh. Shush. Shares the first name with the bloke who...
Shackleton.
Derek Shackleton.
Of course. He did bowl a lot of balls, didn't he? He bowled a lot of balls.
For Hampshire, took 2,669 wickets at 18 and a bit.
Ooh.
Bowled 146,000 balls for the club. How's that for a workout?
Of course. How did he only get 7 test matches? I suppose he's playing in a congested era.
Yeah, played Test cricket between 1953 and 1963. So 1950 and 1963. So you got
Statham, Truman.
Tyson a little bit.
Bit of Bedser.
got Lock and Laker getting in the way for much of that. They're playing 2 spinners. Others.
Yeah, there's plenty. But, you know, it was a bit of a musical chairs thing. Derek Shackleton.
Runs. Could be 2. Big side of the ground. Pope wants to, but he's sent back by Burns. 1 run from Wheels first. 22 for 1. So
now about Brad Wheel.
Sibley.
About Brad Wheel.
Yep.
Because Brad Wheel slightly remodelled his action a few years back. Made him a bit more, well, considerably more effective. I think it was about, you know, alignments and approach to the crease. And he just sort of tinkered with that action, and he had great success with it. It's one of the very rare occasions of a successful reinvention of the wheel.
He's here all week. Ladies and gents, Daniel Norcross, national treasure in training.
Couldn't resist it.
Is this a double change by the way?
I wasn't on commentary when he got out, otherwise, you know, the wheels are coming off.
I think we might have a James Fuller intervention here. Yes, we do. He'll take up the attack after 5 overs apiece from Abbas and Abbott. Abbott, the man with the wicket. I'm interested with Wheel. He played a game for Scotland over the winter, but just the one. So they'll have to name their provisional World Cup squad by the 1st of May. I wonder whether he's in it. He's not played a lot of cricket, Wheel. He was on loan last week with Glamorgan, but he's not had that sort of bulk of cricket the last couple of years. A lot of injuries. Nice shape to start from Fuller. I thought someone caught up with that. Really nice outswinger. Up at 81 mile an hour as well.
Serious movement. Look at that again. That is not a loosener.
No, it's sure not. Gets through the crease. You could argue he could have shouldered arms to it, but first ball. Yep, nice.
Yep. It tells you there's enough in this pitch. There's been encouragement for seamers all day, so he didn't feel the need to use their leading wicket taker this season, Cameron Steele.
And again, almost a replica. A smidgen fuller induced the drive. That's closer to 83 miles. So a good start. It was the extra pace that Fuller was bringing to the table at the start of 2022 that got him ahead of Wheel in the pecking order. Had a really good season then and started off well last year too with a couple of early fifers. Hasn't been in the wickets quite so much this year. Picked up a 2 for against Lancashire. But lots of experience now. South African born, New Zealand raised. Yeah, nice shape, nice shape. Hits the gloves well.
Ollie Pope, I noticed, has still got that slightly jerky leave, you know, when the elbows just do a little jerk to get out of the way. I didn't finish telling you what's happening at Durham, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
261 for 5. Jordan Clark's rally has gone for 3. Simon Harmer with the 2 quick wickets. 261 for 5 there.
So batting quite quickly.
Yes.
That was a feature of their winning Division 2 at better than 4 and over last year.
Ollie Robinson's 90 came off 86 balls. I asked Phil Walker, because I've not seen a lot of Ollie Robinson live for various reasons. That Ollie Robinson.
Cuts it hard to backward point. Are we calling him Oliver? Have we decided to just bite the bullet on this?
Oliver Pope.
Oliver Robinson.
Oh, Oliver Robinson.
Have we decided to... I mean, is this just going to be fundamentally too difficult? 2 Ollie Robinsons born on the same day.
Born on the same day.
I just feel like it's in our interest
to distinguish between them.
To go now.
Yeah.
Because he's going to play Test cricket. He's got a bit of jug avoidance going, Oliver. That's his what? Samo will tell me. Is his 4th or 5th score in a row above 50 that hasn't reached 100. So in the Fines meeting, he'd be copying it right now.
Yes. It's very awkward, isn't it? He professes to quite enjoy the fact that his namesake can occasionally hit the headlines for various reasons. He's not a man who's averse to the headlines.
Really?
Yeah. Be outspoken on a number of topics.
That's
6 50s in a row.
One was a red inker, so 6 50s in a row. The record in Test cricket for that is one C.E.L. Rogers.
Is that right?
7 50s in a row that weren't converted into hundreds.
Well, I never.
Yeah, the last of which was Cardiff in 2015, which we took some enjoyment in, to an extent. Oh, how's that? Through. Deflection down onto the leg stump, maybe off the elbow. Fuller in the book in his first over, and it's a big wicket. It's a huge wicket. It's Ollie Pope bowled for 13. Surrey lose a second early wicket. 24 for 2. And Fuller had the ball moving away beautifully earlier in the over. Maybe a wee bit of indecision in the lead. We'll see it on the replay now, Daniel Norcross, but either way, it's in the book.
Well, we were talking earlier about the way Ollie Pope likes to leave the ball by jerking his elbows out of the way. Let's see, has this got a bit of elbow? No, it's got bat.
Please.
He didn't get the bat out of the way, and that is a really irksome way to get out. You can see from Ollie Pope's reaction. He's hating that because he was right to leave it. He'd gauged that Fuller was taking the ball away from him time and time again, but it's too late with the leave. It gets the bottom of the bat, and he just, well, he's going to be infuriated when he sees that back. But great for Hampshire. They are fighting back here after being bundled out for 151. You just got the feeling, didn't you, that this was going to be awkward for Surrey today, that there's stuff in the pitch, there's a bit of grass left on, you've got a high-class attack. It comes at you from both ends.
Perhaps a function of those probing balls earlier in the over, just in Pope's head a wee bit.
Touch of indecision.
Yeah, so gone for 13, and it does open the game up here for Hampshire. All out 151 earlier in the session. Had to get to work right away with the ball. That's what Somerset weren't able to do a couple of weeks ago when Burns and Sibley got set. Well, different game here, different ball, literally, as well, using the Dukes on a surface that's given the seamers plenty throughout. So they open up the opportunity. With Burns joined by Smith.
Interesting this, because I wondered, he was carded to come in at 4, and that is, where he's been batting, but I wondered if by giving him the gloves he was going to slot in just a place or two down, maybe Lawrence or Patel go in ahead.
Well, Lawrence did make 100 at 3 last week.
Yeah. So, yeah, interesting choice.
So wheel to Burns into the over. Gives a strike to Smith right away. Smith, who's been very consistent as well on that measure we were referring to before, where making 50s but not tons, is this year gone 51, 44 in the second, 45, sorry, second innings against Somerset, then 58 against Kent last week down at Kent.
We should point out that 45 was in the ridiculous chase, and when he was there, balls were flying. It was a selfless 45. He hurled himself at it. He's looked in great nick. And he's played some of the shots of the season for me, but hasn't yet gone on to turn it into a biggie. So
first ball, just that was hanging.
Oh, Colo, I'm sorry, but I love a Duke's ball. This is what county cricket in April is supposed to be about. We've crunched the numbers. We know that lots of runs get scored in April. But the season feels like it's happening when the ball's just nibbling around a touch, retaining its seam.
And again.
How many times has the ball beaten the bat today?
Oh yeah, that'd be a big number. That was only 69 mile an hour. So earlier in Wheel's career, his point of difference was the extra yard.
The wheels.
The wheels. Perhaps not quite so much at the moment, but looks effective. Asking good questions of the new man Smith.
Aerial.
Yeah, uppish for a moment. He'll get off the mark, but not convincingly.
That one just up to 75 miles an hour.
So responsibility here for Burns, the captain, watching again the previous delivery. Reverse angle. Didn't quite get a mitt to it. Had he dragged it down, it would have been an all-timer.
It's just one of those ones that hung a bit, wasn't it? It came off the bat in a weird way, I think. Certainly bamboozled him in his follow-through.
So Burns has been there for 38 balls now. Daniel didn't make 100 last season. He's
looked in good nick this year.
Yeah, his least productive run this year so far, 75 in the first innings here against Somerset, and 69 last week down at Kent. So a couple of 50s to get moving, but this calls for a captain's contribution after the 2 early wickets. First things first, T's 4 overs away.
T is 4 overs away. Rory Burns, the kind of man who will play for T.
Hits the gloves hard to finish. 2 runs from the over, 26 for 2.
Jamie Smith doesn't feel like that kind of a player. He's going to play very naturally off whatever ball he receives, but slips are going to be on high alert here, I think, with Fuller predominantly taking that ball away, and Smith will look to take advantage of any opportunity that's a bit full outside his off stump.
Contrasting players, aren't they, really, when you consider that Smith is highly sought after in T20 land. He's played limited overs cricket for England, had that 71 ball 100 for the Lions a couple of winters ago.
He's a hugely exciting player. I mean, when we saw him in that ultimately doomed run chase, some of the sixes he was hitting that day were with the field all out on the boundary.
For about 5 minutes there, it did look like it, didn't it?
Well, there's a little bit more than that, because it was about 8 overs.
Yeah,
I think 90 odd of 8 overs.
It was when they lost the first wicket, which probably
Gregory
was
came
Smith.
in.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Lewis Gregory came on, and all of the white ball skills with the ball that were able to slow Surrey down, and they shook hands.
And actually, Casey Aldridge bowled very well, didn't he?
He did, yes. That was a really impressive all-round performance from Aldridge, one to watch. So 3 slips plus a man back at deep backward point on the short rope. I think it's big on him. Again, 85 mile an hour. Fuller's got a yard.
Yeah, and he's flirting with this. I think he's surprising Surrey's batters actually at his speed, because you saw Ollie Pope going after a couple and just hitting fresh air. This time Smith with an indeterminate waft.
You like an indeterminate waft?
I'm a big fan of the indeterminate waft.
You like it as much as you like a side marmalising another?
I like a game to either be very close or very far apart. I derive a certain sadistic pleasure from that. I haven't finished going around the grounds, I realise. So I told you all about Durham, 261 for 5 at T. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire, 240 for 4. Ben Duckett is 129 not out. 130 now, with 13 fours. And Somerset, 181 for 6 at T. Tom Banton still there on 37, but James Rue has gone. Holder's got him.
Oh, again from Fuller. In that channel, 4th stump line, the right-handers, initially it was Pope and now Smith, looking to try and play at balls that, on reflection, on replay, it feels like they shouldn't, but as live, they feel a bit closer to the off-stump than maybe they are.
I think he's beaten the bat 4 times in 10 balls, and the other time, one of the other times, he's got Pope's wicket with the drag on from the leave. So this is really good probing stuff at decent pace.
Batting right on middle stump as well, Smith. That time he finds the edge. And the frustrations of this game sometimes for a quick. Fuller has done everything right, really. Concedes a boundary here. Smith up to 5, 30 for 2.
Played it late, played it soft, but didn't play it exactly where he intended, you'd have to say. I mean, it's consistent away swing, isn't it? Ball after ball.
Sun bursting through the clouds. 1 ball left here. And again, very useful start from Fuller. 2 overs from him. The wicket of Pope in his pocket. 30 for 2, Surrey. They trail by 121. We've got 3 overs until tea, and the strike goes back to Burns. Tell us some more scores. I have a thirst for knowledge.
It's thrilling cricket out there, but I'm going to give you some more. So I think I've given you all of the first division. So into the second division we go.
Into the Scooby-Doos, into the twos. Here we go.
Let's go and intrude on private grief at Headingley. where Yorkshire are 276 for 3, and England's guns, Joe Root and Harry Brook, are at the crease together. Joe Root has 65, Brook 44, this after Adam Lyth that earlier made 97, and Shan Masood 40. So Yorkshire, after what must have been a devastating loss to our cousins across the river, Middlesex, they will be looking at that and wondering how they got beaten so convincingly when they had some pretty fine players out and available for them. But they did lose that. How important that'll be at the end of the season. But they're bouncing back against Derbyshire, 276 for 3. At Leicester, Northants, 242 for 3. Luke Proctor's unbeaten on 59 there. Emilio Gay made 88 earlier. It's T there. I think we're going to be the latest to T here.
Oh, it's Jack's back.
Which you'd expect after the amount of wickets we've seen fallen today. And Middlesex have just been bowled out by Gloucestershire for 203. 6 wickets for Marchant Delunga. And Marchant Delunga, you've watched Hello Hello?
I have not watched Hello Hello. I'm looking forward to this.
Right. Well, the guy who plays the part of the English policeman who's pretending to be French looks weirdly like Marchant Delunga. Marchant Delunga is an extraordinary player. Been around for such a long time now. But he had a flurry with the bat for a while. Was this when he was playing at Somerset?
Somerset. I saw him make a very quick 80-odd to change a game at Lords about 4 seasons ago.
Absolutely extraordinary knock. And he had a little flurry of those. He hits a very long ball, but he also bowls a very heavy ball. I'm a big fan of Marchant Delunga.
Long, heavy balls.
Have I pronounced it correctly, Andrew? Yeah. Lunga. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of balls beat the bat of right-handers today. Both Sibley, Pope and Smith been in quite a bit of bother, but predominantly you've got away swingers to those right-handers. Burns has looked pretty tidy, pretty comfortable here. He's not going along at any great pace, but that's not his job.
Got cramped up by wheel once, but other than that. Still 3 slips behind Smith. Lovely shot, no run. Did you give me all the scores?
I think
there's only 3 games in Div 2.
Oh, did I only give you 3 in Div 2?
I think this week we've got 2 teams who are not playing in the second division.
Right,
and they are Sussex and Glamorgan. And no game this week in Division 1 for Kent and Lancashire.
It's confusing, that, isn't
it?
it?
Rather than 9.
And I think next week Lancashire and Kent play, and that is and Somerset and Essex play. Those are the only First Division games next week.
Ah, right. Inside edge.
So after 4 weeks of consecutive matches, Surrey will get a week off.
31 for 2 after 15, 2 overs to go. That's a long weekend, is it not? Next weekend, early May.
It must be the May bank holiday. Yeah.
I would have thought that'd be the weekend to have the games being played on the Monday.
You might have thought that. It makes sense. Okay. It makes sense. But you know. And similarly, you might have thought that if you were going to do that kind of break, you might have done it this week.
Yeah, all the way.
Having had 3 in a row, and then do it that way. But it'll be jolly.
All the attention will be on the 2 games that are on, I'm sure. Back to Fuller. He's looked really good so far. His first crack here at Rory Burns. His last over before tea. That's the shape. That's the shape over the top of off stump on length, 85 mile an hour. So he'll have 5 more balls before tea, Fuller. If he can put 3 or 4 of them in the right spot, it will be interesting viewing.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 Hampshire bowlers have bowled well in this mini session, I suppose you'd call it. They'll get 17 overs since they were bowled out in the lead up to tea. But Fuller's the one who's looked most consistently penetrating and dangerous. Well, Burns is not ready, and Fuller just kept on running in there, and he's just going to have to make his way back.
Got deep third back. Burns likes to work the ball behind point. quickish shingle, but not really quick at all in the end because Abbott's in no hurry.
Also notice that for Burns there, they had a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. No fine leg. Sort of suggesting that Fuller might be going to test him with the short ball. Bluffed it. Not double bluff. Just a single bluff.
Yeah, the bluff, double bluff. In Australia it gets called the double Malachi. Oh, again. How many times can one man beat the bat in one spell?
Do you think Husby might have just not been quite right there?
Yeah, I don't think that was at 69.
It'll do that occasionally. But once again, the consistent swing he's getting here. I mean, it's a lovely lush outfield. It's this time of year, so not expecting the ball to scuff too much. Now, you spoke to Lawrence Booth during their lunch break.
Yep, we had a little chinwag.
Any headlines?
We just went through his editor's note, so it's all out there on the record already, but it was... Oh, again. That's the 7th player miss, I reckon, plus the bowled in 16 legal deliveries.
Yes,
that's very much in the game. We'll see it again. So the point you made in the previous over was that do they need to be playing at these? From that line, I feel like you probably do, but it's what critics of Mohammed Shami might call a pretty length.
I think also there's the element of tea, and I think Smith is thinking to himself, I need to survive these 2 balls. If he does survive the 2 balls, you might see a different approach. Might use his feet a bit more to Fuller, might try and come down and negate the swing, but testing times, the 4th slip's gone in.
Plays at the shorter ball and puts it away. Room to work with. Across his stumps. Out towards deep cover. And that is 4 for Smith, taking him to 9, 36 for 2.
That is a captain, coach and fan killer, that ball, because Fuller has bowled with metronomic accuracy right in the spot. A 4th slip goes in, he drags one shorter and wider. It gets put away, and everybody who cares for Hampshire at this point is going, why? Why? Well, it might not have been deliberate.
I suspect not. It'll be his last ball before tea. That's full up, but put away as well. No movement from the leg stump line. Smith equal to it. He overtakes his captain. Back-to-back boundaries put him at 13. Surrey at 40 for 2. They're only in arrears by 111. They might have just broken the back of things here in terms of getting through Fuller when he looks so dangerous. Now they get the tee and can regroup.
Yeah, as you said, I think he was almost searching for the magic ball there to start it on leg and then hope that it can swing away into the sort of off stump and have Smith turned around. But I think Fuller's going to be annoyed with himself there because he had the ball on a string and he had Smith exactly where he wanted him, and he let him get away with a short wide ball. And then the adjustment, it was an over adjustment onto the leg stump. So 1 over to go before tea. And will still be wheeled to bowl it. Dare I say it? Wheeling away. No, well I did there, but I shouldn't.
Your heart wasn't in it.
No.
Yeah, more runs here. So back to Smith.
Well, both those shots are going to make him feel an awful lot better, aren't they?
At tea, we have the Chief Executive of the Surrey County Cricket Club, Steve Elworthy, joining to talk about Surrey's success in winning one of the Tier 1 licences, is that the right word, for the women's county cricket competition, which will be changed by 2025, which is quite a significant development.
Who's joining him?
I think that's John Surtees. Oh, knocks him over on the stroke of tea. Excellent from Wheel. Pitches in line with middle, has the off stump castling. The second time we've seen that in this mini session, which has brought Hampshire 3 wickets. They're in the game. Surrey, 41 for 3. Smith knocked over for 13, Daniel Norcross.
Yep, just not a trifle tentative, you'd have to say, with his foot movement, but what a blow that is for Hampshire, and what a fantastic time to do it. But just as Smith was starting to find his feet, that is a beauty. I mean, I'd like to see this from front on. We're going to see it now. Well, it is straight. He's played the line, and then it's just snake past the outside edge and knocked the off stump out of the ground. As you say, it's the second time we've seen that. Abbott did that to Dominic Sibley, and they'd have been very disappointed to be bundled out for 151, but they're right back in this game, Hampshire. 41 for 3, Surrey, and it's big wickets as well. In-form players. And you'd have to say, this game, it is moving along at a pace. We've had 13 wickets today already. We've got one session left to go today. And as you see the scorecard there, Hampshire bowled out for 151 in this session. 3 wickets apiece for Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson and Dan Worrell, who kicked it all off. But in response, Hampshire have come hard at Surrey. Some superb bowling from Abbott to set up Dom Sibley, really, with a wonderful couple of balls that beat the outside edge, and then one that was the one to get him that was tighter into off stump. James Fuller getting Ollie Pope to shoulder arms, but he didn't get his bat out the way, and it deflected off the under edge onto the leg stump. And then a killer blow for Surrey, because Smith can be so destructive. We know what he's capable of doing, and he's got an absolute nut, a seed, if you will, a pill. I know that these are popular terms. It's difficult to come out of my mouth, but they have done just on the stroke of tea.
They're all of those things. So 6 wickets in the first session, 7 in the second. Surrey trailing by 110. We'll bring John Surtees in to take over steering this ship.
Shall I get out of the way? John can come to here.
Why don't you jump out of the way?
Yeah.
In fact, why don't I bring Steve Erworthy in to sit with me briefly, and we'll do the double change that way. He'll be facing the camera. That's who the people want to see. See you, Daniel. The big boss of Surrey County Cricket Club, Steve Erworthy. I will introduce, as we say, the good news this week that Surrey have got a Tier 1 women's side. He's going to tell John Surtees all about it. G'day, Steve.
Hey, Adam. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Steve, hello.
Hello, Sert. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good.
Excellent. You having a good day?
Yes, so far. Well, it's been an interesting day out there, hasn't it?
It's been moving, certainly.
It has been.
That's for sure.
As a bowler, you want to be bowling, don't you?
You do. Would you want to bowl on this?
Yeah, I think I might do.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, well, as a don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to be a great final session, I think, here.
Absolutely.
But Steve, much as you are an ex-international cricketer and you can, expertly analyse cricket, we're not here to do that right now. We're here to talk about women's cricket, because it's a really, really exciting time for women's cricket at the moment, and particularly women's cricket here at Surrey County Cricket Club. Tell us why.
Yeah, it's an incredibly exciting time, and I think we're very proud, obviously, with the award of a Tier 1 women's professional team.
Yeah.
That news came out a week or so ago, and I think everybody's just absolutely over the moon that come the start of 2025 we'll have a Surrey professional women's team. So very excited and looking forward to getting cracking with it.
Super exciting. So tell me, what does that mean? What is tier 1 is the phrase that's been used as part of the bidding process, but tell me about the structure and how's it going to look. What does it mean that Surrey has got one of these teams? What are people going to see next year?
Yeah, well, you see, if you go back to the start of the process, it was a conversation, and obviously a couple of years ago with the start of the regional program with South East Stars, obviously as a partnership with ourselves in Kent, and then that was a start of the road to the professionalisation of the women's game. And at the point in time, it's done what it said on the tin. Actually, it was about making sure we got all the talent in the right place and getting to play against each other, and obviously improve the standard of the game. And that's been brilliant, and we've seen some of that come through. I think what's been lacking, though, is a little bit maybe ownership of actually who do the South East Stars belong to, and we've been in partnership, and there are obviously a number of partnerships around the country.
Bit of identity.
So a bit of identity, absolutely. So what happened at the end of the day was ECB started this process about then awarding 8 Tier 1 professional teams. Underneath that, they're talking about potentially between 10 and 12 of Tier 2 teams, and then there's even possibly a Tier 3 level below that.
Sure. And are we talking promotion and relegation here? What's going to be? If Surrey start out next year, finish rock bottom, are we going to be back down in Div 2? How's that going to work?
No, I don't think. I think the Tier 2 teams is more the recreational, and it's sort of what I would call in old language probably like a semi-professional type.
Sure.
It's your stepping stone into the professional world. So no, those tier. there is an idea, and there have been conversations about potentially one day being able to extend those 8 to maybe 10.
Yep.
And there is, I think in the latest press release we saw that there were potentially 2 new teams coming on in 2027.
Glamorgan
and Yorkshire,
Yep.
and then effectively in 29 possibly the extension from 10 to maybe 12. But that's still TBC'd, I would say.
Yeah, but it's that sort of, again, like a lot of stuff with this, it's kind of making sure you do it right, doing it slowly, not taking too big a leap too early, and just making sure that ultimately the decisions, what you end up doing is fully deliverable.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
So speaking as someone that works at Surrey, I know as soon as this process was announced, there was never going to be any question whatsoever that the club was going to be bidding for a team. Ultimately, it was never even a conversation here as to whether we should do this. It was always, of course, Surrey needs to be at the top table of cricket, and they need to be at the top table of men's cricket and women's cricket, and it was always absolutely going to happen. So it was a really big moment, I think, for everyone here, at the club, staff and members and fans when we found out that process was successul. But take us into the room. So you were part of the presentation team up over the river at the Finchley Cricket Ground, and who was alongside you? Who was our
presentation? Well, before we get to the presentation, we had to fill in obviously a submission. So we got sent a tender document. We had to fill in the submission. So over the course of around about 5 or 6 weeks, we put a team of around about 14 people together from across the club, from different departments, to actually fill that particular document in. So that submission, the initial submission, which took around about a month or so to assess, and then you get to an interview stage, was a critical part of it. And I think the club, and a huge shout out to everybody on that team, who contributed to making sure that actually that was part and parcel of our really strong submission that we put forward. So I think there's a huge amount of congratulations that need to go to them.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. Absolutely.
Massive shout out. And then obviously we went to the presentation stage. So I was in the room with Ollie Slipper, the chair. We had Ros Trinick, who was in there from the General Committee, which we thought was an important link into General Committee.
And then onwards into our members, of course.
And members, of course.
The General Committee represent.
Correct. And then we went, and then Amanda Kay, who was there from a finance point of view to help us with the finance. So we try to cover off a few different areas, and we had about a 15-20 minute presentation, and then about 40 odd minutes of Q&A to the panel. So it went very well. I'm very, very happy with the result at the end.
When I was reading those documents, when they were issued, what the ECB called Project Darwin, which is what this whole thing, in ECB speak is what it was called. One of the things I found really interesting was one of the things they were very, very keen for the bid process to get across, both in terms of the document that you filled out and in the presentation, was the passion for this. They were really keen. It was, there were boxes that needed to be ticked, financially, and in terms of all these very important things that needed to be done. But what they really wanted to hear a lot in the presentation was just how passionate clubs were about supporting this, really getting on board with it and doing it properly. So what does it mean to us, Steve, as a club? What does it mean to Surrey as a club to have been successful in this process, and to have this team starting, with the 3 feathers on their chest next year?
Yeah. It means, I suppose, the way I try and explain this is clearly from a Surrey point of view. There's been a huge amount of work that's been done already, and there's some fantastic cricketers that play for Surrey as it is right now. But what this does is, for me, it's, as I try to explain it, it's the final piece of the jigsaw. It's the final piece in the pathway that there's a professional women's team. So now when you're a young girl starting playing cricket, or you go to your first taster session at a club or at a school, or whichever the programs you access cricket through Surrey or South London, you end up in this place where you can actually see a path now to professional cricket, where it's a career for you, and potentially from there through to England. And up until this point, there was never that pathway. There was always like this stop at Surrey, and then you've got to think about maybe the regional program, and do you step away where that regional program is? Do you have to move maybe counties to get access to it? And I think now that pathway is absolutely clear. So for us, that is the way I explain it from a purely sort of like logistical perspective. But actually what it means to us, and you think about the growth of the women's game, and some of the stats that we saw from the foundation and the unbelievable work they're doing. 376 women and girls teams playing cricket in Surrey last season in 2023.
Sorry, in South London.
South London, and
Yeah.
you've got, and you know, this year
The growth
already
is incredible.
they've already had a 20% increase in the number of teams that are requesting to come on board.
Yeah.
So, and that's double, I think, any other county in the country.
Incredible.
So for us, that is just that is incredible. So
Yeah,
the
I think-
growth of the women's game and the growth of the sport itself, that is the thing that really drives me, and I think that's incredibly powerful.
I think there's an argument to be made that it's the fastest growing sport in the country, women's cricket, right now. Like in terms of the growth in participation, the growth in, you know, with obviously everything that's happened. Because of the way women's cricket is such a key part of the 100, you know, the way that the global success of the England women's team, and you know, it's really extraordinary. And one of the people that has absolutely been at the vanguard of that, one of the people who is, you know, for me, one of the biggest heroes of women's cricket is Natalie Siver.
Yeah.
And Natalie Siver Brunt, to give her married name that she uses now, and Natalie obviously plays the 100 for Trent Rockets. I think she plays in the regional setup for the Northern Diamonds up in Yorkshire, because that's where she lives now. But talk to us a little bit about Natalie, because Natalie, you know, is, for those of you that know about, you know, more recent Surrey history, is probably arguably the best player this club's created this millennium. I think this century.
Yeah.
She's probably one of Surrey's, certainly one of the best Surrey players that there has been this century. She's extraordinary.
She's an extraordinary player, and you think of her, where her career started, and you think of where the opportunities that cricket has presented her. You know, picking up contracts in the women's IPL, and playing around the world. Every time you turn the TV on, you see now with the growth of, I suppose, the broadcast of the women's game is incredible. You see Nat, and you look at the scores and the way she's been playing. She's become a true iconic figure.
She's an icon,
in and around this club, and I think, you know, that is it is players like that we need role models for, that young girls look up to, because she would have started in her journey from a cricket point of view with no real clear vision of what was ahead of her.
Yeah.
Whereas now somebody like her, she's leading the way in cricket, from a women's cricket perspective, and she is somebody that young people will look up to and go, one day I want to be like her. And those are the role models and the icons that people want to line up behind.
Steve, one day I want to be like Natalie. I think we all want to be like Natalie. I think you can't watch her play and not think, I want to be like that. If
Incredible player. Incredible player.
But let's talk about some of the other incredible players in Surrey's history. Those of you that have been to the Kia Oval recently, or indeed in the last few years, you can see on the side of Block 1, just down on the in between. Look at that, I'm pointing. You can just see my finger on the screen. In between the Bedser stand and Block 1 of the J.M. Finn stand is a lovely display put together, demonstrating the history and some of the greatest female players to have played here. So, for instance, as a start of a 10, tell me about Emily Rayford-Brent. What are, you know? I mean, what are, you know, you talk about role models. You talk about, you know, looking, you know, young women, young people looking up and thinking, I want to be like that person. You know, talk to us about Ebony.
Yeah, Ebs. How do you explain Ebs? I would say she's probably a force of nature.
Oh my word.
You know, when I obviously heard a lot about her pre me coming to this club, and then meeting her and in being involved in the ACE program and on the ACE board, etc., etc. And I'm actually due to meet her just after this interview. Actually, we're catching up on something that she wants to chat to me about, a lovely new initiative, which is fantastic, and we'll do that. But you know, you talk about somebody like that, and you think about what she has done for the game. Again, is just it's just immense. And it's that, if you talk about passion, right? And this is one of the things. And it was actually quite funny when I think it was probably a members forum, or maybe it might have even been my first AGM, where somebody said, "Oh, it's very difficult to follow that as a speech because Ebs had got up and she had spoken before me." But she just talks with such passion and enthusiasm about the game. And you think of what she's done, the first director of women's cricket at this club, and as you say, her face emblazoned around the ground, is just sensational for us. And it's a partnership that we're going to revere, and we're going to keep going for years to come. So yeah, we've really got to get to know her incredibly well now over the last couple of years, and I think she's doing fantastic things for the game.
Because I suppose that's one of the points, isn't it, that you need to think about in terms of what what we're capable of, what we can do as a club. So we've talked about how, you're right, when for instance Nat Siver-Brunt started out in as her career as a young girl, playing for Surrey, and you're right, she would have had no real clear idea what the top of that pedestal was, and indeed how to get there as the 5-minute bell rings and the players will be back out here in about another 5 or 6 minutes. And Katya Witney walks into the back of the box, who's going to be one of your commentators shortly. But you think about Nat and the way she was going through that process, and you talk about Ebony and the work that she's done here, both as director of women's cricket and then setting up the ACE programme and being on our board. And you look at someone like Bryony Smith, you look at someone like Sophia Dunkley, who came through the Surrey Stars back in the in KSL. You look at someone like Maddie Villiers, who played away into the England team through the Surrey Stars in the KSL. And actually, even without having an elite team in our name since the end of the Kia Super League, the legacy that the quality of individuals, the quality of people that Surrey are providing to the women's game, even without this top team, is amazing. And just look at, if you think about, we've been doing that without having a Surrey team playing under the three feathers at the top level. Imagine what's going to be possible when that does happen.
Yeah, agreed. So that's if you think about, when you talk about what the ambition is and what it is for the, one of the top things across the top is obviously develop a winning team and wanting to compete for trophies all the time, but also is being able to produce players to play for England.
Right.
And I think that is part and parcel of it. And I think there's a little bit
I didn't even
of
mention Alice Capsey.
No, exactly right. And there's, you think about, you talking about Ailish Cranstone, and there's so many of these young players who've graced the field, and whether it was Surrey or South East Stars, and it's been, as I say, that growth and that potential of these role models that are coming through, that for me is going to be the key going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think no conversation about this would be complete without mentioning, going back to the very start of things, and mentioning someone like Molly Hyde. You need to talk about Jan Britton as well. Surrey in the mid part of the last decade became the first test ground to name a room after a female cricketer as well. And Molly Hyde, there'll hopefully be at some point soon an announcement regarding a tribute that the club will be paying to Molly Hyde as well, who founded the Surrey Women's Cricket Association. So it's something that really is baked into the history of Surrey, isn't it? Women's cricket. It really is something that's been there. Since the start of women's cricket, the Oval has been there, and it's important that the Oval continues to be at the forefront of that.
Absolutely, and I think it's probably one of the proudest moments I think I've had, since I've been at the club in the short time. And this was another initiative that Ebony came up with, was the capping ceremony with players during the course of last year.
Yep.
And a number of caps, whether it was 50 caps, 100 caps, and we had a capping ceremony in the Jan Britton room. And being able to present all of these past players their caps was just a phenomenal moment for me, to be able to spend half an hour just chatting to these past players. I think it was a really humbling experience, and it was brilliant. I absolutely loved every minute.
An incredible piece of work from Catherine Robson and Sue Robinson there as well, to give full credit where it's due. That they're an amazing duo. One of the things I love about that, if you go into the foyer, the new members foyer in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, is the honours board that we've put up there. And one of the things I love the most about the honours board is that it says there's a year on there which designates when the players received the cap. And so there was it started in 2015, I think. Ebony and Natalie and Catherine Robson and maybe Cecily Scott were capped in 2015, and all the rest of these players were, as you say, were capped last year. They were capped in 2023. And what I love is that board will be there forever. That board will be there alongside all the other honours boards that are around there. But what it doesn't do, it doesn't try and tell you that we cap these players when they should have been capped.
Correct.
It tells you that we cap these players when the game finally got around to doing this properly.
Yeah.
And should we have been doing this beforehand? Yes, absolutely. But I think what that board represents is, it represents reality, and it represents what happened last year. And I think it shows that was a really important step to take. And what I'm really looking forward to, as with any good honours board, when it was put up, you made sure you create a lot of space on the right hand side of that honours board, because
to fill it up,
because you need to fill it up, and you never create an honours board that just ultimately doesn't have any space to fill it into. And I'm really looking forward, as we saw Dom Sibley got capped earlier today as well, I'm really looking forward to that to continue to be filled up.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. Brilliant, and you know, hopefully a few more caps for you to present one day in the future.
I certainly hope so. The more the merrier.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, look, Adam Collins is at the back of the box. Katya Witney's at the back of the box. Steve Elworthy, Surrey CEO of the Surrey men's team and of the soon-to-come Surrey women's team. Keep your eye out for more Surrey women's broadcast coming. Katya Witney's going to take over on summary. Adam Collins is going to take over on commentary. Rory Burns is at the crease. Surrey 41 for 3, and play will resume very, very shortly indeed. Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff. Steve Elworthy and John Surtees talking about the progression to Tier 1 for the Surrey women starting next year. Adam Collins with you, Katya Witney with me for the first time today as the third session begins. First ball for Lawrence after we all took a wicket on the stroke of tee, knocking over Jamie Smith with a beauty in the line. Middle stump and hitting the top of off, the stuff you dream of as a fast bowler. Good afternoon to you.
Hiya, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Nice day here at the Kia Oval. Wickets falling, game broadly in balance, although it might require one more wicket for Hampshire to say that with real authority. But they've got a sniff after being bowled out for 151 halfway through that middle session. A wicket apiece for Wheel, Buller and Abbott. So far, Sibley bowled for 4, Pope bowled for 13, and Smith bowled for 13 as well. And earlier today, if you're just joining our broadcast, 151 all out Hampshire after being sent in. Top score was Gubbins with 45. 3 wickets apiece to Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson. And 1 for Kemar Roach and a couple of catches in the deep as well. Lawrence using his feet to defend, made 100 last week, batting at 3, been shuffled down to number 5 with the change in order. Ben Folkes not playing this week, rested by the ECB, and Ollie Pope back in and shuffling the pieces as Surrey often have to do with a lot of players on England contracts.
Yeah, I was watching that Pope wicket earlier, and has anyone perfected the woe is me dismissal than Ollie Pope? He's got a great way, when he's had an unlucky dismissal, of looking absolutely like the world is completely against him.
You've nailed one here. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Let's ask around. Oh, close leave. Well bowled Wheel. Let's come back the other way. Started his spell in good nick. 1 for 5 from 4 for him. 41 for 3. Successful over for the visitors. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Who are the batters when dismissed look desolate? I'm thinking Marnus Labuschagne jumps out as someone I watch a lot.
So who looks the saddest? That's what we want.
Who looks the saddest?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a meme in the first, you'll tell me, you're more in tune with these things than me, in the first 100 of, was it Liam Livingstone sat on the balcony at Lord's?
Yeah.
Sad face Liam Livingstone.
Yeah.
When they were getting, I don't know what team he plays for, but when they were getting smashed up in the final.
Yeah, he's a shout. It's kind of like the Bairstow Rage century, who looks the saddest.
Change in bowling. Fuller, who picked up a wicket in his first over, is being replaced by Abbott, the attack leader. 10th season at Hampshire. Interesting journey. They need to get Burns early here. 47th ball in the middle. Abbott, who's taken 2 for lots so far this season, but a wicket so far here. Yeah, I like that. Who is the saddest player when leaving the field? I got a good one from a generation before, perhaps. Shane Watson was always the slowest to walk off the field. Remember, he got dismissed at Cardiff in a test match in 2015, which actually, I think that might have been his last match, come to think of it. Oh, under edge. No real footwork. Tried to steer it down to deep backward point with a sweeper. No run, ends up in the gloves of Brown. Yeah, the Watson dismissal, that there was enough time to get from, you know, like the press box at Cardiff to where he was leaving the gate. The photographers sprinted around and got him at the last moment. Such was the dismay.
I'm going to throw in Danny Wyatt into the mix.
Oh yeah, good one. Yeah. Ooh, he's gone down hard there. In his delivery stride, hits the deck. Looks like he's okay from the body language, but the question is, if your ankle goes from underneath you there, you're in strife. So round the wicket, I suppose not many overs would have been bowled from that side of the wicket today. A lot of right arm over. We'll see the replay. Here we go, second look. Oh, yuck. I'm glad he's fine, because, yeah, they're the types that can often, well, yes, not be fine.
Oof. He's completely missed the flat of his foot there and gone straight onto the side of his foot.
Yeah, that's you can hurt your foot, your ankle, your knee, combination of all three, but luckily enough, Abbott goes to the top of his mark.
It's very like you don't normally see someone get up and not even limp after doing a delivery like that or falling over like that.
Yeah. He let that go more cautiously, didn't he? Didn't quite get through the action, understandably. 66 mile an hour, so no real pace in it.
It must be so hard after something like that happens to run in and fully commit and trust again.
As it is in cricket, so it is in life. Philosophy with Katya Witney.
That's very deep.
Yep. So the conversation that was being had at tea between Steve Elworthy and John Surtees follows on from a conversation that we were having the previous home game that Surrey played against Somerset, when we were speculating who might win Tier 1 status. Well, that announcement was made during the week, so the counties to get the nod. Surrey, Hampshire, the two teams playing here. Lancashire, Notts, Warwickshire, so 5 test grounds there. Durham and Somerset, who look like they'll be the next two teams that are going to go into the hundreds. So that sort of made sense as well. And Essex, that's the other London adjacent county, in the absence of Middlesex, is how I read that anyway. What was your first impression of the teams that got the nod and the teams that have been already told they will in a couple of years' time, Yorkshire and Glamorgan?
Yeah, I think it kind of tells us a lot about what the ECB's selection criteria for the Tier 1 sides, or the initial raft of Tier 1 sides was, because that's not been explicitly stated before or after the bidding process. If you look at the current regions, it's almost so one team has gone per region, or one Tier 1 county in the current regions has been awarded.
Right.
So, rightly, if you look at Essex, they would be competing with Middlesex for the Tier 1 side.
And Northants, right?
And Northants, yeah. But given that Sunrisers already play a lot of their home games at Chelmsford, Chelmsford has a really good setup for women's sport, not just cricket, but there's also basketball and hockey and all that kind of stuff there as well. So it kind of makes sense from that perspective that you would have them at Chelmsford, and given the financial struggles that Middlesex has been in and the amount of cricket that Lords host, it kind of makes sense for Essex to host the Tier 1 county. And then if you look at, so Kent was the other big one that missed out, apart from Yorkshire as well.
Shot from Lawrence, yet to get off the mark with it though.
Yeah, so what Kent tells us is how important that the grounds were in the ECB selecting. So Kent's plan was to host a lot of their cricket at Beckenham, or the Tier 1 side at Beckenham, which has a lot of merits to it, being in London with good transport links and having a lot of history in the women's game, hosted a lot of women's cricket over the years. But they were up against Surrey, and you're not going to really be able to compete with the might or the financial might of the Oval in hosting a Tier 1 side. So that kind of tells us the ECB's thinking in that respect. The Durham-Yorkshire one is also interesting. I know that Yorkshire's bid focused a lot on taking the women's side around Yorkshire, because Yorkshire is such a big county with West Yorkshire, and South Yorkshire is such a big area that I know they wanted to bring the women's side, if they got one, all over the county so that they would be seen. Whereas Durham's plan focused a lot on hosting the games at Chester Street. And it's interesting that seems to be what the ECB have prioritised. And also in terms of bringing the women's county game in line with the men's county game as well. If you look at the teams who have missed out, of the counties in Division 1, the two that missed out are the ones that you would think are likely to either be relegated or struggle to stay up. So there's also that to think about in terms of bringing the women's game into line with the men's county and having that one club, two sides mentality that they wanted to create.
So that's Worcester, who didn't even apply for a side
Yeah,
today.
exactly.
And Derbyshire was the other who didn't put in for it. Not a bad length there from Wheel. A fraction fuller, who have Lawrence playing down that line.
But I do think there is a word of caution in trying to completely bring the women's game in line with what the men's county game is. If you look at where the historic centres of women's cricket has been, you've got to look at Kent and you've got to look at Sussex, none of whom have got Tier 1 sides. And when you look at the expansion in 2027, that's when you're going to have these, for the first time, you're going to have 2 professional sides per current existing region, if you like.
And I know 1 ball to come. Well, wide of the off stump there.
And
so that'll be with Yorkshire coming in to join Durham.
Yeah.
And the Diamonds have been so strong. I mean, in addition to the Vipers, who win everything, the second most successful region since this started in 2020 have been Diamonds, right?
Yeah, exactly. They won the Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy a couple of years back, and they've got a lot of really, really good players. And if you think about now, quite a lot of their players, they're probably going to lose them up to Durham for that Tier 1 side, because you need to play professional cricket if you're looking at trying to advance in the game.
That will be tricky as the over ends. Maiden for Wheel, 41 for 3, no runs since tea. They trail by 110. For the next couple of years, Yorkshire players presumably will move to Durham. Then what happens when Yorkshire get their team? There is a sort of a slightly awkward transition period coming.
Yeah, well Yorkshire women's cricket, like they still exist, Yorkshire women's CCC, but they're unprofessional, and it's a difficult kind of balance to strike in developing that side, because a lot of the players are quite young, and it's the level below regional cricket. So they've essentially got 2 years to build that side up into a side that can compete in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy and the Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy. And if you look at, let's say, Kent and Sussex, who have a historical base of players and success in the women's county game.
Quickest shingle, first run after tea.
Then perhaps it might have been more sustainable to say to some counties like that that already have that kind of player base and the will to invest in it previously, those to be the sides that build up over the next 2 years and join Tier 1 in 2027 or 2029. We don't know who's going to join yet in 2029, but we know that the Tier 1 teams are probably going to be expanded to 12 in 2029.
Yes, that was the 2 bits in the release we didn't expect was growing Tier 1 to 10 teams by 27. I thought we were trending to a place where there'd be 8 teams in Tier 1 for, was it 5 years, I think we were told originally? Leg stump line, Lawrence's first runs towards the long rope. They'll be happy with 2. And then 2029 it can grow to 12. So it might well be something like we may end up in men's county cricket, where there are a group of Tier 1 counties, and then Ben Bloom spoke to us about this on the stream a fortnight ago. Unclear how many counties it might end up being in men's cricket, and I'm not saying that's a foregone conclusion, but there is one world where, in keeping with the Strauss report, there is sort of a very clear division between counties who can play in the top flight and those that can't. And in the women's game, it could well be 12, but if that were the case, I mean, Middlesex MCC with their joint bid, I can't see a world where they wouldn't get a team in that round. And then you'd have Derby, Leicestershire, Kent, Sussex, Worcester, Gloucester and Northants, who all, I suppose, meet the criteria of being seen as smaller counties in different ways.
But basing it on the women's county game as well, it's so different, and I think sometimes a mistake can be made in equating the men's game and the women's game in the county system.
Shout, close, given. Another big moment for Hampshire. 600th first class wicket for Kyle Abbott at a crucial juncture for his side. 44 for 4. Lawrence departs shortly after his arrival. Traps for 2. Hampshire, they're right amongst it now.
Yeah. Last time we were at the Oval and Somerset were playing, Surrey just managed to hold it together when Somerset collapsed, but they're collapsing here. And it's bringing Hampshire right back into the game.
See it back here on that angle. Oh, yeah. Cross his stumps, and Lawrence was out leg before wicket in the first innings here a couple of weeks ago, and that's a fine piece of bowling.
Yeah, looking at it, those Hampshire bowlers, they really target the stumps. They don't give you much to deal with. and it's going through that real engine room of the Surrey batting lineup, that upper middle order, Pope, Smith and Lawrence today.
Well, Kyle Abbott, who came into this fixture with 1 for 200 odd for the season. First class record that has been so impressive over such a long stretch of time. For Hampshire, now has some 370 first class wickets at just under 20. Beautiful numbers. Mentioned before, he's been here for a decade now. Initially as a coal pack, then a long-term signing when he decided to leave an overseas, then a coal pack, and then an overseas again, but very much part of the furniture. Turns 37 this year, but what a mighty contributor he's been. And 2 wickets already. Surrey 44 for 4. They're a long way from that 151 first innings tally Hampshire posted about halfway through the middle session, Katya.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity for Hampshire here, and looking at this Hampshire bowling attack, it's such a consistent tight bowling attack. You've got Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel. They just keep coming at you. Very watchable as well. Especially under slightly, well, it's blue sky, but slightly greying sky at the Oval.
Ryan Patel made 30 last week down at Canterbury. Squared up first ball off the mark. They'll get a couple. Ryan Patel, who has really barely played since having that terrific 2022. Played every game in that campaign, including the Sri Lankan first class fixture. Did so much right in the Surrey system from when he was 8 years of age, and unfortunately found himself as the spare bat more often than not last year, but a great opportunity for him here walking in 4 down.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a side effect of having so many England players, that you're going to get that opportunity, but you've got to make sure you grab it.
Keeps the strike. Successful over for Kyle Abbott. 47 for 4 after 20 overs. Hard going. Still 29 overs left on this first day. A busy one at that. 14 wickets already. Who knows what that board will read when they walk off this evening. So back to that previous conversation before Kyle Abbott rudely interrupted with a wicket. You're right about the false equivalency with men's and women's counties. I suppose the wider point though is about the financial strength, the off-field strength, the facilities, the ability to invest, where I can only imagine the ECB would have ran the rule over that too.
Yeah, I guess. Well, they've also got this £1.3 million per year investment from the ECB for the first 5 years. And it's right to say that the counties who can invest in the game, in the women's game, should be given priority. But there's also an element of the regional structure probably wasn't ambitious enough in the first place, or there wasn't enough ambition in developing that regional structure. Now you look at your women's cricket, and it's a product that's ready to be a money-making entity, and that people are willing to invest in to make money. But the infrastructure below the 100 isn't there. So many counties were so disappointed at not getting these tier 1 sides. You can say partly that was due to not getting the 1.3 million funding, but also because they know these sides can and will make money at some point in the future and will pay for themselves.
It does feel like it's going to be very different when, and I by the way, I should add, I don't think that the regional setup was the wrong thing to do. I admire the ambition of them trying to bring counties together to work collectively for the first few seasons, and that was a knock-on from the Kia Super League that preceded it. But it's reached the stage now where Surrey and Hampshire fans want to follow the Surrey or Hampshire team. The Stars or the Vipers. I mean, yes, there'll be some cut through, but not in quite the same way that the first class county name has with fans. So it'll be really interesting to see in sort of 12 to 24 months' time. So a blunt measure, but crowds.
Yeah.
When Vipers play home games, they're such a strong team, but it wasn't bringing people through the gates, and I think that might have been partly a function of where do they fit, who do they belong to, where it'll be very clear when Hampshire's women are playing at the Rose Bowl, it'll be Hampshire's women.
Well, part of that is that they have to move around a lot of the season, so Vipers played at 5 different grounds last season, and that's a quirk of the regional system. So the county structure will fix that. There's also the element, and obviously they are expanding, but it still leaves vast swathes of the country without any women's professional cricket for a number of years. And that's where I think the regional system in the last couple of years has started to be quite thinning, if that makes sense. So you've got the veneer of the 100 over the top, but there's not the infrastructure that's built up to the right extent beneath it to then take over and really build on that success.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to do now, but maybe there should have been slightly more ambition or put in place in the first place to really build on it. It's easy to say in hindsight though, and I'm sure back when things were being thought through that potentially wasn't possible, or there were all sorts of other factors, and it's easy to look back in hindsight and go, this is what should have been done, but it is being done now. And quite frankly, the disappointment from counties at not getting tier 1 sides would have been unthinkable even 4 years ago.
I was saying to Raf Nicholson, who's a journalist and historian on the women's game, the other day, there'll be a great book to be written about the Southern Vipers when it's all over, because you go back to the very start of the Kia Super League in 2016 when they won the first finals day down at Chelmsford. The probing over complete from wheel, 1 for 5 from 6 is analysis, 47 for 4, winning the Kia Super League with Charlotte Edwards playing in that first final, unbeaten when they hit the winning score. I think it was her and Susie Bates batting together, through to the first edition of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, winning that, eventually winning the Charlotte Edwards Cup a couple of times in their coach's name. 2 more successful campaigns in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 2021 and 2023. That's a lot of silverware for a club that fundamentally will not exist. They'll be obsolete, if you like, by next year. But the journey between 2016 and 2024 has been a mighty one in women's domestic cricket, and they've been right in the heart of it.
Yeah, I was at Southampton last week, and I spoke to Charlotte Edwards, and purely as a coach, like she's won so much over the last couple of years. But what I did get from going down to Southampton was how much the Vipers have kind of almost created the tiered structure, in that it is very much a 1 club 2 sides down at Southampton. You know, they've got Keith Barker who helps out with their fast bowlers, and they train a lot on the outgrounds at Southampton. And regardless of whether they're Southern Vipers or a regional side, it does very much feel like they are Hampshire's side. And I was discussing with Charlotte Edwards purely what are the Vipers going to be called.
Fuller, chance to drive, Patel launches into it, not perfect timing, but he'll still add a couple, looking to score right away. 40, no, make that 50, small milestone up, 50, but the problem is they've lost 4 wickets on the way. What did she say? I'm interested in this. Is there a chance it'll be called the Hampshire Vipers?
She did mention Hampshire Vipers, but she said that was discussion for another time. But purely from a legacy point of view, you know, forget cricket, Southern Vipers are one of the most successful domestic sports sides over the last 5 years in the world. It would be a shame to lose that legacy.
When you consider a lot of the cricket will be played is T20 cricket. I mean, the Hampshire Hawks in the men's T20 blast, but it doesn't feel like that's a name that has an enormous amount of cut through. So I don't think they'd be doing any damage from a brand perspective going with the Vipers. It's quite a creative way of harnessing that legacy that the Vipers will have.
Yeah, well, they've also got quite a distinctive orange kit, which they've raised all their trophies in, so it'll be interesting to see how they choose to go. Do they choose to go with that kind of navy and yellow of Hampshire, or...
Beaten with a ball that swings more after it's past the bat, but again, Patel, since arriving at the crease, is looking to score whenever he can through the offside. Little tempter from Abbott. And the other question I had for you was about the national counties, or the old minor counties. I'm going to jump out at the end of this over, I think, so we'll tie this off quickly. But in Tier 2, are we anticipating that there'll be minor counties, national counties in from the get-go, or do we think that'll be a bit into the future?
We don't know. There's not been any clarity, and I think part of the reason that those who missed out on Tier 1 have been so kind of annoyed about it is that there is no clarity on what Tier 2 is going to look like. We know it's going to be a mixture of amateur and semi-professional sides.
Right.
But if you look at the women's county game, there's 35 counties who take part in in what is the Women's County Championship, or the Women's County T20, as it should be known.
I'll let you pick up that conversation with Daniel Norcross. I'll be back in about half an hour. 50 for 4, with the home side having lost 1 wicket since. See, that was Dan Lawrence trapped leg before wicket for 2 from the bowling of Abbott. He has 2, Wheel has 1, Fuller has 1 as well, and there's still 101 runs behind Hampshire's first innings tally of 151. Katya Witney, it'll stay with you, and after me, Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, real opportunity here for Hampshire to run through Surrey. You can feel another wicket here, and that will really open up the game.
Oh, don't, Katya. No, I must be impartial. But
hello, Dan. How are
hello.
you?
I'm trepidatious. Every ball looks threatening to me at the moment. Hampshire are bowling brilliantly. Abbott, especially that one, they're a little wayward at last. Down the leg side, and got a little tickle on that, did he? Umpire signals 4, but no, it must have been. Well, let's take a look on the replay. Was that leg buys or just buys? Again, his movement just flicked off the pad and flown away, as have the pigeons, who have moved, I've noticed today, across. Now they're on the wrong side. Normally the pigeons hang out around this time of day, more towards the gas holder side. Usually because there's quite a lot of grass seed that's been put down to make up for the practice pitches and the wear over there, but they have taken up position at a sort of shortish, well, on the 45 really, to Rory Burns. So you were talking about the Women's County game, the new structure. You said there are 35 counties, and I've seen a fair few people writing and talking about this and saying, you know, a county like Berkshire has probably produced way more England players.
Yeah.
And of course they're not going to get recognised and be part of the Tier 1 system. But I also heard you saying we're not sure what the pathway is and what Tier 2 looks like and means. When do you think we're going to get any clarity on that?
Well, I mean, your guess is probably as good as mine, to be honest. There hasn't been much kind of communication on when that's going to be. But you're right with Berkshire. I think I'm right in saying, I'm probably going to get it wrong, but I think I'm right in saying that Berkshire are the second most successful women's county in the history of the championship before it was disbanded in 2019.
That's Heather Dyte's county.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very different beast, the Women's County Championship. Personally, I like the logic. I think that the women's game has grown and developed into such a thing now that this can be a springboard for Surrey members really to identify with their women's team. And Surrey have been very good at this. You know, the women's captain appears on the front of the pavilion as you're driving down the Harleyford Road from Oval Tube Station alongside the men's captain.
Yeah, it is neater. That's what I would say. It feels a lot neater that it's going to be a county system rather than a regional system. But I think a word of caution on what's going to be a messy couple of years to start off with. It's going to be difficult to make these sides established and to properly get into it until we know more about the expansion and the Tier 2 and how that's going to work. And purely from an identity point of view as well, that's going to take a little bit to bed in. But hopefully the end product with this investment and the ambition that's being shown by the ECB to really invest in this and expand it, hopefully the end product is going to be worth it.
I mean, these are among many of the challenges that a very fast-growing sport has to face. A spectacular delivery and a spectacular take. End of the over, 55 for 4. And I'm thinking the challenges come thick and fast for women's cricket, not least in recreational and developmental and club cricket. Where I live, Spencer Cricket Club has an enormous women and girls section. As we see the scorecard there, Rory Burns now top scorer as Surrey struggle in reply to Hampshire's 151, with 2 wickets for Abbott and 1 apiece for Wheel and Fuller. And I'm going to come back to this point in a moment, but we've got the best bowling averages by seamers with 600 plus first class wickets since the 1st of January 2000, so this century. And at the top are two bowlers who have bowled in tandem today. Mohammed Abbas with 677 at 20.72, and Kyle Abbott with 600 wickets now at 21.38. After which come Chris Rushworth, Ryan Sidebottom, and then in fifth place, Dale Steyn. Yes, where I live, Spencer Cricket Club is nearby. There's a massive women and girls section, but of course the challenge is that a lot of women and girls want to go and play at Spencer because it's got really good infrastructure, good coaches, and what looks like, a good pathway. But by having so many players concentrated in one club, where are the opponents? How do you get into a team? Are you just having inter-club matches? And I suppose that's a challenge that you're going to get when a sport has grown slowly, and then since 2017 really rapidly. We've been getting figures of percentage increase in participation after that 2017 bump. It was really eye-watering. Now, because so many are now playing, the increase is less eye-watering, but they're still large on top of the numbers you've got. So I guess in the professional game the same challenge is going to occur, isn't it?
Well, I think that's the challenge of something that has been underinvested in, and then as soon as it expands quickly, people want it and want it now, whereas it's not been invested in previously to be able to hold that or have the capacity for that. And it's the same with this tier structure. So many counties want these tier 1 sides, but there isn't the capacity yet for them to have them immediately. And it's both a testament to how quickly the women's game's grown, how successful it's been, and quite how underinvested in it was beforehand.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are legacy decisions, aren't they, that are coming home to roost. But it feels like it's the right direction of travel to me.
Yeah, definitely it is.
Where I feel for the players, I asked Georgia Elwes about this, is that, while they get the logic, there's also, we've just got used to this entity that we're playing for, and people have just got their heads round the Vipers, the Brave, or the South East Stars, or the Northern Diamonds, or Thunder, or whatever, and then it's different again. So you've got to re-educate people and get new affinities, I suppose.
Yeah, well, if you think about like Thunder and Blaze, they've also gone through name changes recently, even more recently than the regional system. But I spoke to Georgia Adams about a month ago now, and what she said was, get this one right, because the players, I think, are pretty sick of changing.
I bet they are. Played softly by Ryan Patel, so he picks up another single. Surrey in a spot of bother. It's a low-scoring game. It feels like it's going to stay a low-scoring game. There's plenty in the wicket, but there's also plenty in the air. I think if you're wondering about pitch inspectors, it's not as if the ball's behaved oddly. There's been no real up and down bounce, but there has been prodigious movement through the air and off the seam. There's a bit of grass on the pitch. And these are two very good seam bowling attacks. There's been some ropey shots as well, let's be honest.
Yeah. Ali always springs to mind.
Well, that was a bit heartbreaking, because even though I can be a bit one-eyed when it comes to Surrey, and I must try not to be, it was lovely watching him bat with such positivity and counter-attacking intent. But then just to time the ball perfectly to the one man at the ring on the onside.
Yeah, it's very disappointing, because he looked in really wonderful flow.
Didn't he?
And I'm quite interested in Ali Orr.
Oh yeah.
Very interested, because if you look at his strike rates across different formats, he's got pretty normalish strike rates when you look at it, like 50-odd first-class strike rate, 90-odd list A. But when you look at the most memorable moments of his career so far, they've been these really attacking, positive innings. You think about that 198 and last Sussex game of 2022, which came off 170 odd balls. You think about the double hundred he scored in the List A tournament, and there's also a CricViz stat that's gone about that. Again, I'm going to get this wrong, but it's something like he gets out the least to the drive in the county game, or he did at one point. I think so. I'm probably getting it wrong, but that was my impression.
Fuller back in the attack. A different end this time. His first ball offers a bit of width to Patel, who clattered that. was a shot of some authority. Maybe a little loosener. Fuller did all of his work before tee from the Vauxhall end. He's coming in from the pavilion end this time. He picked up Ollie Pope. He's getting a lot of swing, a lot of away swing to the right-handers. He's got 2 left-handers here, so it's a slightly different challenge. Yeah, the reason why that stat feels surprising is because he drives a lot. But actually, when thinking about what we saw of him today, he had a very good judge of length. He didn't go after balls unless they were right up. So maybe, and that's another lovely shot, little more than a push, and that's been perfectly timed by Patel. So brace of boundaries to start Fuller's second spell. Just what Surrey need to relieve a little bit of the tension engendered by those 4 wickets. See that again, he played that perfectly. Waited for it, no real follow through. So I wonder if maybe he's just a very good judge of what to drive at. He puts the drive away unless it's so full, he's going to get it. So there was no wafting, was there?
But you've kind of almost got these contradictions of these ultra-attacking innings and this, and the white ball as well. But this actual quite traditional player who really constructs innings. I mean, we didn't see it today because he got out prematurely, but that's kind of what it feels, almost as contradictions.
Yes, I can see why you'd be interested in that with your journalist hat on.
I interviewed him before the start of the season, and it was he seemed very positive and lots of good vibes in terms of moving down to Hampshire, but it does feel like coming from Sussex, where he came through the academy, and was almost a big fish in a small pond, if you like, that moving to Hampshire and opening in this kind of attack is a real kind of coming of age almost moment for him, and it was disappointing to see him get out in the way he did today in that kind of context.
I can see how that would be disappointing. There was a fairly decent chunk of me that went, oh, sorry, might have dodged a bullet there.
Yeah.
He was looking at a very good touch. Just to note, that last ball started it a bit slower and wider, and it really boomeranged. But again, just a little too short. We're seeing the difference here between the way Fuller bowls to right-handers and left-handers. He was bowling quicker from the Vauxhall end, and he got a real groove going to Surrey's right-handers. He had Jamie Smith playing and missing, he had Pope playing and missing. To the left-handers, because he's trying to swing the ball into the left-hander, going round the wicket. It doesn't feel quite as threatening from this angle at the moment. But if he gets a late swing, it could be a different story. End of the over, productive one for Surrey, 66 for 4, 25 overs gone. I saw some criticism of him for leaving Sussex, and I did think that was a bit one-eyed, really.
It was quite murky where he left, because he had a falling out with Paul Farbrace at some point in the season, and then there was all that getting run out at the non-strikers end.
3 times.
Equally hilarious and tragic each time it happened.
Yes.
And then he got injured. He injured his hand coming back from injury playing a club game, I think. So it kind of felt like a stop-starty season. But in terms of the opportunities at Sussex versus the opportunities at Hampshire, if you've got the kind of potential behind him, it makes sense to have moved to Hampshire, where there was an opening for an opener in their 11. But yeah,
he's moving also into the first division.
Exactly.
These things are inevitable, aren't they? I mean, that's sort of what's going to happen when you have a 2-divisional system.
Yeah, exactly.
And Hampshire, a club with a test match ground. I mean, I know it'd be disappointing for Sussex fans to lose a player that they've invested a lot of time and money in, but I'm afraid that is the way the system works. Now Mohammed Abbas is coming into the attack, and now Abbott got to bowl from the same end in both of his spells, but Mohammed Abbas is now bowling from the Vauxhall end. He started at the Pavilion end. We've had Fuller switch as well. Wonder what's behind all that. just evaded the keeper, running down towards the boundary, and it will just get there. Leg by signalled once again. Surrey won't mind how they come at the moment, because they're teetering just a little bit here in the teeth of some really terrific bowling from Hampshire. We've seen great cricket today. Both attacks have been remorseless, accurate, dangerous. It's a slightly different threat you get from Mohamed Abbas.
I was thinking while watching him bat very briefly earlier that Mohamed Abbas is actually one of the most watchable players with both bat and ball in the county championship. And we were discussing watching him bat because the first ball he faced, it looked like he ducked almost before the ball had bounced. And we were discussing over in the office, if you can't see the ball, how much can that be taught? Like there's a way to teach technique, and there's a natural hand-eye coordination thing, but how natural is actually being able to see the ball? Because every coach will tell you when you first start batting, whatever level you're at, watch the ball. Well, what if you can't see it?
You can't see it, exactly. That was Bill Bowes' problem, among others, and Ed Giddins. Ed Giddins had that problem because he didn't realise that he was short-sighted, so the story goes.
How did you find out?
Well, I think eventually he had an eye test. Oh, I've never been able to see the ball for a good reason. Which is a bit of a disappointment, isn't it? No, it's a very good point you make there. And it was rather hilarious. He was sort of in the crouching position, almost as the bowler was in his load up, wasn't he?
Yeah. But it wasn't actually that high. He almost ducked into it.
Yes, and he left the periscope up as well. It could have been a rather comical dismissal, that. And just to say that Abbas, I don't know whether it's because he's bowling at two left-handers here and coming round the wicket, and the ball is swinging, just hasn't quite got control of his accuracy so far. First ball speared down the leg side, thereafter he's over-corrected a bit into the offside. Three slips still waiting hungrily. So the over safely negotiated. A maiden, though, four leg byes have come off it. 70 for 4 Surrey. Forecast not great for the weekend, but the game has moved on at quite a pace, to say the least. Just a reminder there, by the way, about these best bowling averages by seamers since the beginning of the century. It's almost a bit of a surprise to you. Mohamed Abbas and Kyle Abbott, the two best at the top. You think about how many seamers have been around in the last 24 years.
I guess slightly surprising, but every April when a video of Mohamed Abbas taking 8 for...
True, yeah. That's too short and put away. Good shot by Rory Burns on top of it. There's a big gap through point. It's also a short boundary out there. And Fuller, just since he's come back from the pavilion end, bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, hasn't got it right yet.
Dale Stein's on that list of best averages.
He is.
Did you know he was in a film that's currently on Netflix? It was made a few years ago.
No.
In an Adam Sandler film that I only found out about this week because I came home and my housemates, who are very non-cricket watching, were watching a film and Dale Steyn pops up on the screen.
And you went, hang on.
And I went, that's Dale Steyn.
And they went, who?
Yeah.
I mean, the heresy of that, of course, you've got to let go, but... Wow, and Adam Sandler, how big a part?
Cameo role as himself.
Oh.
But,
Adam Sandler?
Yeah.
So it's an American film?
Yeah, but part of it's set in South Africa.
Oh, I see, okay.
But yeah, my housemate said, oh, I had no idea he was actually a real cricketer. I was like, no, that is Dale Steyn.
You're talking about one of the greatest fast bowlers ever to walk the planet.
Yeah.
How dare you? You've been telling me they can't recognise Tom Richardson next. Now, interestingly, Fuller has abandoned the round the wicket approach to come over the wicket. South African cricketers who crop up in different parts of the entertainment landscape. Have you ever seen? Is it A.B. de Villiers' song? Is it A.B. de Villiers? In the rain, playing a guitar in the rain. Have you ever seen this?
I'm vaguely aware of some song with A.B. de Villiers.
Have you? I urge you, go and find it, and report back. That's a beauty. Goes past the outside edge, and he looks a lot more comfortable from over the wicket, does Fuller, than round the wicket here. Bowlers can be like that sometimes. Yes, well, I urge all of you, just get into YouTube, and it's a truly remarkable song and a remarkable video in which he is drenched in water by a waterfall. I'm not quite sure what the song's about, but then I'm particularly bad with poetry and lyrics generally. I thought Blondie's Heart of Glass was about something beautiful, because heart-shaped out of glass sounded nice to me. My wife had to tell me that it was a much sadder song than I was giving it credit for. And I'm still convinced that there's a line in a David Bowie song and Lenin's on sale again, and my wife tells me that's not the case. There's lemons on sale again. She says no, it's not that. It's completely wrong.
Well, it was the Sean Paul thing, wasn't it? That he's actually saying Chanderpaul.
Right.
So in all of Sean Paul's songs, I'm not going to do an impression, but he starts the song by saying Sean Paul, and he's actually saying Chanderpaul.
Chanderpaul.
Yeah.
Like you would. That's nicely played. Just with a single though, as once again Fuller falls over in his follow through. End of the over. 6 more from that. 76 for 4. The ball's still swinging though. There's still danger out there. It's just that the Hampshire bowlers just in the last 15 minutes or so have just not got their radar quite right. So anyway, get out there, go and check that out on YouTube, and you will be genuinely amazed at what you find. Brett Lee did songs as well, didn't he? I always think...
This is quite an Australian thing to do, actually.
Does really. But I hate it when I see on Twitter people saying, stick to football if you're a football, football player or whatever. There's no reason why people should stick to anything. But... I think when sports people generally attempt to break open the pop market, it can have unfathomable consequences.
Well,
Mark Butcher's a bit different.
Yes.
But then he's not really pop, is he? I mean, he's a slightly more sophisticated musician, you'd probably say.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, the day that a Kevin Peterson lyric pops up in a Taylor Swift song, I think we know is the day to call it a day.
Good Lord. Well, a Kevin Peterson lyric, I suppose it would be, it was a good shot, it was a very good shot, it was a very, very good shot, actually. A man for whom the outer reaches of Roger's thesaurus have not really been explored. He's very good at berries, though.
Very good at berries.
He's very, very good at berries. In fact, he's very, very, very good at berries. Listen out for that little trope. You want to? Yeah. We could be here a while. Kevin had a brief sojourn back in London. Now he's back on the IPL coverage.
Yeah, I was listening to him before I came over here, actually.
Yeah?
I don't know what they're doing anymore, but Phil Saltonson and Orion were absolutely bashing it around.
Again?
Yeah.
The Sunil Narayan story at the top of the order is very odd, because the first sort of 10 times he had a go at it, he averaged 8 at a strike rate of 90. And then suddenly got an 80, and then his very first 100 in all professional cricket. Now, do you know when England's T20 squad is announced, or have I missed it?
I believe it will be on Tuesday.
Tuesday, next week?
Next week, at some point.
This is where I have to remember what day of the week it is now. It's going to be this weird thing. It happened to me in the last game when Phil Walker looked despondent, I think, because Spurs were doing badly, and I thought, how can Spurs be doing anything? County cricket's on. Turned out it was Saturday, and I'd completely forgotten it's Saturday. Nice solid defensive shot from Patel. Well, this could be tight. The throw goes in at striker's end. I wonder if he might not have had a dart at the non-striker's end there. I'd like to see this again. It's a nice solid shot. Gets well forward. Slightly hesitates. I think he might have been better off then throwing at the other end. And we've got proper sunshine. Don't for 1 minute think that it means it's warm out there, by the way. It has been a very, very chilly day here at the Oval, especially if you're high up. There is a brisk wind, which is rather swirling. It's hard to tell which bowlers it'll be helping here. Another single to finish the over, and Surrey just ticking over quite nicely here. These two have put on 34. 28 overs gone, 78 for 4. The deficit down to just 73. Now, is there any word? I'm trying to probe your journalistic mind. Oh, are you off?
I think I am off, yes.
Just before you go, do you know any news on the bat width scandal or not? Because there's 10 points here that we're keeping our eyes out for.
I don't. I think there's something about the gauge was maybe dodgy, but I don't know much about that. I try to not get involved in millimetres and all that kind of stuff. It's too specific.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Well, Katya, we're going to let you go. Andrew Samson's going to come in. As Surrey look to chip away at that rather skinny first innings total for Hampshire. 151 if you're just joining us. Bowled out today. Seamers did all the damage. 3 wickets for Atkinson, for Worrell, Jordan Clark, and 1 for Kemar Roach. And Andrew Samson is alongside me.
Hello, Daniel.
G'day.
G'day. No, it's Australia.
Oh, yes, that's right.
South African cricketers in movies.
Oh, yeah.
You'll like this one.
Eddie Barlow.
Not that far back.
Give me an idea of the part played.
This is the fun part of the whole thing.
Okay,
it's a movie about Hansie Cronje,
right?
Which was actually made by his brother a few years after he died and all that. And the person who played the part of Alan Donald is someone you've heard of. Dane Villas, a well-known fast bowler.
Dane Villas?
Yes.
Didn't think to ask Alan Donald.
It might have been a bit.
I suppose he'd be a bit old. Would he be a bit old?
Would have been 40 odd by the time.
But I think if you want to get someone to play the part of a fast bowler,
yes, you preferably don't have a wicket keeper.
A wicket keeper batter, yeah.
Anyway, let's.
How did he get on?
Well, he had to do some bowling.
Yes. I suppose they've done a bit in the nets.
We'd have had a bit of practice on the nets and things. I suppose you can mimic the action and things, but that's not.
There's a lot of very bad cricket on film, I find. The recreation of cricket can be pretty tough. There was one called, was it the final test with the fellow who played Dixler Doc Green?
Yes.
A sort of Jack Hobbs style character he was sort of playing, wasn't he, I think?
Truman and Cowdery and guys like that were in that.
Yeah. Well, Truman's appeared, of course, in an episode of Dad's Army, which that was a very interesting moment, in which John Le Mesurier's character predictably scores a lot of runs, but you can tell it's going to go horribly wrong the moment the ball hits the stumps and the bowler appeals, and then the umpire gives it out. And
Yes.
Think, oh, dear, don't do that.
Not quite understanding the concept properly then, yes.
I know, but you would have thought that they might have had somebody to help research that side of things.
Yeah, you would.
Yes, terrible cricket in movies or on the TV. Get in touch with your memories. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. We've got Bodyline, of course, for the Australia mini-series, which was a truly hilarious abomination. I rather enjoyed it, strange kind of way, but...
Well, you enjoyed Bodyline generally, didn't you?
I did. I very much enjoyed Bodyline. I think I was getting something slightly different out of the mini-series from what was intended, because it was such a clearly one-sided hatchet job on two of the greatest men ever to walk the planet, namely Douglas Jardine and Percy Fender, that I ought to have been offended, but since I knew England were going to win, I didn't really mind.
You knew what the score was going to be?
I did, yeah.
No spoilers.
Now he's gone after that. Short, pulled away into the outfield. Hasn't quite got hold of it, Rory Burns, but he'll pick up a couple. Salt's out, by the way. Out for 75. Bowled by Sam Curran. But he was striking at 202, so he must have got that off 37 balls.
So you're playing Lancashire, aren't they?
Sort of. Now then, that's the end of the over. 80 for 4.
Yeah, there was a baseball movie, one of the early days of baseball movies, on Lou Gehrig, the guy who died of what's now Lou Gehrig's disease, motor neuron disease. And this film was made in the late 40s, I think. Gehrig died in the early 40s, and the guy who to play the batter was right-handed, and Gehrig was left-handed. And this is early days of television technology, film technology, and they had a revolutionary new piece of technology that flipped him around. Yeah, so he did the scenes batting right-handed.
Anyway, I see. Oh, cunning. You can get a bit unstuck by that, though, because sometimes you see the flipperoo happen by accident. My uncle was an actor in a couple of things, and he would get particularly annoyed when he saw that they'd got him driving a left-hand drive car. Now Bass is now finding that length. That's more like it. He was a bit wayward when he first came back from the Vauxhall end. But there's swing out there, and sometimes swing can be a bit of a bother for a bowler. You imagine, they must love it if it's swinging, but it makes it, sometimes it can be hard to control that swing, and we've seen it really hooping about today.
Yeah, you don't want it swinging too much as a general rule, do you?
And it misses those outside edges, doesn't it? As Fuller found. And Fuller's wicket fell to Ollie Pope leaving the ball, not going after it.
Yeah, exactly.
Beat the bat often enough. So 80 for 4, 71 runs behind. That's the bat out the day here. Surrey will be close to parity, you would think. Not far off.
20 odd left.
Yeah, 20 odd or so.
So 60 odd runs. Yeah, a bit close to parity. They need a good consolidation here between Burns and Patel, don't they?
They very much do. And these are the two Surrey batters for it, Andrew. I think you'll agree.
A lot of stickability there, isn't there? So
Surrey got a lot of dashing batters.
Yep.
But they've got a wide variety in that top six. I'd say Sibley, Burns, Patel would be more the the dig-in types.
Yep.
Pope, Lawrence, more than Jamie Smith.
Good to have
go after it.
It's good to have a combination of different types of players in a
batting
lineup.
Very important. Although I'm not sure that that's necessarily the message that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are taking.
No. Maybe that's why this is the first year so far in his entire career that Dom Sibley's got a strike rate of over 50.
It could be, couldn't it? Well, we saw Alex Lees when he was left out of the side become very pugnacious as he went back to Durham. Again, you see that movement away. Keeper taking the ball in front of first slip. Abbas, just take a look at those figures. Just coming towards the end of his 8th over. He's conceded 4 runs.
Yep.
He's not quite had it on a string in this spell, but some of his batters are being very watchful.
Yeah, I thought Hampshire's bowling just before tea was the best of the day. I think better than the Surrey bowlers, but it's not been quite the same since then, has it?
No, it was very testing just before tea. They get a leg bye to end the over. It'll still be a maiden though. Abbas 4 runs off 8 overs. Now you've been doing some work on the Kookaburra against the Duke's ball.
Yep.
And I think we're able to show you. Here we go.
There we go.
In the County Championship 2023, this is runs per wicket.
Yep.
So with the Duke's ball, seamers and spinners averaging 31.79. So call it 31.8 or all out 318. That's really the way to think about it. With seamers on top predominantly, spinners a pretty chunky high average that.
Yes.
Kookaburra,
carry on.
Kookaburra ball, again, sort of what you would expect perhaps. 36.11. That's a significant difference per innings. He's gone again. This time Patel going after the short ball. Don't think it's going to make it to the boundary, but they should get back for 3, and they do. So it's a couple of times now that Fuller's dropped short, and these left-handers have gone after. If we get back to that graphic, here we go. Kookaburra ball. So with the Kookaburra ball, you're expected to get a side out for about 361, which is a considerable difference.
Yep.
It's 44 per innings. Seamers 34.33, spinners 40.58. This year, Duke's ball.
So before you go to this year, those Kookaburra ball games were in June and July last year, if you remember.
Right.
So, so the difference, obviously, a little bit of a difference this year.
Yes.
Games in April.
Yes, and it seems that the Kookaburra ball in April is considerably less effective than any other type of ball. If we can go back to that graphic.
In the history of balls, just about.
Basically, that's 445 per innings.
On average, yes.
On average. But what's notable here is, even with the Duke's ball, the spinners are going at a lower average than the seamers, and this is in April.
In April.
But get all your myths.
Yep.
English cricket's not set up for spinners. Well, maybe captains didn't realise they'd been bowling the wrong bowlers. In April, we need to get the spinners on.
There you go. Well,
Surrey have taken that lesson, of course, with Cameron Steele. So look, with the Duke's ball, spinners going considerably better than seamers. That's counterintuitive. You wouldn't think that.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
But with the Kookaburra ball, spinners still slightly more effective than the seamers.
Yeah, I mean, as a general rule in cricket, when you do these kind of numbers, the seamers are certainly in the outside of Asia average better than spinners do all the time.
Oh, it's beaten him with a beauty. It's actually a rare ball that Fuller has bowled round the wicket to the left-hander that has caused problems or beaten the bat. He was bowling over the wicket to the right-handers. He was beating the bat ball after ball after ball, but since he's come round the wicket, the left-handers, he hasn't quite got it right this time. Spot on. Patel did well to miss that.
Yeah, so it's very unusual for spinners to have better averages than seamers, as I say, outside of Asia, which is the case this season with both balls so far. I presume over time that spinners will struggle a bit more with the Dukes.
Yes, I mean, this match here, we've had 14 wickets, all have gone to seam, and quite cheaply as well.
Yeah, this is kind of Surrey 2023 type of match, this one so far. Hasn't been a ball of spin so far. And, but, you know, on the other hand, Cameron Steele, leg spinner, leading wicket taker in the championship after the first 3 rounds.
Quite remarkable, that.
I did speculate that he was leading after 2 rounds as well with 14, and I was kind of speculating that maybe he'd be dropped for the Duke's ball, which would have been a bit unusual. But, you know, he played, got another 6 wickets. I mean,
when he's got the batting in his armoury as well, don't forget, which is helpful, I think. So that's the end of the over. 85 for 4. We're going to have a change in the commentary box for the next 10 overs. You're going to have Adam Collins alongside you and alongside Andrew Samson. And we've put out a little message asking about cricket on TV and film. We've talked about the last test, you know, the sort of Jack Hobbs style thing with Dixon and Doc Green. We've talked a little bit about body line, but I think this will play to your strengths, Adam Collins.
Rather you than me, Adam. I think you're more of a movie buff than I am.
Oh, I'm not really, but do we want to dig out my 10,000-word essay about Bodyline from university? Probably not.
Well,
would you believe that
1,000-word summary will
they let us take a unit at Monash Uni many years ago, which was the history of Australian film. And they let me do the whole thing on the Bodyline miniseries.
Oh, fantastic.
What a world.
Yeah.
Gotta love a BA. You get away with a lot. New over from Abbas begins here. Remember going through and reading all of the old articles that Tiger O'Reilly wrote for the Sydney Morning Herald about Bodyline.
Oh, yeah.
Fair to say he wasn't best pleased with the way it was put together.
Yes. Imagine.
There were lots of bits that were, embellished.
Yeah.
As you'd expect for something
Yeah,
like
there
that.
would have been, yeah.
And I remember one in particular, he was furious about the depiction of Don Bradman having a beer with the lads as a famous teetotal, and the natural division between O'Reilly and
yes,
that's
that's
well
right,
documented. Playing late there, Burns. He's there for 76 balls for his 24 so far. But yes, Hugo Weaving. I saw Hugo Weaving on in a TV series that I was watching on the flight back from New Zealand a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Playing a very sort of a very considered older man in this, probably playing a character a fair bit older than he is.
Okay.
I'm like, gee, that's Douglas Jardine. All grown up. And many other things as well.
Mm.
I'm a big fan of Gary Naylor, who is an excellent cricket writer and takes a keen interest in what's going on in the county game. For his blog, it gets reproduced on the Guardian's cricket website each week that he writes on the county game. He writes the film and television section in the Wisden Cricketer's Almanac each year. And I took issue with the fact that Gary somehow managed to miss the most important piece of what would you call it? Not cricket television, because that creative fiction cricket of the last 12 months. Because the idea is he goes through and picks out bits where cricket's appeared in unusual places and so on. It was the Bluey episode, I've no doubt, that had more of an influence on cricket, certainly in Australia, but beyond that as well, than anything else last year. I don't know, is this something that's been in your orbit at all by chance?
No,
I don't feel like it. Your kids are a bit too old for Bluey. Mine aren't. Mine are 4 and 1. Yes. My 4-year-old watches a lot of Bluey. And it is note perfect. So the premise of the episode is young, prodigy cricketer batting in a game with the dads and lads kind of thing, and no one can get him out. Yes. And you learn the story of why no one can get him out. And it's basically a Bradman parable of sorts, including the water tank, all these various bits and pieces. To the trained eye, you're like, this is glorious. This will bring any cricket person to tears almost. Such is the power of Bluey.
I better watch it.
You would love it. You would really love it. It's quite special. Amazing that these 7-minute episodes about a bunch of blue heelers can have an effect like this on people. Well, Abbas's maiden complete, none for 4 from 9. His analysis, 85 for 4. They trailed by 66. Hampshire. My apologies. After Hampshire were bowled out for 151 in the middle session on this first day after being sent in. But yes, it's the most watched television show in the world now, Bluey.
Really?
In terms of how they measure these things on streaming or whatever. I think it's the most requested show in the history of the BBC iPlayer.
Really?
And I wonder how many of them, me and my 4-year-old, request in the cricket episode. Ask for it over and over and over again.
Well, maybe I'll add to that number then.
Yeah, you should. I think you're right. I've got to. Yeah.
We'll have a look.
I think, although in saying that, I think the cricket one, you've got to have the other platform. Anyway, my point is that that might be on the Disney one. Okay. But still, the point stands that, and that was aired in Australia for the first time last year, and they did a countdown of the best Bluey episodes.
Yes.
Which they do once a year.
Yes.
Well wide of the off stump to start the new over from Fuller, who bowled so well before tea from our Vauxhall end. And in the countdown, cricket came number 1.
Number 1, yeah.
And it was the night of the Men's World Cup final in Ahmedabad last year, which felt fitting.
Yes.
Of all these like tear-jerking episodes, above them all, cricket was embraced. So,
fantastic.
Surrey broadcast at gmail.com. When cricket has been in film or in unusual places like that, let us know. Got a message in here from Paul. He's emailed in. Oh, that's not eventually been released. Thought it was going to be. Got through the action. It's making sure he's okay here, James Fuller. Looks like he's fine. Jeff Boycott was played by Patrick Malahide in a BBC One series in 1987. Okay, I'll take your word for it. What was the series, I wonder? Jeff Boycott played by Patrick Malahide. So Gubby Allen was played by a very famous Australian comic and writer, John Doyle, in Bodyline as well.
Okay.
Before he was a very famous comedian and writer when he was a much younger man. Leg stump line, unable to get it away.
Who was the guy who played Bradman?
Gary Sweet.
Yeah, Gary Sweet. Yeah,
again, Australian actor. I don't think he had much success outside of
that
the
name.
shores,
Yeah,
but
that was the name that came to mind. Yeah.
Yeah, Gary Sweet.
I presume you have a different view of Bodyline to what Daniel has.
You know, you'd be surprised. I'm pretty cool with it. Okay. I think it's a really interesting part of the game's history.
Yeah.
We're nearing another milestone, are we not? I know we had one last year, 90 years.
Yep.
Inside part of the bat, out to squarish mid-wicket. That'll be quite a big deal at the 100 years of Bodyline, won't it?
It will be, yeah.
2032, 33. They should play a. They should play a match.
A Bodyline match, yeah.
It's quite exciting that we're doing the sesquicentenary, isn't it?
Yeah,
You've seen reports of this. Yeah. There's going to be a one-off Test match in March 2027 to reflect the 150th anniversary of the first Test after the extraordinary centenary Test in 1970.
That's right. I don't suppose the one in 2027 will also be won by 45 runs.
We should be so lucky. We'll be talking it up.
Yeah.
Nice straight blade from Patel. He's looked good so far.
Yeah, 20. Let's get that. Let's make that happen. 20, 32, 33.
I reckon we should
Ashes
play.
Match.
We should play
with no rules of where the fielders can be. No rules on how many bounces you can bowl it over.
We should be played at Adelaide, which was I guess where Bodyline boiled over. They should. Maybe they should wear the same protective equipment that was worn in 32, 33.
Although that might be health and safety might not go with that. Yeah.
There was someone who tried to replicate it about 10 years ago. A writer called Adam Zwar, who's excellent writer, thinker.
Most familiar, yeah.
Yes, he's had a lot of success over the years with the television show Wilfred, which a lot of people might have seen 15 years ago or so. But he made a documentary for the ABC where he subjected himself to facing Brett Lee in effectively what Australia wore during Bodyline. And commissioned him to just bowl an over of bounces at him. That was the last scene. That was the climax of the documentary. Pretty exciting and mad.
Yes.
Driving to finish, finding the gap, 4 runs. So he joins Burns on 24. That's Patel's best shot. Came out looking to play his shots before tea. 89 for 4, or just after tea, I should say. So both men on 24, getting there in slightly different fashion, with Burns really digging in so far, but Fuller, last ball of the over, giving him something to drive and hitting towards the short rope.
Yeah, nice shots. He's looked pretty good, hasn't he? And now, as you say, he caught Burns a bit earlier as well, but he coming in at number 6, he's got the same number of runs as number 1, which doesn't happen all that often.
So cricketers on TV and film, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. That's our topic of conversation as we drift, as is our want on the Surrey stream. All sorts of television shows and films have done cricket pretty badly. Hard to film, I guess. There was an episode of Downton Abbey many years ago where they had a cricket scene and it didn't look quite right. There was a teammate of mine at the time was commissioned to play the big gorgeous fast bowler.
Okay.
I think they might have had a bit to do with our chairman at the time, who was a star of Downton Abbey.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Carter.
Yes, indeed. But it seems that no one's really nailed the art of making cricket look realistic in film. That the 1983 Bollywood film a couple of years ago. Was it called 1983? the India World Cup Bollywood film.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Which they actually put an advertisement out to ask for cricketers to play in it.
Okay.
And Phil Walker had a dart at trying to get in.
Yes.
I think he might have even been. He'll tell us. He might have been shortlisted or something like that. Got a feeling maybe Trevor Chappell might have been who he was trying to play.
Okay.
But they had some cricketers. Bharat Sundaresan wrote something about it at the time.
Yeah.
Who came from that stock. I feel like maybe Tej Narayan Chandapal, I think, was in it in the film.
Okay.
But yes, typically the cricket scenes aren't too crash shot in these types of things.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel was saying the same thing.
Under his eyes, Burns to 25 behind point.
I mean, Daniel was pointing out that, you'd see a scene when somebody would get bowled and the bowler would appeal, which is kind of obviously a lack of understanding of the game from the filmmakers, apart from some of the actual filming of the stuff. I was also, I don't know if you heard that, but I don't know if you know that there was a film on Hansi Cronje, which Frans Cronje, his brother, made, and the part of Alan Donald was played by Dane Villas.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Not exactly a fast bowler.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I feel like I did know that, but
yeah,
prompting the memory. Yes, the Bluey episode does that really well. Like, you watch it from a technical perspective,
Yeah.
and like, that looks like a fast bowler.
Okay.
That looks like a square cut.
Yeah, that's good.
Like that, they got those little touches. Wouldn't work otherwise, right? For an Australian audience, primarily.
Well, yeah,
It
it's
just
probably
wouldn't
not. Yeah.
fly.
They couldn't get away with it. Yeah,
No.
that's true. Abbott' economy rate's gone up slightly this over.
Properly good.
Profit.
Yeah. Doesn't want it enough. Still got the 3 catches behind the wicket for Patel. Waits the call. No single. Trying to think of other times where cricket's featured in films. There's a great Australian film called Look Both Ways, where William McInnes plays cricket on the Saturday afternoon after being diagnosed with cancer, which I thought was quite a relatable Australian thing. What are you going to do after something? I'm just going to play cricket like I normally do, right?
Well,
There's no...
yeah.
Outside the off stump by some way there. Ends the over. 61 mile an hour. That's not quick. 90 for 4 the score. Gentle medium pace from Abbas, but they're struggling to get him away.
Lagarne's the famous one, isn't it? Cricket movie. Is it Lagarne?
Got one here from... I think I can't tell whether that's on my screen Jenny Moore or Jeremy Moore. I'll ask my producer to... Yeah, Jeremy Moore. Thank you, Sharky. Next door, communicating through the screen. Jeremy says, read your discussion of terrible depictions of cricket on the screen. Jeremy says, in Master and Commander, starring that cousin of highly distinguished cricketers, Russell Crowe, there's a scene of cricket being played on the beach. A bowler delivers the ball overarm. Since the film is set at the time of Nelson, this is a good half century or more before the practice was legalised.
There you go.
Love it.
The classic time errors in movies, people wearing watches while playing Spartacus or whatever it is, that sort of thing. Yes.
Got to get the continuity right.
Yep.
Brad Wheel, he'll get it right. Leg stump to begin though. Worked into the onside. Yes, there've got to be others. Cricket in film over the years. Cricket on television. Oh, of course, there's Kath and Kim. Where Shane Warne has a cameo in Kath and Kim bowling the flipper.
Yeah.
Which I'm not even sure it actually was the flipper for what it's worth, but whatever. Yeah. It was at the back of the hand from Warney in the scene in question, but Warney, I think he also bowled in Neighbours, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Another leg stump delivery from Wheel, helped down for 1 beneath our commentary position, collected by Holland, who's been subbing throughout.
Was it a young Warne or an older Warne? Because he didn't bowl the flipper much later on in his career, did he, with the shoulder problems?
Captain Kim, sort of early 2000s, probably post when...
So probably post when he was bowling it regularly in Test cricket, yeah. Played for 4 different counties in his last 7 championship matches, Wheel. Which is a pretty good effort.
Slightly unusual.
Yeah.
Back of a length from Alex here. About 15 years ago, an Australian friend took me to see the London premiere of I Know How Many Runs You Scored Last Summer, a cricket-themed horror film where people were killed off in a cricket theme. The scene with a box is not for the squeamish.
Yeah, I'll give that one a miss.
That might be sort of your David Lloyd falling into the box type thing. Okay, noted. Oh, there are loads and loads of nominations coming through here now. Patel pushing into the onside. There's quite a good one in the West Wing. There's quite a good storyline in the West Wing with Danny Concannon working out that there must have been something amiss with the killing of the fictional dictator based on where they'd left their cricket gear in a Bermuda airstrip or something like that.
Yeah, they had a major, well, this is obviously quite a long time ago, they had it was a major international match between Bermuda and Scotland, if I remember correctly.
Well, it could happen. It could be Brad Wheel bowling to Delroy Rollins.
Yeah.
Scotland to Wheel bowling at the moment.
It was
Delray who played for Bermuda.
That's right. But yes, it wasn't, it was made out as a major match between basically two associate countries at the time.
Don't mind that at all. I'm surprised Daniel didn't pick up the Midsummer Murders option here. There's been 1, 2, 3 episodes of Midsummer Murders. Daniel
only
records every episode of that on his
yeah.
end of the over 91 for 4. They trail by 60. Got one in here from Sunil. I switched on and you were talking about cricket films and TV shows. There was an Anglo-Indian film called Lagan around 2001 that was on general release in the UK, if I recall. It was 4 hours long. And it was a cricket match between a village side in India against a British colonial side. I could be wrong. I think there was a bet involved. If the village won, they didn't need to pay their taxes. I don't think there were any stars. I could be wrong. As for TV programs, I can only think of an episode of Dad's Army with Fred Truman. Oh, hope he cashed in there. Playing cricket. Very good. Oh, there was an entire mini-series made called How's That? The Kerry Packer story of World Series cricket. Again, we're looking maybe 10 or 15 years ago. The aforementioned Adam Zwa's in that, actually.
Okay.
He plays can't remember if he plays Alan Shields rather, or Peter McFarlane. I think it's Peter McFarlane, the journalist who broke the story with one of the two journos who famously broke that story open during the aforementioned centenary test.
Yep. 1977. You weren't even around then, were you?
A little bit before my time.
I'm old enough to remember all those stories. Anyway.
Has the opening scene of Neighbours been mentioned yet? The cast playing cricket on Ramsay Street. Great call from Graham. Kyle Abbott, he's back. First ball worked out to deep square for 1. Another message in saying perhaps they should have a Bodyline episode of Bluey. That would be worth a watch. Well, the short ball does kind of feature. So that the prodigy, his name is Rusty.
Yes.
And the last scene, without giving you a spoiler, the mini spoiler.
Okay.
The last scene, I'll simply say, it kind of infers that he might go on to play Test cricket.
Okay.
It's a tear-jerking final scene.
Yes.
And he has to sort out his play against the bigger local dog, who's a fast bowler, before he can conquer his fears. Back foot punch, no run. You're going to enjoy this tonight, Samo. I might give you my Disney login to have a watch. I think it's on Disney at the moment.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure of this.
Okay. Bluey.
We'll talk about it again tomorrow. Other streaming services do exist. Well, that's more a BBC thing to say. There was a Muhammad Azruddin film, wasn't there?
Oh yes.
There was a hagiography, probably.
Probably, yeah.
And there was a Dhoni film that I like to think Brat might have made $1 or $2 out of, given he wrote the book about Dhoni, that maybe got a consultancy fee or something like that.
Well, hopefully.
Oh, a film called The Dish, an Australian film where they were...
I've watched that very good film about the dish, the satellite dish tracking the moon landing.
That's right.
In Parkes,
New South Wales.
Was there cricket in that?
Yes, there was. Oh, inside edge again. Not quite inside edge, more a shank to deep square. Patel up to 25. They trail by 58. They play cricket on the satellite dish.
Oh, yes, that's right.
One of the scenes there.
It's a great movie, that.
I like how it's got here. Home and away, multiple episodes.
Yes.
In the list I've now brought up.
Yeah.
And there are many, many television shows in India where they've featured cricket at one stage or another.
Yes. I suppose India and Australia are the countries where there's most of it.
Oh, I've got a question for you after this ball. Chariots of Fire, it says here. From 19... I don't remember the cricket scene in Chariots of Fire.
I don't know about a cricket scene. I know Derek Pringle's in it.
He is. Dell's an extra.
Because he was at Cambridge at the time, yes. Was there a cricket scene?
Might be listening. Hello if you are, Derek. I don't remember a cricket scene. Maybe it's in the quad when they lap the quad at the start.
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe they've got some cricket going on in there. Straight blade again. That'll complete the over. 2 runs from it. 13 overs left in the day, which should give Surrey enough time to reach parity, you would think, although they're not going quickly so far. 2.58 runs and over for their 93 for 4 from 36. They lost 3 of those 4 wickets in a hurry either side of tee. So the first to fall was Dom Sibley, bowled by an Abbott beauty for 4. It was 4 for 1, then it was 24 for 2, and Ollie Pope chopped Fuller on. He's trying to leave it, little under edge into his leg stump in Fuller's first over. Bowled for 13. Then Jamie Smith, bowled from the last ball of the session by Brad Wheel, another gem of a ball that held its line and hit the top of off, also for 13. And after tea, Dan Lawrence went across his stumps to Abbott, and Abbott snuck it through, leg before for 2. Forceful, straight pull, Patel. No ball 4. 6 runs from the delivery. Gets that deficit down to 52, and Patel overtakes Burns with the boundary. That is the 4th 4 in his innings so far.
It's a 50 partnership. 55 from 99 balls.
Just when they needed it.
Yep.
Having lost that 4th wicket with a score on 44. Earlier today, Hampshire lost their 5th wicket with a score on 55, if you're interested in those things.
Some of us sadly are.
Yes. 2 hands up in the commentary box. So 1 short of the 100. The 2 runs for the front foot no ball. It was a Shield game settled by that many years ago. A front foot no ball, which was the difference. It was the last ball of the match or something like that.
Okay.
Wayne Holdsworth.
Wayne Holdsworth. Here's a name from the past. What was it, 85 or 89 tour he came
93.
93.
Had a big 93 Ashes and had a really big time off the field, judging by interviews since when they played every county and universities, combined universities, minor counties. They were proper tours.
Yep, proper tours in those days.
And one of those quirks of the 93 series, who I'm sure you know this, who led the bowling averages, the reserve wicketkeeper, Tim Zura, who nearly got a test here at the Oval. They nearly played 3 spinners at the Oval, Warne, May and Zura in the final test. Okay. Such was Zura's form with the ball.
I mean he was a good leg spinner.
Yeah.
In between keeping wicket.
Got a message in here from Sam Keir, who does a great job with the ECB on the press ops side of things, media ops.
Shot.
Forceful, dispatched. Patel seeing him really nicely. Down the ground off the back foot. Square driving one with plenty of width. They bring up the 100, 103 for 4. This partnership building up to 59. Shot.
A few more like that and parity by end of day is on. I suppose 4 and over though.
So Sam notes here there's a scene in John Borman's Hope and Glory, which is a very moving example of cricket in film. He sent me a link, I'll watch that later. Good response from Wheel. So after giving him a 4 ball, tucked in close, bat and pad together. Thank you, Sam. Sam's been making that podcast with David Visa.
Oh, okay.
It's called, I should know because I've interviewed Visa about it. It's called something like Gun for Hire, or
something like that.
It's about his life as a T20 pro.
Yep.
going around the world. It's really interesting. Yorks him again, well bowled. So wheel 2 full straight deliveries after being carved away for 4. But the conceit is that you know, David Wiese has had this most unusual career, which he would have documented in South Africa.
Yep.
It's called Hitman for Hire. And yes, the idea of the podcast is tracking his year being a cricketing freelancer, having left the England system when the Colpack arrangements finished up.
Interesting. I knew his mother when she was scoring for Northern Transvaal at one point.
Right.
So there you go.
Wheel finishes here. So 10 runs from the over, including the sundries. I believe you're jumping out, Andrew Samson.
I am.
It's been most fun talking with you. It always is. I'm going to keep you to account. You're going to listen. You're going to watch Bluey tonight.
I'm going to watch Bluey tonight.
I'll give you my Disney login. Okay. 103 for 4.
Is that the login? And yes, the great, who's a true expert on films, is going to come in and tell you all about the movies we've missed.
Yes, Rana is joining Andrew Samson, the best statistician in the whole wide world, leaves the box. Thank you, Samo. G'day, Yaz. First time we've been together today.
Yeah, and a really good passage of play for both Rory Burns and Ryan Patel, two left-handers who had difficult 2023s, really do the business for Surrey today. I was thinking on Patel, I think his story over the last couple of years really sums up the precariousness of the life of a county cricketer. In 2022, he averages 40 for the side that wins the championship. Opening the batting, plays every game in the season. Surrey signed Dom Sibley before the 2023 season. Patel isn't in the side anymore. He gets a few opportunities. He isn't opening the batting anymore. We see here today he's at number 6, sometimes batting 4, depending on who was absent in 2023. And suddenly can't find a spot on the side.
Yeah, that's right. When Hashim Amla made way, my assumption was that was going to work out quite well for Ryan Patel, having done so well in 2022, playing every single game. Mentioned before, his first class stats aren't just the 14 championship games. He played the Sri Lankan Development 11 as well. Like, he did everything that could have been asked of him that year. 3 centuries, you know, having worked his way up into that spot. Just at the right age as well. I think he was 23 through the course of that season, but you know, used sparingly since, and didn't make much of a contribution last year. Was used last week against Kent and made 30. Well, he's up to 33 here and making the most of it, but has to go on with it. The only way he probably stays in the team is by making himself undroppable at this stage of his career. Bit like Cam Steele, perhaps, where Cam Steele started the season in the side, and they may not have expected Cam Steele playing the first 4 games, but wickets, and, well, can't leave him out now.
It is ruthless. I mean, even there's a very highly rated young player, Ben Geddes, who averages high 30s from his short first class career so far. Went on loan to Kent last summer, so obviously highly rated. Division 1 counties are interested in his services. He can't get a look in at the moment.
Nice shake from Abbott round the wicket. Yeah, it's a club that, well, it's a destination club for obvious reasons here at Surrey. But if you're on the way up from within the system, you've got to be very, very good. Amir Verdi's another who, I know that the use of spin's been contested space for Surrey, but you go back 3 or 4 seasons and he was on a Lions trip, was he not? Oh, through nearly, ever so close to that outside edge, and to go from that to not really playing any cricket at all, it's the depth that Surrey enjoy, but also the challenge for players outside the first 11.
Yeah, I mean, Verdi was a key part of their championship win in 2018. He played pretty much every game. I think he would have been 19-20 at the time. There was chat that he would go to Sri Lanka with a senior England squad. Just missed out on selection there. Went as a reserve to India in 2020-21. But yeah, has barely played a game for Surrey in the 3 seasons since.
Gosh, that's right. I forgot he was on that trip in India, wasn't he? In 2020-21, that ill-fated trip, end of the over, 1 run from it, 104 for 4. So that indicates just how highly he was rated from the powers that be. But yes, if you can't get a game, you can't press for selection in simple terms. And second team cricket, I'm not sure where that fits in.
He's been doing well every time I've checked the numbers. I gained access to a county cricket equivalent to Stats Guru in the last week, and I spent a lot of time.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Can I pay you off?
I will talk to you afterwards, Adam.
Okay.
Blimey. And what I found really interesting is looking at players who've had success in Division 1. So Verdi sticks out as an English spinner who has a very good Division 1 record. And there aren't that many who have taken significant number of wickets in Division 1 who are England qualified over the last 10 years. And he's got a very decent record, averages around 30, 100 or so wickets.
Stats Guru for first class cricket, I can't get beyond that. There's Samo's database, which you can't use on Apple products, which has been, I don't know how many times I've had this conversation with him over the years. Get with the program, Samo. Anyway, this sounds like we've got some promise here. A couple of last notes. We'll tie up some loose ends here during this over. From Jack, one of the funniest I've seen. This is cricketers and film and television. An episode of The Simpsons when they arrived in Australia and interrupted a Sheffield Shield game. Very good. That must not have been the famous Australian episode. And this is from John. The final test. I think this started the conversation actually. Set at the Oval. Many England cricketers at the time. Hutton, Compton, Bedser, Evans, Laker, Cyril Washbrook, and plus John Arlott doing the commentary. I saw it once and it was ... okay, says John Birch. And Xavier Voigt Hill, not quite cricketers in film, but close enough to merit a mention. Middlesex's Ethan Bamber. This is good. This is the right place to leave it. Clip. That's deep square 1 for Burns. Up to 29 from 94 balls. So Ethan Bamber, who opens the bowling for Middlesex, his parents are both actors. His dad played Hitler in Valkyrie alongside Tom Cruise, Kenneth Branagh and Bill Nighy. And yes, I think that was a Nick Friend piece many years ago that brought that to our attention. Ethan's one of the most softly spoken, delightful young men you'll ever meet. He lives one street behind me, and you occasionally run into him, you know, as you do when you're living near somebody. He could not be a nicer human being, young Ethan. But yes, famous parents, and didn't go into the acting himself. I think he did study it, and he studied religious...
theology, I think.
Theology, yeah. At university. So a mindful kind of cat. There you go. That's it for today on surreybroadcast@gmail.com. You can keep communicating with us, but we'll put the film stuff to one side. That was fun for a quiet half an hour.
Theology was my degree.
Was it?
Yeah.
Punching again. Patel's looking really good, especially off the back foot. When attacking that short boundary, his timing's been spot on. He's 37, they trail by 42.
It's a really good shot from Rory Burns. As we look at the replay here, not a lot of width from Wheel. It's not particularly short either, but it times that to perfection. Pierces the gap between deep third and sort of shortish cover point. Moves on to 37.
Liking this a lot. Good on him. Keep going. I think most cricket fans acknowledging there'll be a lot of Hampshire people listening to this as well, and fair enough. 5 off the over, 109 for 4. I'm saying that as a lover of the story, you know, missing out on so much cricket, getting the chance and making it count on a day which has been tough for bat over ball.
And we talked about how competitive it is here at Surrey, but on the flip side, I think they really do reward players, you mentioned Steele earlier, who aren't initially in their plan A at the start of the season. If someone performs, contributes, and puts a case forward that can't be ignored, they do listen to that. You know, Cam Steele, he's playing his 4th game in a row. That probably wasn't necessarily plan A at the start of the season. I think of Tom Laws. I don't think when he came into the side a couple of years ago they necessarily envisaged him playing as much first team cricket as he has gone on to. So if he gets the runs, it'll be a very awkward selection conundrum for Surrey, given the breadth of talent they have in that dressing room.
Well, no game next week. Next round, you'd assume Folkes comes back automatically. They've already rested Pope. Burns and Sibley pick themselves. Yeah. that does get interesting. Abbott bails out here when he's about to start. He's fresh over to the captain, Burns. In a way, they've been saved from making a tough decision so far this year because they've had a couple of England players given a chance to refresh. Atkinson as well only played at home. Worrell missed the first couple of games with a neck injury.
As I understand it, the essentially contracted players are playing 5 out of 7 in this first block of games. So Pope's already had his 2 that he's sat out, so he'll be involved from here on in. I think folks who played in the first 3 weeks, he will probably miss another game.
Right.
But yeah, you know, that would be a very, very difficult decision for Surrey if Patel goes on to make a really significant score. He's already made a huge contribution here. Just looking at some of the cricket happening elsewhere in the world, Johnny Bairstow, who was out of the Punjab Kings side for a few games, he's currently 93 not out of 39 deliveries, as Punjab, this sounds ridiculous but it's true, are on course to chase down 262.
Oh yeah. Lots of sixes, eh? Hope they've all had a nice time. I mean, good on Johnny, but that's reaching a, if it hasn't already, that's reaching a tipping point surely when we talk about, I suppose, this faint, vague idea of ball competing with bat. And there was a time there, you know more about this than I do, there was a time there where it felt like if you were a highly skilled bowler, that mattered in the IPL. Increasingly it feels like if you finish with none for 50 or 4, you've done a pretty good job.
Oh, 100%. For me, I think ground sizes are just too small. The older venues are just not fit for purpose. If you have a good pitch, especially with that impact sub rule now that really incentivises players to go harder.
Interesting that Rohit Sharma spoke about that last week, as with his Indian captain hat on, saying that it's not best practice to prepare for a World Cup with a different configuration to what you ever could have it in international. In other words, the impact sub means you can bat one deeper. Oh, past the edge, lovely bowling, tempter again.
Well, the impact sub rule, if deployed in international cricket, would benefit India more than any other team. And I really do wonder if the World Cup doesn't go the way India hope it does, given their lack of resources in the all-rounder department. Hardik Pandya's having a really difficult time of it. Sanjay Manjrekar said yesterday that he wouldn't pick Pandya in the squad for the World Cup, which I disagree with, however badly Hardik's going. He's by so far their number 1 seam bowling all-rounder.
Ends a good over from Abbott. He's bowled 12 of them, 2 for 34, 110 for 4. They trail by 41. The hosts with Burns and Patel ticking along nicely. Their partnership's up to 66.
So yeah, I wonder if BCCI eventually put pressure on the ICC to introduce the impact sub at international level.
Is it too late to get it in for, I mean...
Given what we've seen in the last few months, nothing would surprise me.
It's a fair, I mean, I hadn't thought of it until you said it out loud then, but why wait till the next World Cup cycle? The World Cup's only 6 weeks away. I mean, effectively, the ICC decision-making power sits with the BCCI, so impact sub for the USA.
It could happen.
Party in the USA. I mean, it's not the wildest thing.
Well, I mean, so much
playing conditions, yeah, sure, but it's like, I guess it's like a piece of legislation. It can be amended.
Well, I mean, for the 2023 World Cup that was in India, how soon before the competition were fixtures properly in the diary?
Yeah.
Weeks, right?
That's a really good one to keep an eye on. Will the impact sub appear at this year's T20 World Cup? Starts on the 1st of June. I'll be there for that. America versus Canada. Burns gets tangled up there. It spills in. It's in front of him actually. 8.5 overs to go on this first day. So that's in Dallas, Texas. Never been to Dallas. Then we've got about a week or 8 days of games in New York, in Nassau County. No idea where that is, but all good.
Do we have any idea what the grounds, pitches, etc. are going to be like in the States?
We're getting those time-lapse photos occasionally from the ICC, which I think there was a checklist at the bottom of the media release this week, just to make cynical people like you and I pay attention, so that we believe that the stadium will be ready. I'm sure it will. 111 for 4 with that single puts Patel back on strike. Yes, that pop-up stadium where India will be playing Pakistan, which will be quite the event. It always is at a World Cup. And then over to Florida, and then the tournament moves entirely to the Caribbean afterwards.
I've seen photos of the New York ground.
Direct hit? No. He was home anyway.
And it essentially looks like one massive Old Trafford party stand all the way around.
Yeah, I did see that. You wouldn't want to be a warm morning. Remembering they're starting every game at 9:30 for Indian TV market, so I don't think sunburn will be a huge problem. Although that time of year it'll be warm. You can see Daniel Norcross hovering. He'll be in a couple of balls. He's queued something up as well, I can tell. Razzle dazzle Norcross. Okay, I'm gonna take that on notice, whether we see the impact sub brought in for the World Cup, and if it does happen, you heard it here first on the Surrey stream. Yas Rana has called this early. There's time if they want it enough. I'm sure Daniel will have an opinion on this. You might not have heard before. We're positing that why wouldn't they bring it in at the last minute? Ends the over. Brad Wheel, 11 overs, 1 for 24, 112 for 4 the score. They trail by 39, Surrey. Partnership that's up to 68. It's been all about Ryan Patel after tea, batted really well for 38 there with the captain Burns on 31 from 101 balls. Yas Rana, I'll leave it with you. You're with us till stumps, and so is Daniel Norcross. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry, we're in real trouble at 44 for 4, 20 overs in to their response to Hampshire's 151. But Rory Burns and Ryan Patel, the two left-handers, both of whom had quiet 2023s, have really blunted the Hampshire effort.
They have, and I don't think Hampshire have bowled with the same bite after tea. They bowled absolutely brilliantly in the sort of 40 minutes or so before tea. They were irresistible, not least this man here who bowled superbly to get Sibley out. Set him up with 2 corking deliveries that just beat his outside edge and then took out his off stick. It was really wonderful to watch. Great bit of bowling. But since the loss of the 4th wicket, this partnership has now added 68 in what feels like it's a pitch that's still going to offer. There's still enough there for the Duke's ball, the seam.
When we were together for the previous home fixture against Somerset, every time there was a lull in play and the ball was doing less, we instantly blamed the ball manufacturer. And in this game, I think there is already a pattern in that we've seen 10 wickets fall in the first 20 overs of innings. And actually, we've not necessarily seen run scoring become easier, but I think we have seen that the bowling units have struggled to make inroads as that ball has got older, which is something we see all the time.
Should happen. I mean, that's part of one of the many points of cricket, isn't it? You know, it's a game of entropy. It's a game of decay. Everything's dying before your eyes. The pitch is degrading. The ball is degrading. The bowlers are getting more tired.
We talk so much about earning your runs, right? You get through difficult passage of play and then run scoring becomes easier.
Yeah.
You know, Hampshire 151 all out, but they lost 6 wickets in the first 21 overs.
Yeah.
So just as run scoring does become a little bit easier, they had very little to play with. Surrey didn't fare that much better, but they did fare just a little bit better. And Ryan Patel, me and Alan were talking about him earlier, he's someone who had an outstanding 2022 campaign opening the batting, and we've seen the traits and talents of an opening batter throughout this partnership with Burns. He's left very well.
And also, I think, when you have reduced your opponents to 151, you can sort of see there's more than an incentive there, isn't there? That's nicely tucked away for a single. If you're 44 for 4 in reply to 320, then it's a little bit, it just feels harder psychologically, but 44 for 4 and it's 151, you're one partnership away from getting back into the ascendancy, and that's what this partnership has done so far. Still a long way to go in this game though, of course. At the end of this over, just going to show you a little package that's been put together by our producer, because it's quite germane here as Burns is on strike. End of the over, 113 for 4. So yeah, what we've got for you here is a little package that shows how this is Rory Burns leaving the ball first over the wicket to Mohammed Abbott. Look how high his hands get, look how high the bat gets. Again, a long way out of the way. Here's another one. Up go his hands, almost right in front of his face. Now here's Ollie Pope leaving. You see there's a little jerky movement as he leaves the ball there. I'll do it again here, and look how high his bat is. It's barely moved. And now here's the wicket ball, and that bat stays low, hits the bat, comes back onto the stumps. Just a little contrast with the way the two batters there leave the ball. Burns is very deliberate in getting his hands high in front of his face. Pope, it's more of a kind of snatched movement, and the bat doesn't really move that far into the air.
It's almost against his instincts. He does get it out of the way, but he's like, no, I want it back. I want it back.
Sort of. And you spent a lot of time talking to him, didn't you, about his technique? Because he's a deep thinker of the game, is Ollie Pope.
Yeah,
which is to his credit, but obviously it can have other side effects, can't it?
100%. So I spent half an hour with Ollie at the Grey Nichols factory earlier this week, just talking batting and nothing else.
Something tells me you'll have rather enjoyed that, yes?
No, it was good fun.
Yeah.
It was good fun. It was a very good morning down in Robertsbridge, East Sussex. But yeah, so we talked through the evolution of his technique. We compared how he set up in 2018 for his Test debut to how he set up in the 2023 Ashes to how he set up in India. And yeah, my main takeaway from the conversation was he is an extraordinarily deep thinker about his batting. And he referenced Joe Root, and he said that Joe Root is also someone who thinks deeply about his batting all the time and is constantly changing. They're not major changes, but he's constantly making very small tweaks to his game. And Pope was talking about how you've got to do that as a player, but also do that in a way that remains true to yourself.
Mm-hmm. It's nicely played. I'll only get the single for it. Yeah, I mean, you could see that. You could see that he was perhaps overthinking during the Ashes in 21-2, and he's moving just such a long way across outside his off stump. His leg stump was starting to get exposed, but you can understand the reasons why. He's trying to battle against a different condition, Australian bowling conditions, and their attack on and around off stump and just outside. It's close, but I think it's pitched outside leg. Didn't really believe in the appeal, didn't Brad Wheel there.
And yeah, Pope wasn't the only player, as we look at the replay again, who batted on off stump around that time.
Might have got a bit of inside edge on that, I think. Did hear two noises, and Wheel wasn't that interested. Yeah, there were. It was a sort of moment in time, wasn't it? And there's a logic to it. If you know where your off stump is, you know what you can leave.
And I think as Burns blocks the final delivery of the over, 114 for 4. I think when Pope is at his best, he sort of marries that thought with instinct. So you go back to that Hyderabad 196, the most memorable shot was that scoop over his head, head down. And I asked him, where did that come from? And he said that England went to Abu Dhabi before that trip and basically put sand on a already very dusty set of net pitches. And he was turning square, Tom Hartley was bowling at him, and he found it really difficult to sweep or reverse sweep Hartley. And he said the coach, Brendan McCullum, was standing at slip, and he was like, Brendan's not a very tall man. I reckon I can get it over him. So he just tried it a few times in the nets in Abu Dhabi. It worked 2 or 3 times, and he felt confident enough to try that in a test match. And he made the point that actually that Hyderabad pitch probably turned more than any of the 5 pitches that England played on, and that is what England prepared for. And I don't think it's a total coincidence that is the game that England won as well.
Fuller continues with just 6 overs to go to stumps. I can tell it's getting late because Andrew Samson's putting his jacket on. It's also freezing. For some reason we've got the air conditioning on. It's incomprehensible. That is an intriguing nugget. Only 2 slips in place now. Hampshire going a little bit more defensive. They've not got many more runs to play with. So far as Surrey now just 36 runs behind. Couple of slips, got a deep third, long leg, deep backward square. So 3 boundary riders, 4 in the ring, 2 on either side.
We've got 2 men at deep third.
We do. We have a man in a high vis, Tabard, having a chat. A couple of yards inside the boundary there.
Not showing a lot of urgency.
Sauntering backwards and about now, and he's off. Bit of pace there from Fuller. Nice carry through to the keeper.
Johnny Bairstow's just brought up a 45 ball 100.
Woof.
For the Punjab Kings.
How are they going?
They need 52 off the final 4 overs, which is pretty much bang on the rate that they've required all innings. 13 runs and over. Chasing 262.
Well, that would be quite the result for the Punjab Kings, who are languished near the bottom of the table.
Captained by Sam Curran at the moment, with Shikhar Dhawan now injured.
Looks like it's a pretty friendly pitch for the batters, that. 260 plays 200 and something for 2 in 16 overs. So there's a lot of wicket keepers knocking about. England wicket keepers knocking about, going hard at it today. Phil Salt in the same match. Not to mention the other Ollie Robinson for Durham with a better than a runner ball 90.
And that's the 5th time he's got to 50 this summer from 5 knocks.
It's not bad, is it?
And this time against Essex, who, you know, one of the standout attacks in the country.
Oh, thick edge, streaky, it's running away towards the boundary. It will get there just. So 4 more for Burns. Surrey edge ever closer to Hampshire's first innings total of 151.
The shot felt like it almost came from nowhere, out of sync with what we've seen over the last 25 minutes. I guess that was slightly Fuller from Fuller.
Angled across, felt drivable, didn't it? But only 2 slips in place, albeit that they're relatively widely spaced. Trying to cover a bit more ground with 2 people. Pigeons instantly have moved now to deep point. Yeah, nicely struck. He's looking in pretty good touch. He's looked in good touch all season. Rory Burns, end of the 44th over. 5 more remain today. Surrey 119 for 4. Still 32 runs behind.
And on the topic of pugnacious English batters who can also keep wicket, Ben Duckett finished the day.
Oh, yes.
197 not out for Notts.
Did he now?
Notts reached stumps on 367 for 8. Duckett 197 off 230. Serious attack Warwickshire have as well at their disposal. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Hassan Ali and Amir Jamal, who Warwickshire have just signed. He had a very good win for Pakistan playing down under, impressed against Australia. As well as Will Rhodes, Ed Bernard, Rob Yates and Danny Briggs.
How many balls was that? 190?
230.
Nice, isn't it? I mean, obviously Surrey fans will not appreciate there being chat about England wicket-keepers in the context of Test cricket, because they will think that Ben Foakes has done more than enough to deserve to keep his place. Strangled appeal for a strangle down the leg side, but Mohamed Abbas was not interested. Mohamed Abbas, is this his third spell today? He's conceded 5 runs off the bat. Frankly preposterous.
He's got an action where I think it's almost physically impossible for him to bowl a ball that isn't a good length.
We'll test that hypothesis. It's physically impossible. I like that suggestion. So you see there's still something in the pitch. Ball take a bit of bite. These aren't cracks, there's not unevenness, there's nothing of that sort, but it's a bit of grass, nothing wrong with that either. In combination with a Duke's ball and a skillful bowler, it makes for difficult batting conditions.
I know we were talking about Abbas's overall first-class record, but he really is, and has been for a while now, one of the great modern county overseas signings, year after year doing the business for Hampshire, near the top of Division 1.
Oh, that's gone straight through him. That one did keep a little low, and Patel has got to go. It's a good bit of bowling from Mohamed Abbas. He's come back into the attack, comes around the wicket, and cleans up Patel. Good knock from Patel, 41 from 94, but I want to see that one again on the replay. That one felt like it just molly-grubbed ever so slightly. And that ends a very fine partnership of 75, which has got Surrey out of trouble from 44 for 4, but there's still work to be done. They're still 32 runs behind Hampshire. We're just talking about what a bowler Mohamed Abbas is. And, well, that's part of the reason why. Bang on the money. You miss, I hit. And that just has kept a bit low. It's gone under Patel's bat. Struck the off stump. And it's the pace off the wicket as much as anything else, not so much through the air, but you can see he's laid on the shot there, Ryan Patel, and it's kept low. It's not shot by any means, but he would have been expecting that more sort of knee height. It's probably gone through shin height, and that's all the difference you need. See there, yep, about 6 or 7 inches below the knee roll. And the partnership is broken with just 4.5 overs left to go, and it looks to me like Kemar Roach is going to walk out as night watcher here. Cameron Steele would have been carded to come in at number 7, and just towards the end of this day now, this is an edgy period. 4.5 overs for Surrey to survive. For Hampshire, they'll be eyeing another breakthrough here and hoping that they can keep Surrey as close to their first innings 151 as possible.
Took Abbas a couple of balls to get his radar right. First ball down the leg side, second ball slightly wider outside off stump, and they're right on the money. We looked at the replay a couple of times, and I think it has kept a little bit low. Patel's gone back to a ball that's, I think, just on a length, and it's hit pretty much the halfway point on off stump.
Yeah, I think you'd expect that to be higher on off stump, wouldn't you? From that length.
But it brings an end to an excellent innings from Ryan Patel. Only 41 runs, but he's done an almighty job for his side.
Well, on a day when batting has not been easy, is that our highest score of the day?
I was just about to wonder that, but Nick Gubbins hit 45.
45, right. Well, I like this from Kemar Roach, though. You know, seasoned pro, played many a test match for West Indies. He's put his hand up to say, do you need me to strap the pads on, Skip?
Is it definitely that way round?
are you going to go to Kemar Roach? I suppose you might ask him, but I fancy he will have known. Because if you look at the rest of Surrey's order, there isn't really a night watcher there, is there? Cameron Steele is the one you're trying to night watch for. Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Dan Worrell. Their natural games are not, I would posit, defensive. So, I mean, I suppose it may have come with a certain resignation.
Yeah, I get.
I'll be padded up. Yeah, yes, I know. Be saying. It's worth pointing out here that Mohamed Abbas today, at the end of the over, a wicket taking over, a wicket maiden, has got a strike rate of a wicket every 66 balls and an average of 5, which is fairly unusual. 11 overs, 1 for 5.
I think sums him up as a bowler pretty well. Yeah, I guess with Roach as a night watcher, I'm just trying to wonder how. I'm trying to gauge how keen Kemar is for it. You know,
does anyone really? Well, I suppose some might be because they see it as an opportunity to bat up the order. And
Chris Woakes did it a couple of times for England, where you felt you were way too qualified to be a night watcher, and he would have seen that as an opportunity to score some serious runs. I'm interested in the mechanics of the discussion between night watcher and batter. So Cam Steele, I think, was carded in to come in at number 7. Is it Steele who asks Roach, or does Roach ask Steele, and at what point does that happen, or is it just understood at a certain point with 6 or 7 overs to go in the day? Get your pads on.
I'd like to think it was just understood. Otherwise, you're putting a bit of pressure on the batter, aren't you? There, you'd have a policy, wouldn't you?
But I suppose different players might have different approaches to it. Some batters,
they might want to go out to
might be more relaxed about batting towards the end of the day.
They might be, but your problem with that is that it can create division. Whereas if you have like a company policy, then even if you want to go out to bat, I'm sorry, this is what we do. We send our night watcher out. Now, the curious thing about a night watcher, of course, is that they're expected to face as many balls as possible. Rory Burns has faced 111 balls, and in theory will be seeing it an awful lot better. But he's expected to take the single on offer, and then Kemar Roach really is expected to face 3 balls and then look for a single off the last ball of the over. And there was a very long single that could be taken, and you get this very curious situation in which they're turning down the run in order to protect the man who's in, and who would have been expected to face that ball had it been Ryan Patel who had pushed the ball into the offside and taken a run. He would have taken the run. So there is a fundamental illogic to it all, but that's one of the reasons we love cricket.
We're obviously used to it. We've seen it all our cricket watching live, but I do wonder. Do we know who the first night watcher was?
Now then.
Because it's an extraordinary thing to just be commonplace, right?
Yes.
No one bats an eyelid at this, as you point out, this very illogical tactic that pretty much every team in the world in first-class cricket follows.
Australia didn't, did they? Under Steve Waugh, they considered it a sort of assault on their machismo. But then, Australians have a unique view of the world. We must allow them to strut their stuff in the way they do.
Obviously England have dabbled with the Nighthawk, but they've definitely talked about that more than actually implementing it. I think Stuart Broad did it once. Was it in New Zealand last year? They didn't go very well at all. Rahan Ahmed did it once as well. But really, they actually haven't done it as much as there has been chat around it. But yeah, I mean,
this is more of a vibe, really, isn't it? Roach survives. 3 overs remain in the day. 120 for 5. The deficit's still 31. So we're now going to get to this curious position where Burns is going to look to take the run. Hampshire are going to be quite happy for that because they want to bowl at Roach. Roach might manufacture a possible single, be told not to take it. Hampshire will be happy because they're continuing to bowl at the new batter, who they fancy their chances of getting out. Similarly, Surrey will be happy because it means that Rory Burns isn't facing. It's yeah. Who was the first night watchman, as it would have been in those days? It's Andrew Samson. No. Of course he does. What a ridiculous question of mine. Yeah. Was it Monkey Hornby? He's a proper. It's a shame. I'm hoping it's somebody with an elaborate and absurd name. A magnificent twirly moustache as Burns goes on the pull, gets the single, which keeps him off strike and brings Roach to face the music.
I was saying in the previous over that a batter's incapable of missing a length, and as brilliant as he has been today, that is quite a bad ball from Mo Abbas.
Unless he wants to give the single.
Do you reckon?
To bowl at Roach.
But the field in place for Burns for that first delivery of the over, I think to me said, we want to keep Rory Burns on strike. You had four men in front of square. Yeah. 4 men in front of square, very much on the single. Only 2 catches in play. Abbas bowling that probing line on off stump.
Still conceded just the 6 runs today. Hampshire began bowling 3.5 hours ago or so. He's conceded 6 runs. But he's not made Roach play in either of those 2 deliveries. That'll annoy him, because Roach will be very, very happy to leave the ball. Just an update on the Punjab Kings. They're about to win, you know. They need 9 runs in 2 overs. Bairstow's not faced much since he got over 100. There have been 23 sixes, by the way, in that innings. Now, Alfred Shaw went in as night watchman in the second test in 1877. That's the second ever test, presumably. Opened with Henry Jupp. Was dismissed for 1 before the close of play. You see, you might have thought that would have made them not bother. Oh, it didn't work, you would think. But no. Started a noble tradition of turning logic on its head. It is without doubt one of the hardest things to explain to new cricket watchers.
I was going to say, isn't that brilliant that one of the weirdest cricket tactical phenomena has literally existed since the second test match?
Yeah, and was a failure when it first happened.
That was brilliant.
I mean, of course, the Australians famously reversed their batting order in one game on a sticky dog, which allowed Bradman and Fingleton to put on an enormous partnership for the 6th wicket. Which was a variation as Roach safely negotiates the last ball of that Abbas over. 2 overs remain in the day, 121 for 5, which was a sort of like multiple night watchers to protect. So then as the pitch eased, Bradman, who had to be protected at all costs, the greatest batter of all time, had to be protected from fast bowling and sticky wickets. No wonder he averaged 99.96.
I think in day-night tests.
Sorry, it's the 4. It's the 4 runs he missed. That always annoys me because he needed 4. And so yep.
It amazed me. I think in day-night tests, if the team batting second starts their innings under lights, I think there's a real case to be made. You send in 2 night watchers.
Yeah. Essex sent in 1 today, didn't they? Sam Cook opened the batting because there were a couple of overs remaining in the day up at Durham.
Captain Sam Cook.
Captain Cook.
Captaining
Captain
this week
Cook.
in the absence of Tom Wesley, who's on paternity leave.
Oh, congratulations to Tom Wesley. As we approach the end of the day, I will run you round the scores elsewhere. It's stumps pretty much. Well, it is stumps everywhere, but here we've had 15 wickets here, of course, more than anywhere else in the County Championship today. Once again, Burns takes that single early in the over, which will bring Roach onto strike. So Durham 358, Essex 5 without loss. Elgar opened with Sam Cook. Cook's unbeaten on 4. Gloucestershire 82 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 203. Northants 337 for 6 against Leicestershire. Nottinghamshire 367 for 8, as we heard. Ben Duckett 197 not out. Early end there might have been bad light. They've lost the last 6.1 overs of play, so Nottinghamshire can hope to get full batting points there tomorrow. Somerset 309 for 9 declared. They went for the tricksy late declaration to put Worcestershire in. Worcestershire 14 without loss. And stumps at Headingley came early. They've lost 37 overs of play there, so they'll be extending for the next 2 days if they can. 276 for 3, Root and Brook at the crease, both unbeaten. Root 65, Brook 44. Roach defends stoutly. And in the IPL fixture, they got over the line. Punjab Kings have won, chasing 261.
That is absurd.
62 to win.
Chasing 262 and winning it with 8 balls remaining.
How many sixes were there in their innings? I think it was 22 when I last looked. 22 sixes in a 20-over innings is frankly silly.
So Bairstow and Shashank Singh, the 2 not-out batters at the end, scored 17 between them.
The Shashank redemption.
So there's 24 sixes in 18.4 overs.
Beats the bat, but does not take the edge.
On the topic of night watchman, Essex played it perfectly. They had 2 overs to bat. Sam Cook faces the entirety of the first over. Dean Elgar takes a single off the first ball of the second over.
Oh, genius.
So Sam Cook then resolutely gets through the remaining 5 deliveries, the final 5 deliveries of the day. So he faced 11 out of 12, which is nearly perfect. Didn't quite nab the single off the final delivery of the first
Surrey
over.
would love Roach to get a single here if he can. He can't. So 1 over remains in the day. Rory Burns will be on strike. It has been quite the day of County Championship cricket here. Hampshire making 151, 3 wickets apiece for Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Dan Worrell, who started it all, and a wicket for Kemar Roach. Gubbins top scoring with 45. So runs down the order as the ball got a little bit softer. They were in all sorts of trouble, losing their first 6 wickets quickly, but as the ball got that little bit older, it got a bit tougher to make the breakthroughs, as you would expect. Similarly, Surrey in reply collapsed to 44 for 4, but then a partnership of 75 between Rory Burns and Ryan Patel have got them back on track. They are just 29 behind now, but Rory Burns very keen to survive this over, and you fancy will do, because he's done it again. He's got a single off the first ball of the over, and barring a terrible tactical mistake, the worst that can happen for Surrey here is that Kemar Roach will be out and they'll all walk off. Roach, though, on the other hand, he wants to stay in, and he wants to be really annoying tomorrow if he can be.
Maybe you're right, given the accuracy that Abbott has bowled all day. It is suspicious that the first delivery of both of his last 2 overs have been short and clippable.
Yep.
To get Burns off strike. It may be one of those where actually the captain and as Roach defends that into the leg side and refuses the single. Maybe the captain and bowler are not on the same page.
Well, sometimes bowlers just like to take wickets, don't they?
Yeah.
and they're sort of thinking, you know, Burns faced 115 balls and is honouring the opener.
Yeah.
Roach is neither of those things. Oh, I fancy another wicket. I'd like to be 2 for 7 tonight, thank you very much. From 12.5 overs. It's been magnificent parsimony shown by Mohammed Abbas today. And poor old Kemar Roach is having to turn down all these runs to get off the mark. But it really would be madness for him to take a run at this stage. They've left the deep point out, and I'm not really sure of the point of this because they know they're not going to take the single, and I do kind of think you might as well just crowd him, mightn't you, at this point?
They've got 4 slips in, but still 2 men in front and square, on one on the offside, one on the leg side, man at deepish point. He likes defending inside the line, doesn't he?
Yes.
Even balls that he leaves, he still presents a straight bat.
Just in case something happens.
Just in case.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 for 5. Sorry, Andrew Samson's pointed it. Same as the end of the Somerset game. Bouncer, rare bouncer. So there's 1 ball left of the day's play. Roach would be allowed to take the single now, wouldn't he? Please tell me he's allowed to get off the mark. So just see this bouncer again. Ducks very well. Gets into good position. There's no up periscope with the bat there. As we saw from Mohamed Abbas earlier today.
He had to really get underneath it because he didn't actually get up as much as you'd expect from that length.
Roach survives the last ball. He does his job. Sees off 21 deliveries alongside Rory Burns, the captain, who has been unmovable today. He's not looked in too much bother at all, actually, on a day when it's been difficult for batters on both sides. Hampshire have been bowled out for 151, put into bat by Surrey, and the seamers did all the damage. It felt like a skinny total, but when Surrey collapsed to 44 for 4, Hampshire will certainly have had thoughts of keeping Surrey to at least parity, maybe a small lead. But a partnership between Ryan Patel and Rory Burns of 75 has got Surrey back into not a strong position, a decent position. They're 28 runs behind. Half their side is out. The game has moved on a pace, and that's no bad thing for both of these sides who are looking to force some victories after some drawn matches the first part of the season with slightly awkward weather forecast around over the weekend. We're expecting to lose some time, but you'd have to say we've made up quite a bit with 15 wickets going down on the day. A blameless pitch, you'd have to say, but some really top quality, high class bowling. Firstly from Surrey to Clark, Atkinson, Worrell and Roach. That 4-pronged pace attack. Bowling out Hampshire for 151. Nick Gubbins, who had a life dropped by Sibley at first, that went on to make 45, the highest score of the day. Fuller gave it a bit of welly, 39 off 55. Ali Orr at the top of the order looked in very good working order before clipping one to short mid-wicket. Surrey in reply lost early wickets, and there's a terrific spell of bowling just before tea that did the damage. Abbott looked particularly masterful, but James Fuller as well was beating the bat at will. Not as effective after tea when he switched ends and went to the pavilion end. And Rory Burns and Ryan Patel with that partnership just blunted Hampshire when they looked and felt like they could get on top in this game. It does mean that Surrey will come back tomorrow with a deficit of just 28. Yaz, and they can have perfectly high hopes with the tail that they've got of getting a substantial lead up to potentially 100 or so with the tail that they've got. And with a ball, as you've pointed out, softer, older, there's another 33 overs before a new ball becomes available. That might be a time when Surrey look not necessarily to attack, but to rotate, strike and get into a position of ascendancy.
100%. I think we haven't. Today's been all about the bowlers really. Both attacks have given almost nothing away, typified by Abbas. 13 overs, 1 for 7, and that one was crucial. Patel and Burns really did blunt the Hampshire bowlers for much of the evening session. And going forward to tomorrow, we haven't really seen set batters against the older ball. We've got 30 overs, as you say, before the second new ball tomorrow. And if Surrey get through that, as you say, they don't really need to go through the gears necessarily. But if they do get through that, you think that they'd get into a position where they'd have built an important and significant lead. It might not be major, but it's been low scoring so far. no real demons in the pitch, but we saw the wicket of Patel, that one kept low from around the wicket from Mohammed Abbas. So yeah, at the end of day one, Surrey knee, good but not great position. When you bowl a side out for 151 on the first day, you're always going decently.
Yeah, it's been a really good day of County Championship cricket yet again between two very good sides with two very good attacks. Hope you can join us. We'll be back tomorrow for the second day. We're back on air at 10 to 11. It's been great having Yaz Rana with us, Andrew Samson, had a bit of Cameron Ponsonby. Katya was in, and I suppose there was Phil the Power Walker, and there was Adam Collins and Dean Wilson. The whole smorgasbord of stars will be back tomorrow alongside our producers Jake, Sharky next door, and just because Surtees felt a little wounded that I left him out the last time, John Surtees will be in the building, we imagine. Until tomorrow, 10 to 11, from us all, goodbye.